see around me indicates flatness. No indication of curvature at all whatsoever.
But can you see those ships forever? Like, can you see them go forever?
Forever? Do you think you can see forever?
Well, I'm sure the higher up you are, the further you can see.
Okay, so if I had a penny in my hand and I was standing on that ship, would you be able to see the penny?
Ships are quite large, and you can.
How far away
see them
How far away do you think you'd be able to see a penny?
Oh, I don't know. About.
According to you, forever, right? Forever.
What?
If I just went straight up in the air, would you be able to see a penny that I was holding in my hand as I continued to increase in elevation forever?
If I had a telescope large that could magnify it a significant amount.
Okay, so let's even say that the moon is as far away as they claim. Could you see a penny on the moon?
If I had a significant enough telescope, probably.
There's not a telescope good enough in the world to be able to see that.
What? Well, yeah, obviously.
So when the ships go off in the horizon, you don't have a telescope. You have your human eyes. With your human eyes, would you be able to see a penny on the moon?
Well, no.
Right, because you can't see forever. It's different, right?
Perspective.
You understand that
things shrink.
Things get smaller with size. Yeah. Things shrink as they get further away.
There's a difference between a ship dipping under the horizon and something shrinking.
Yeah, can you explain to me the difference?
You can see the ship get lower, and if you go up, you see the ship again. If the penny was at the same distance, if the penny, that it doesn't matter how high in elevation you are, you'd still not be able to see the penny.
So as the ship moves away on the sea, wouldn't you expect it to get lower because it's getting smaller as it moves further away? Or would why wouldn't that be your expectation?
What? Sorry.
Why wouldn't
the
that be
your
your
getting smaller, but not a significant enough distance? It's not a significant enough distance for it to be any. I don't get what you're asking here. Sorry, it's quite late.
Okay. Well, you say these ships go over the horizon, right?
Yes.
So ships get further away. They get smaller and harder to see. But there's also a ton of different things that take place in the atmosphere.
Yeah, so I have a question. Because he's saying if things get lower in your field of view, I guess the insinuation is that they're going over a curve. So I'm in my house and my ceiling is getting lower. Is it going over a curve?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm looking at my house, and for some strange reason I just can't understand, rather than my ceiling being straight, it seems to be angled down in my field of view, as if it's going downwards. So I can't fathom it. I guess my house is built on a curve.
Could be. I don't understand the question. Like, is the
yes, that's the point, my friend. The statement's incoherent. I know that my ceiling is straight and flat because I can measure the entire thing. So I know that the effect of it going down is not because of anything physical. It's all to do with optics. So why would you just jump to the assumption that if I can't see something or if something is appearing to go down, that it must be because of a curved Earth?
But don't you? I mean, I've never seen my ceiling curve, so I don't
Right, but you have seen your ceiling recede in your field of view on the y-axis. Yes or no?
Can you word that a bit more?
Let me give you a visual here visually. Yeah, let me give you a visual you might comprehend. So let's say you ever been to a hotel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. So imagine a hotel with a very long hallway, right? We know it's flat, straight, because they don't build buildings that aren't straight, right? So we're looking down this long hallway, and there's lights on the ceiling.
Yep.
When you look down that hallway, does the floor appear to ramp up towards your eye level, and does the ceiling appear to ramp downwards towards your eye level as it gets further away?
Yeah, to a point.
Yeah. So in reality, is that ceiling that's above you physically going downward, or is it just a matter of your perception due to perspective?
No, but I don't think that's a large enough scale to see. It, like the hallway would have to be quite long, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't even have to be that long. I mean, that's what you
to
see.
be able to see it. Well, yeah, because
have you ever been in a hallway where you don't see the ceiling appear to come towards your center view and the floor appear to go up towards your center view? That's how you view everything. Always. It's perspective.
Well, I don't think there'd be the hallway long enough to show it not. You know what I mean? Like, unless the hallway is like, you know, so if you had a hallway that was from where you are standing to the ship that could be really far. I don't know how far ships are bend across the horizon. I'm not sure about
that. Dude, if you had a hallway, so let's talk about that. If you had a hallway, if you look at the live stream voice text, you'll see an image of a hallway that's running as a GIF, and you'll see the effect in question. Okay, so if you had a hallway, the length all the way out to a ship where a ship starts to disappear, you know, which is roughly 3 miles, 3 to 4 for a 6 foot tall observer if he was on the shoreline. If you were looking down that hallway, right, after a short while, the rest of the hallway would be unresolvable. And all you just see is that everything converging to a point, and you'd be impossible to see the rest of the hallway.
I agree with that. But
right. So if you then remove the hallway, does the same angles of light not apply anymore?
The ship isn't the same as a hallway because
why not?
The ship is a point, if you know what I mean.
Right. So remember what I just said.
You know what I mean.
Remember what I just said. The angles of propagation within the hallway and the angles that they enter your eye or the optic, right, are at too small of an angle to be resolvable on the hallway, which is approximately the same height as a person, right? And all of the information from the end of the hallway recedes into a point. So if you then remove the hallway, would not the same thing be happening to the portion of the ship that occupies the same space as the hallway, being approximately 7 to 8 feet tall, standard hallway? So at you know,
isn't a ship bigger?
3 miles. I'm talking about the portion that represents the same scale as the hallway, like I just said. 6 to 8 feet.
But how am I supposed to see that point from a ship that's far away? I wouldn't be able to see that.
You got it. So what you would see by what you just admitted is you wouldn't see the portion of the ship that represents the same scale as the hallway, but you would see the portion of the ship that is much bigger, being the top. So by your own admission, you generally conceded that the bottom of the ship would disappear due to the laws of perspective alone.
The point of the ship that faces, you know what I mean? Like the point of the ship that is level with me.
Right, that part's going to disappear.
Obviously, the whole length of the ship isn't the same size as
but
the whole.
Think about this. Think about this. The ground.
Hold on, stop there real quick, because he's saying something that most Globers don't get, and that it's worth noting. Okay, the whole ship represents a certain angular size, but each portion of the ship represents a different angular size, and the smaller portion at the bottom of the ship subtends a different angle than the whole ship. And due to the law of triangles, that angle is going to be smaller. And since we see in angles, once the angle gets too small, we won't be able to resolve the bottom of the ship while still being able to resolve the top. Thank you for being one of the first people to get that without having to go for 2 hours. All right, I yield the floor.
Yeah, that was a really good point. Just think about it for a minute. If the floor all the way up to the vanishing point, and at the vanishing point, that's where you can't discern the floor anymore. Of course, his feet or the bottom of the ship at that point cannot also be discerned when it's connected to that point on the floor. Do you get that?
Oh, wait, so you're trying to say that it's like a plane? Like, I don't know if, like, so every part, so, right, so every part is the, sorry, I'm a bit, you know, like, I understand what you mean, but every part of the ship. Sorry about this. Can you just
Yeah, so
say it?
Think of it this way. If you had a smaller ship, like a dinghy, just a little boat, that was tied to the side of that ship as it goes away so that you can see it. And you see this little ship. Now, if you removed the big ship, you understand that that smaller ship is going to visually disappear at a shorter distance than that large ship because it's a smaller object, right?
Got less height.
Yes, less height. So you would expect the little dinghy to disappear before the large ship, solely just based off of its height, right? Because you understand perspective works. The angle is going to be too small for you to resolve that small ship first. Now imagine tying that dinghy to the large ship and sending it out. It would stand to reason that that small ship is still going to be unresolvable at the same distance, regardless of whether it's tied to the ship or not tied to the ship, right?
Agreed.
So as that little dinghy disappears because we can no longer see it due to angular resolution limits of our eye, it's tied to the ship. Wouldn't it stand to reason that the whole entire portion of the ship that is that height would also be unresolvable?
Yes, because in my opinion, it's gone under the horizon, but I understand what you said.
Okay, perfect. So your claim would then be that the only reason that things disappear from view is because they're being physically obstructed by Earth curve. Would you agree with that?
Yes, on long enough distances.
Okay, perfect. So now I do this on the regular. I go to my little lake, 333 meters across from the observation point to the observation, which is a yellow floaty boaty on the other side. Okay. Now you put that into the math of the alleged curvature of the Earth, and you will find that the heights that I observed at, there is no way that the Earth curve, if it existed at all, could be precluding that boat in totality. Okay. So this means that it's not geometrically possible for the curve of the Earth to obstruct that boat. Yet, okay, 9 out of 10 times I go, pretty much consistently, the entire yellow boat disappears. So, my friend, what is causing that to happen?
Sorry, so it's 333 meters, right? Mm-hmm. How big is the boat?
About half
How
a
tall
meter,
is the boat?
1.5 feet. It's about 1.5 feet tall.
Okay, well, let me do some maths. So how many... Sorry about this.
Just doing the math off the top of my head, no portion of that boat should be hidden. And if it is a portion, it's such a small portion that you wouldn't be able to notice based on the Earth curve calculator. Because that's what, about a quarter mile?
Right.
It's 1.2 miles. No, sorry, 0.2 miles.
Quarter of a mile.
Yeah, 0.2 miles. Sorry. Right, so
do you know what the alleged drop over 8 inches per mile squared, right?
Yeah.
Right, so that would be at the surface.
So then it would be like 1.6.
1.6 what, inches? Would be the alleged hidden height due to the curvature of the Earth, allegedly.
Mm-hmm.
So when AI said he goes out, and 9 times out of 10, the whole entire boat disappears. Why? Is that Earth curvature? Do we have a tiny Earth? Smaller Earth?
That'd be funny. Probably not.
I'm so glad you said that.
There's no reason.
Right, so then what must be the reason? Okay, so it looks like it's happening. So what must be the reason?
The only other hypothesis you've given is that most of our vanishing points.
Well, let's just be more broad, just for fairness' sake. Okay, it's not because of geometry, it's because of an optical effect of some kind, whatever that might be. It's no longer in the category of geometry, it's in the category of optics, correct?
Yes.
Exactly. So now that we've agreed that the bottom of things can be missing, or an entire object itself can be obstructed without the necessity of Earth curvature in the way, we can now make progress.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry, it's really late here.
Now, I want you to realize that that's a necessary concession that you made because it's obvious, because it's observable, that it is not true that the only way for things to disappear from the bottom is because of Earth curvature. So that's a false statement.
You've proven that to me.
Yeah, I just did, and you conceded. So if you retract now, it just means, you're fair, exactly. Now, you might argue that those effects are this or those effects are that, but we know for certain that it falls in the category of optical effects. So now, since we can't do this for real right now, we're going to do this in our minds, right?
Okay.
And mental experiment, okay? So, well, first let's preface this. Do you know that the optical device, whether it be biological or synthetic, has a limit to it, known as the angular resolution limit? Everything that has an angular field of view has this limit. It's just that simple. It's a hard physical limit. It's known as the Rayleigh criterion.
I heard of it.
Yep, it's known as the Rayleigh criterion. So for the human eye, it's approximately 0.02 degrees. Okay, what that means is that any light from the source that enters below that limit will be interfered with by any other light that enters within that angle. And therefore, there will be no resolvable information, and it can at best be only rendered as essentially, for lack of a better term, 1 pixel value. So you imagine,
resolution.
Yeah, 1 pixel value, meaning 1 element, right? 1 element of the total picture that you're seeing.
But
so in that area,
everything have different.
In that angular area.
Sorry.
No. This is angular resolution, not pixel density. So, for example, if you only had 4 pixels in your sensor, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you literally had only 4 pixels in your sensor, you could never render something that requires 10 pixels to render, correct? It would look like blurry nonsense, would it not?
Yeah.
Exactly. So now you fully understand the principle. So if you imagine a man standing on a line looking out, right, and these radials, right, of angles emanating from his eyeball, you can imagine the 0.02 degree triangle coming out from his eye and going out along the horizontal line in front of him until it intersects the horizontal line. And so you have a triangle, right? And I want you in your mind to color that triangle red. Now, everything that enters that triangle must, of a necessity, render as one color value in the final image, which we've already agreed. It just so happens that if you take the time right now to map this out, it pretty much coincides with where the alleged horizon is for a 6-foot-tall observer. The triangle hits the horizontal line approximately at the same distance. Very coincidental, don't you think? So principally, we know this to be true. So, for example, let's say that you're standing over water, and then you have a brick, but it's not a solid brick, it's a floaty brick. And let's just make it red, because red is very bright, easy to tell apart from blue. So if you take said brick, and we've already established that this water is horizontal, okay, it's not curving in any way, it's perfectly horizontal. That's the premise. You might even imagine that it's a floor, painted blue rather than water. Make it easier. So you take said red brick, put it on the floor, and you have your friend start to walk away from you. Now, as he keeps walking away from you, something interesting is going to happen. Eventually, you will not be able to see the color red anymore, because the red and the blue simultaneously will occupy less than 0.02 degrees. And as they approach that towards 0 degrees, the blue and the red will meld together into purple. And then it will meld together to where you only see the air and the blue floor. And you can't even tell the purple anymore. Now,
that makes sense.
Let's just say, for example, that you call your friend, you say, okay, I can't really see the red thing anymore, so you can stop pulling. And your friend goes, okay, and he stops pulling. Now what your friend does is he calls his other friend, who brings over a truck full of red bricks, and he starts stacking the bricks on top of the previous brick that you can't see. He stacks 1. You start to see a very faint purple. He stacks 2. The purple intensifies. He stacks 3. You start to scratch your head and say, I'm starting to see red. He stacks 4. Now you see some more red. He stacks 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And now you see a line of red. But when your eyes trace down this line, as they get closer and closer to the floor, eventually you cannot see the bottom of the stack. It has become unresolvable. It has disappeared. Rest assured it is there, and it is the bottom portion of the stack. But the stack in total has disappeared from the bottom, has it not?
I like that. I do like that, you know.
Now, this is a necessary, yeah, you're right. And this is a necessary consequence of the way our eyes work. And, and all optics with an angular field of view, by the way. In order to see without perspective, truly, you need to have a lens the exact size with all available propagation angles to a parallel rate to the target source from the object. So if you want to observe a 100-meter building, you need a 100-meter lens, not an angular lens, but a straight lens that only allows the light to pass collimated, parallel, and horizontal to the sensor. So you need a 100-story tall sensor and a 100-story tall collimated lens. Okay, these types of optics don't exist. So every observation that we make is through an angular field of view with these limitations, in which we already have said that because of optical phenomenon, the bottoms of things can disappear. And that's just the facts. All right, so with that, I rest my case on that, unless you have any questions specifically.
Why would you need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter thing?
You need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter tall building without the effective perspective, and it needs to be a collimated lens where the sensor exists parallel to the light coming from the object.
Like a mirror.
So if you don't have such a lens and you use normal lenses like your eyes, you'd be standing on the ground, right? And the angles of propagation from the top of the building would be at a downward angle towards you, forcing all of the light from the propagation angles to enter at essentially inverse angles after they pass the lens, and that's what creates the effect of perspective. Is that you see
imagine like a mirror. This is right. I imagine like a mirror, right? Okay, and this mirror is the same height as something. Yeah, right. So it's like a mirror, if you know what I mean. It would work like a mirror.
Yeah, well, the problem is that mirrors suffer from a perspective as well. If you stand in front of a mirror and start to walk away from it, does the image that appears to be you not shrink in size? Of course it does.
Yeah, because that's your eyes. It's not the mirror.
Right, because your eyes are getting the angled light, not the straight light, not the direct one-for-one parallel reflection that's going back in on itself. So now you get it.
Mm-hmm. There's also another way to show it. The ancient Greeks, of course, didn't have any fantastic telescopes or anything. They just looked at the horizon with their eyes, and they drew on a piece of paper and used orthographic view to assume that the horizon was Earth curve. So in orthographic view, things don't get smaller with distance. So the mountain is just as tall angularly in their idea, in their math, but that's not how it is in reality. It's actually tiny in reality. And so when they compare these pictures from reality to their math or orthographic side view, which they got from the Greeks, they're actually just taking perspective and turning it into Earth curve and assuming that the horizon is this start of this Earth curve. But there's no evidence to actually substantiate that.
So with telescopes, you have a more resolute lens. Not lens. You know what I mean?
Yeah. With a bigger aperture, you can see further, like in the Black Swan images and other such things. That's why we use telescopes, to see further. And then if you use a very small aperture, like we did with the pond tests and other stuff, such things, we can see that the horizon appears much closer and things disappear over what should be a flat surface. According to the globe mechanics, these bodies of water should not have enough convexity to hide these objects, but it does happen on the smaller aperture cameras. But on the bigger cameras, you can actually see the boat still. So it is optical. There's no Earth curve here.
What's Black Swan? I know what a Black Swan is, but what is Black Swan experiment?
A Black Swan is not an experiment. It's a reference to the Karl Popper's falsification, and he has a story that goes with it. You can say that all swans are white, and people can just accept that. But if you find a black swan, you know that all swans are white is just wrong. There are black swans. So that's what we find. We find black swans that show that all swans are not white. And so the black swan image is just what this image was called. It's two oil rigs taken. A snapshot taken from a video where he lowers the camera 1 foot off the surface of the water. So the horizon should be only 1.22 miles away on the globe, but we can see the horizon way past the second oil rig. So that's over 10 miles. The size of that globe is completely unsustainable, so it just doesn't work.
Black Swan.
Excellently
Yeah,
well said, Grace. Go ahead.
So it's basically just a proof, a contradiction.
Yeah, we're comparing the claimed globe geometry to reality, and it doesn't hold up. But you can go check it yourself. You don't have to just believe anybody here. You really should go out and see if you can test some of this stuff on your own. If you have a body of water nearby that's like 5 miles, 10 miles big, maybe bigger, that's a good start. Next time you go on vacation to the beach or something, take an Earth curve calculator with you. See if you can do some long distance observations. This is the kind of stuff you don't want to just leave this Discord and be like, well, these guys on Discord told me it was flat. Like, you want to go out and check for yourself. So, there's plenty of resources for you to be able to go out and do that. And if you need help, we're here.
Okay, so let's establish where we've come from so far. We've conceded that the concept that the Earth curve is the only reason why things disappear from the bottom up is false. Right? Now we've been presented with the black swan, which is a premise, right? In a sense. That premise is that if you can disprove a certain proposition by providing one counterexample, that negates the proposition and the proposition isn't true. So the proposition in the idea that we already agreed to isn't true is that the horizon is a hump of Earth curvature between point A and B that's blocking the bottoms of things. Now, we've already agreed together that that's not the case. Now, let's talk about the black swan. In the black swan photo, the horizon, as you can clearly see by looking at the photo, is beyond the oil rigs. Right? Mm-hmm. The oil rigs are at 9 miles, respectively, between the other one and the other one. There's approximately 9 to 10 miles from the shore. This means that the horizon is greater than 10 miles. We only know this because we see the boats. Sorry, not the boats, the oil rigs. So we know the horizon is beyond 10 miles. And as he said before, it must be, if the Earth is a globe and if the horizon is a geometric hump of Earth water, right, that's curving and getting in the way. From the observation height that the man observed this, it should have been at 1.225 miles. It's not at 1.225 miles. So the necessary conclusion is that the horizon that you see is an optical phenomenon, not a geometric edge of Earth hump curved water. Now, in summation of all of this that we've already discussed and you conceded to, okay, is that there is no hump of Earth curved water blocking the bottoms of things. Now you might say, okay, that's compelling. How would I know for sure? Well, the correct answer is to directly measure the water. So far, we've been talking about optical defects, right? Mm-hmm. So let's measure the water. How are we going to do it? We can't use a string because of the catenary curve problem, right? Which is a physics problem. Just take my word for it. Can't use a string.
Okay.
Can't use a solid piece of steel for similar reasons. So the most efficient means to get something at that range, that we need a sufficient sample size, right? So what's a sufficient sample size? Let's say 25 miles. That sounds pretty good, don't you think?
25 miles, you'd see... Doing the maths. 25 times 8. 200 inches, which is what? I don't know what that is in feet.
25 miles, it would not be 200 inches.
Wait, what? So wouldn't it be 25, then 8 inches per mile, times it by 8?
It's squared.
Oh, there we go. So would it be
if
5?
If you were doing it your way, it'd be a slope,
times...
not a curve.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense, sorry. Right, so 5 times... What is it again? What is it? 5 times 8?
It's 20. 40. No, 25. 25 times 25. Times 8 inches.
Right, so
that'll give you inches.
Sure.
5,000.
That's going to give you. Right, that's going to give you the drop.
16 feet.
Right, so that's 416 feet drop. Right.
That doesn't seem very believable to me. I'm going to be honest.
Really?
Yeah.
Why not?
I don't think you can see 400 feet of drop between 25 miles. That's like...
I mean, that's the mass of the ball.
Significant. That's very significant.
Yeah, it's very significant. So we have something that's 400 feet, right? 400 feet.
I can live with like 400 inches, but I can't live with 400 feet.
Well, too bad, because that's the measurements of the ball that they told you exists.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to walk you through it. So this is how it goes. You got 400 feet. It's actually worse than that, but we'll just use 400 for sake of argument. It's easy to divide. So what they did is they went, set up what's known as a laser transit measurement. Laser transit is basically a really long level, right? Because obviously you don't have a 25-mile long level. So you level the laser on the one side of the land, you shoot it over 25 miles of water, and you have a target, right? You set up the laser at 6 feet off the ground. You set up the target at 6 feet off the ground. Right?
Can't a laser be refracted and stuff though?
Ding, ding, ding. He said it. He said the word.
Oh, what? Hey. Shh. Calm down.
Oh, okay. No.
We're not getting frenetic here. Yes. The correct answer is lasers can deviate due to refraction. Okay. So I want to ask you this before we start. You already have heard this is a 400-foot differential, right, between the drop.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
yeah,
we're going to measure this. We're going to measure this to see if that drop is there by setting up a laser transit level. Now, I'm going to continue with how this works, okay? So we'll set a baseline for how this thing's supposed to function. So in construction, let's say you have a foundation, so you have a piece of land. You set up the laser on one side, you set up the storyboard on the other, which is what the laser hits, and it tells you the differential between a level laser and the ground. So for example, if I set up my laser at 4 feet tall and the storyboard says 6 feet, right? Then that means I have to add some dirt to level the ground, right? And transversely, if it says in the other direction, I have to take some dirt away. So what this tells me is over my foundation that I'm trying to lay, whether or not I'm laying it flat. Because I can go with that storyboard and get 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4.5. Uh-oh, I got to change something. Right?
Yep.
Now, of course, there's tolerances, right? So when, for a client, I want to make a level floor or a level foundation or a level piece of land, there's tolerances that they're willing to accept. Now, dirt has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept in concrete, has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept for their tile in their kitchen floor. right? They want that floor flat. They don't want it curved, they want it flat. So I want to ask you this question. If they hired me to make a flat floor, and I got my measurements so off that I was 2 orders of magnitude off level, is that acceptable?
No,
it isn't, is it? In fact, 1 order of magnitude is not acceptable. So, for example, if the differential is supposed to be 0.4, and I have 0.40, right? Those are the same, are they not?
Yeah.
Okay, but what if I have 4? I'm off by 4.
Yeah.
That is not a flat floor anymore, is it?
No, it's what's the word? Sloped.
Right. I've done screwed up. Now, what if it's off by 40?
God, whoa.
Yeah, you wouldn't even be able to walk. It'd be so steep. Right? So not acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if we take this laser transit and we want to know whether this Earth curve hump is there, and we can measure by getting the laser to hit a target of equal height, and it's off by 2 orders of magnitude, we've already agreed that that's not acceptable. So if the laser is at 6 feet, right, which is in the single digits, then the double digits, right, the tens is not acceptable. And the hundreds is definitely not acceptable, correct? So lo and behold, this test was conducted. The ambient conditions were measured. The refraction was taken into account. The millirad beam divergence for the laser in question that was used on this day was taken into account. The laser hit the target. With a maximum differential of approximately 3 feet, still within the single digits. And they're supposed to be 400 feet. So if the Earth was a globe, the laser would have went over the target by hundreds of feet upon hundreds of feet. Yet the laser hit the target. So by the principle of laser transit within the margins of error, that surface is flat.
Oh.
Now, what say you should be, I'd like to see that evidence. Lo and behold, we have it for you. We have a documentary of the people doing it. We have a short version of it if you don't want to watch the long version, just to get your, appetite satiated. We have a document, 120 pages, with all the information, the sites, the equipment, everything.
Oh,
one of my good friends will post that for you.
Friends?
Yeah.
There we go.
My buddies. So what's going to happen is you're going to say, okay. Right? And then you're going to be like, well, is this the only test that's been done? The answer is no. Many have been done. Many. Hundreds. With all different kinds of methodologies. All demonstrating no big hump of Earth curve in the way. Observations as well in excess of 255 miles, to which the target object should not only be 400 feet below the curve, but should be a mile below the curve. Yet the object in question is clearly visible. So we've already established within tolerances that the Earth doesn't measure to be a ball, that the horizon that's been claimed to be a horizon doesn't exist, and that it's not true that the bottoms of things can only be obstructed or cut off by Earth curvature. So we've basically shown that there's just no evidence or need for this Earth curvature.
What? Wait, I'm looking at this thing, right? What is this thing about a blue laser and a green laser?
Blue and green lasers refract at different rates. Colors refract differently comparative to the refractive index of the medium. By using different colored lasers, you can determine the refraction that's present in the ambient conditions.
Okay.
Which, by the way, the military. Hey, by the way, the military recently did that. The military recently did that at 120 kilometers, shooting 2 lasers to see how it does, and they found out that it doesn't match the globe model.
Space Force is going to be angry about that. Space Force is going to be angry at that.
Well, I mean, yes and no, because most people, when presented with this evidence, just hand-wave dismiss it. Because they're under the impression, right, that the Earth is a ball. Therefore, what must be happening is that light is curving. Do they have any demonstrable evidence of such a thing? No, it's just an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. So now we've established that the rebuttal for all this evidence you've been presented with is a logical fallacy, not actual measurements or demonstration. So again, we just have no need or demonstration of this Earth curve on the ground level. So if you have direct evidence of Earth curve measurements, that is what is necessary to rebut these points.
That makes sense.
Unless you have that, the proposition stands. And the reason why it stands is because we all experience the Earth as flat and stationary. That's agreed upon by both camps, by flat earthers and globe earthers alike, that our present day experience of the Earth is a flat stationary plane. That's how we experience it. That's the base axiom of our human interaction and experience.
Yep.
Based on everything I just said, that coincides with that experience. The globe curvature is an extraordinary claim that requires extraordinary evidence. But most people are fooled by the claim that a fuzzy dot on a piece of paper is a picture of the Earth from space. Given to you by a government, no less, who we know lies on the regular.
Alright, I'm just interested, right? Why would they lie? Because I know you're going to have a really good answer to this. Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? There it is. There's the $1 million question, isn't it? Who cares why they lied? Don't matter.
Right. But you're an intelligent person, right? You've lied before and you've been lied to before. So you know why people lie. You already know the answer. You don't know the exact specific answer, but you know the general answers. To gain power, to gain resources, to gain fame, to gain women, all kinds of things people lie for.
The government doesn't gain anything from anything.
So
like
says
that
you.
From that, though.
Really? So
it doesn't.
So if I can post you,
power.
Okay, cool story. Cool story.
Prestige. It doesn't.
You sure about that? You sure about that?
It doesn't. Yeah, quite.
Really? So, okay, so let me ask you this question. Why does North Korea lie to its people about the status of its weapon systems? Why did Iraq, when I was there, lie to its people about the capacities of the U.S. forces? Why did the United States government, during the space race, have a vested interest to lie to the people that the United States was the first to conquer the moon? And you're trying to tell me that there's no prestige or power or world presence to be gained from a proposition that you've conquered space?
Yeah, because they just wouldn't make the claim that they could go to the moon in the first place. It would be better for them to just not make that claim in the first place.
So let's talk about it then, and let's reason with a real tangible reason why they might lie about such a proposition. So, as a student of history, which you are, clearly a scholar, who have been through standard school and have been taught the history of the expansion of the Western world, that people found out that there was more land. And what did they do? They left their states that they were involved with to pioneer the new land. So we've already experienced in our history a time when new land was told to be given and people uprooted themselves from their governments, even had revolutionary wars against their governments in order to create new territories and new civilizations. So if the Earth is not a globe, then that means that the boundaries are unknown. And that means that there possibly could be more land. Now that, my friend, is a very good reason to lie.
But aren't they also saying there's more land to go to if you can go to the moon?
Yes, but think about this, my friend. To get to new land that's connected by water, you need a boat that you can literally build yourself. To get to space is unreachable. Now you might say, oh no, it's totally reachable. No, it's unreachable.
But
the elite, the very small percentage of the elite, even alleged to have gone to space.
Yeah, just
so let's be clear, we're only entertaining this just to give you a satisfaction, because we've already demonstrated in spade that it's obvious that they lied, and why they did is highly irrelevant. So I yield the floor to my friend Grace.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, just think about it. Richard Branson and Jeff Bezos have all the money in the world, but they could not go high enough to go above the clouds. So they were just still in the air, and they never went to space. So even with all of their money and power and influence, you can't go there.
Well, where is this other land? Because everyone sailed to every part of the ocean. So if you say there's, like past Antarctica, you've also said that it's really hard to reach there. So what? How could an ordinary person ever expect to cross Antarctica?
Oh, there's more than that. When you think about the globe and you try to unpack it, there could be more lands on and within the area heated up by the sun that is still hidden due to the way they map the globe. So we don't know the full extent of our world, and we're limited how far we can actually explore south due to the Antarctic Treaty. So we can't sail all those seas, and even just sailing willy-nilly, the coast guards of the specific countries will contact you and escort you back if you're sailing somewhere you're not allowed to sail.
What? You can sail wherever you want, as long as it isn't in the nation's waters.
What are you talking about, dude?
You can't go to the middle. You can't go to the edge. That's a fact. You can't go to the middle. You can't go to the extreme edges either. You will be brought back
because of ice.
So if your proposition is true, my friend, that you can, then that means that there would never exist a story of a sailor freely roaming who was turned around by any military or shot at, correct?
No, because that would probably be in the nation's waters, or they were doing something illegal.
Right. So there's a guy called Jarl Anderhoy, right? Who tried to go to Antarctica in different manners. Okay, he lost a crewman being shot at by the government. So it's not the case that you can just go where you want, especially in regards to Antarctica. Not only that, but the logistics of doing so is very hard because of the nature of the temperatures and all of that. But again, keep in mind, we're only entertaining this for your satisfaction, because we already understand logically why someone would lie is irrelevant. That they lied is the matter. of the day. So you're just using, to be fair, no disrespect to you. You're trying to think these things through to make peace with it. But the problem is that you've already arrived at the bargaining stage. So your brain is already processing this information.
Guilt. Was it the 7 stage, right? Yeah, but
yes, for example, my grandfather's is dead. Why would he die? Why would God do such a thing? It's like, he's dead. It's just a simple fact. He's dead. So now you have to go through that process of trying to understand why and come to peace with the reason that you may never know. Once you accept that you may never know, then you can have peace with the fact that the lie is just a lie.
I don't think it's possible to patrol that big of an area, though.
Can I just say this, though, real quick? Like, have you been living under a rock for the last, 2-3 years, dude? Well, I don't know where people get this idea that you can just go wherever you want. You can't even fly a drone wherever you want. They have perms and rules and stuff like that, man. I mean, you can't even get in a car and just go wherever you want. You can't walk wherever you want. So why can you get in a boat and go wherever you want? Why can you get in a plane? You can't. I just think it's goofy that people have this idea that you have. But then again, look at the last 3 years. You couldn't even go to the grocery store, dude. That's like, dude, I just don't know where people get this idea that, oh no, you could just do whatever you want. Like, no, you can't.
Because it's a big place.
Okay, and
I don't think it'd be possible, even if everyone was on board with it.
Go to the grocery store.
Everyone knows where that is.
Come on, dude.
Oh, so you're trying to say that you could do it? You could do it because there's nobody there to monitor you because it's so big they couldn't possibly know what you're doing? Is that your claim?
Saying I can just do whatever I want on the highway. Who's going to catch me?
Yeah, so they don't have radar anymore or anything like that they don't track ships now?
If you were on Antarctica, no. What?
It's like saying, dude, well, if I'm in the boonies, who's going to catch me? I'll just do whatever I want. I'll just drive as fast as I want on this highway. No one's going to get. Who's going to get me?
So guess how they caught Mr. Yarrow? Information that was acquired at land, because you have to plan and do all the logistics at land before you depart. It's like you don't just magically arrive in the middle of an ocean where there's nobody there to catch you.
You can get a boat. There's nothing stopping you from getting a boat and then going and sailing. Illegally, as you're saying. And, going there.
Dude, you know what, dude?
You get me?
To be fair, guys make excuses about all the logistics of how their girlfriend isn't cheating on them. Because why would she? There's no way a car can go from here to there with that much gas. Of course, somebody would have noticed she was at the store, and all these excuses upon excuses upon excuses because they don't want to accept that one of their friends gave them the stone cold brass tacks truth of what their girlfriend was up to the other day.
But why would she lie? There's no way she.
And you may die. You may die without her ever telling you the reason.
Reporting back in after sunset here, great looking sky. You can see the tail end of the Big Dipper.
Ooh.
And is one of you using some kind of machine tool, like a drill motor or anything like that? No?
Yeah, I'm doing my own teeth.
No, seriously, I'm asking a serious question. No one's using anything? Because I thought for sure that I was approached by, this is going to sound strange, by a mechanical dog.
What?
I thought it was a drone at first.
I mean, that's a thing now, so,
Could be.
But wait a minute. Whenever one of you opens your mic, it sounds like that. So I'm going to leave it to say the most logical thing is to say that it sounds coming from the Discord. and it's my imagination. I just heard it from the Discord. So good. Got that solved. Thanks for your help.
Was it me?
It wasn't a robot dog. Yeah, I'm glad it wasn't a robot dog. That would have freaked the shit out of me, but that's okay. I fucking fought him off if it was.
I just turned my headphones off, Sonny. Was it me?
I really don't know exactly. Try to talk from here.
You sound like you're on some headphones.
You listen. You two guys can solve that in another room. We're going to continue with the conversation.
All right, my bad.
Right.
Exactly. Let's continue with the conversation. Forget about it.
So if you knew that your girlfriend cheated, right, and you couldn't figure out why, and to her dying day, she never told you, does that mean she didn't do it?
Correct. Yeah. I mean, if you don't know why she would have, that means that she didn't.
And to be fair, it may give you peace to find out the reason, right? And that might be why you want to know, because you want to have some kind of peace with why the powers that be who know the truth are lying to the public. And rest assured, it's a very small amount. Most people just believe what they're told and raised in by school. They have no clue about the true nature of the world. They're just Muppet puppets that watch the news and believe what they see, right? If they're shown a photograph that's allegedly to be a photograph, they're just going to say, yep, must be true.
Well, couldn't they say that the excuse that they give, that could also be a lie?
Yeah, I actually heard in the background that it was some kind of Dremel tool. I'm going through my files now to find out which model based on the frequency. I'll get back to you on that.
There's also, worst part is, we kind of showed him a video of the guy who shared it with us sleeping with his girlfriend, and he's still like, why would she lie about it? That it can't have happened. Why would she lie? There's no reason for her to lie, so she probably didn't do it.
There's no way she could possibly have done it. I can't think of a good reason why she would have done this, so then therefore she did not. Glover logic.
Nobody admitted to using a drill motor or Dremel, so therefore it could not have been a drill motor or Dremel.
Right, that's logic. Sounds retarded. Yeah, so let's say for example that we know, or that you know. All right, let's say for example that you know that not only have you been presented with recent evidence that your girlfriend's lying, but in the past she's lied to you. Like at one time she said there's weapons of mass destruction in the closet. At another time she said, no, I totally didn't give those black guys syphilis. At another time she says, oh no, that's totally the reason why we went to war with Vietnam. Right? So the powers that be at the elite level have a track record of lying to the public. Right? So they're untrustworthy in a general sense. So they need specific evidence.
Wait, hold on a second there, because like Santa Claus, when it brings joy, then it's not a lie. So it's okay to tell a lie as long as it brings joy, like Santa Claus.
Oh, I understand now. So if they have a good enough reason to lie, then it's okay. I get it.
Yeah, and then it's not even at that point. It's not even a lie at that point.
So what you're trying to say is S&M, sadist and masochistic.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Awesome. That's kind of like Christmas. Yeah. Oh, just like it. Oh, holy mackerel.
Yeah.
Yes. Like,
it's okay to
for
lie
example.
as long as it brings joy.
Yeah. For example, in this context, if the Earth was flat, that would have huge philosophical implications. A lot of the scientists who came up with these ideas in the past, who philosophically chose to disregard the Earth as having a central position in the cosmos for philosophical reasons, would cry at night. Therefore, we must continue this lie. And then you're like, oh, that's such a good reason. We wouldn't want the scientists to be scared.
Wow.
In a world where in 2021, people still think the most effective way to understand something is to randomly bombard someone with questions prior to investigation or any logical deduction whatsoever. Welcome to Clown World. So I'm going to answer basic flat earth questions. There's someone in my comments spamming me with the questions. I don't have time to go back and forth and answer every Flat Earth 101 day one question all day on Facebook when you could easily research this stuff if you actually wanted to know the truth. It's actually pretty frustrating. But anyway, so the first question that this person is asking is, so are all the other planets flat? It's not even logical that it could be flat. The only thing that's illogical is to say that the Earth is a spinning cartoon ball in a vacuum where water bends for the first time in the history of mankind, adhering to the outside of a sphere as it spins and revolves around the sun that shoots through space 500,000 miles per hour, while the galaxy shoots 1.3 million miles per hour, and every single star for all recorded history resets over top of the Earth. Is the Earth... Well, what about the other planets, right? That's the question. Well, are the other planets flat? I actually answered the question, but that's why I'm pretty, I don't know, aggravated, because you asked the question again, right? So I need you to listen. No one thinks that all the other planets are flat, okay? For one, there isn't other planets. When you say other planet, you are presupposing the Earth is in fact a planet, which is the very thing we are discussing, right? That's the question. Is the Earth a spherical planet? That's called a begging the question fallacy. Just reasserting that something's true isn't real. You'll be alright as I take away your little globe Earth religion that you were told about when you were 5 and you were given cartoons. This doesn't faze me at all. I'm literally not even fazed by it. So anyway, the word planet, instead of typing listen, okay? The word planet, the etymology for planet, listen. The etymology for planet is wanderer, okay? It's a wandering star. We document them all the time. I document them all the time. You can zoom in on them. They're pulsating orbs of light. They're not static, meaning still. You cannot in any way prove they're solid, terra firma, or spherical, because you see the same thing every single day for all recorded history, a pulsating orb of light. Now, even if there were spheres in the sky, which there's literally no evidence for that. There's literally none that exists in the history of mankind. If they were spheres in the sky, that still wouldn't make the Earth a ball. That's like walking up to someone's house and saying, look, there's a light bulb on the ceiling. That means that the floor is a light bulb. That's like walking in a bar, walking up to a pool table, grabbing a pool ball and saying, look, the pool ball is a sphere. That means the pool table is also a sphere, okay? The Earth is provably not curving, which means it's flat. They said it's a certain size, right? So the radius value is the distance from the center to the edge of a circle or a sphere, right? Listen, please. They said that the Earth has a radius value of 3,959 miles. That means you have to see the curvature of the Earth at no further than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Okay, it has to curve at a certain rate. You can Google it yourself. Earth curve calculator. This is not flat earthers math. This is the globe Earth's models math, okay? Google it. Earth curve calculator. I showed you a picture. We have mountains seen from 255 miles away. Listen. 255 miles away, and according to the globe Earth math, the top of the mountain in the back should have been blocked by 1 mile of Earth curvature. An entire mile of Earth curvature should have been blocking the top of the mountain, yet you could see the top of the mountain with the entire mile of Earth curvature missing. You can see the shoreline leading up to the mountain range. It's literally impossible. We have falsified the radius. It does not curve at the rate they said it did objectively. This is why it is censored by the government. This is why you ask questions like, oh, are we a disk in another solar system planet with other spherical planets? Because there's something called the Flat Earth Society, where everything they say is wrong and stupid and not one flat earther thinks any of it. It's called misinformation. So they admitted in Congress they censor flat earth, yet they prop up Flat Earth Society, which is not really flat earth. It's all misinformation. That should automatically raise a red flag if you're honest. What's on the other side? What's the other side? The deepest hole ever dug is 7.8 miles. It's called the borehole in Russia. No one can dig deeper than that, conveniently enough. It's very similar to the distance of the deepest location in the ocean, called the Mariana Trench. No one's ever dug deeper than 8 miles. It's called the borehole in Russia. Now, whenever the globe Earth had predictions based on the supposed layers of this globe Earth, they were proven inaccurate the entire way down the entire 8 miles. They couldn't even get the top 8 miles correct with predictions, much less could they ever adequately predict 4,000 miles to a core that doesn't exist, that they still can't explain how it somehow creates a magnetic field because of the Curie point, and it's literally impossible according to Stanford and Harvard and Yale and Princeton. They literally can't explain the magnetic field in 2021 on a globe Earth. Now, would you fall off the edge? These are like elementary first grade questions, and I'm being honest with you, right? You need to listen. You have been engineered to treat us as if we're stupid. But you should be honest. You know nothing about the conversation. You haven't diligently researched it. You've never measured it. You've never made a long-distance observation, and you know nothing about it. So when you ask these stupid questions like, can you fall off the flat earth? That is called a straw man fallacy, right? Because no one thinks that. So can you fall off the edge of a lake? Can you fall off the edge of a shore? Of course not. There's a shoreline, right? You can't fall off the edge of a pond. There's a shoreline. The water's contained. There's something called this. You need to just listen, though, right? Because this is so much information that you're going to have to learn for you to even get close to understanding the conversation. Stop trying to pretend you're going to make flat earthers look dumb, because you look dumb when you do that. You ask questions like, so what is up with the other planets? If you knew what flat earth really said, you know that that's a very dumb question. If you say stuff like, can you fall off the edge? You would know that's a very dumb question. There's something called the 60th south latitude, effectively a circle around you. It was signed in the Antarctic Treaty that it is illegal for you to privately and freely explore past this region. China, Russia, the United States have all signed it. It's the longest lasting peace treaty in modern history, okay? So all these geopolitical adversaries and enemies have all signed a treaty that says it's illegal for you to go explore past that area. So we cannot make claims what's past there because you can't go there to verify it. It's literally impossible and illegal, okay? The one thing that would prove the Earth's a ball is, for one, measuring the curvature of the Earth. Never been done. In fact, the opposite's been done. Every measurement of the Earth ever assumes a flat Earth, and we have measurements way too far to be on a globe Earth, including lasers that were shot without getting hit by the curvature. You need to listen. If you can come up with a question you think that I can't answer, that doesn't make the Earth a ball. We falsified the globe Earth. It is not curving at a rate consistent with the radius value of 3,959 miles. This is why we are heavily censored, and I've been censored on every major platform, and even PayPal and Venmo, because they forcibly censored the real flat Earth by telling you the lies. So you should listen very carefully. We know that the Earth is the bottom of everything, okay? The basement, effectively, in layman terms. It's geocentric. That means the center of everything. It's stationary, of course, meaning not moving. It's a geocentric stationary plane. We have mountains, we have valleys, but it's a topographical plane. The sky resets like a perfect clock over top of us for all recorded history. It all goes around Polaris, the North Pole star, directly over the center of the surface of the Earth, which is the North Pole, and it resets perfectly for all recorded history for thousands of years, doing the exact same thing. Literally impossible on a ball Earth spinning, revolving around the sun, shooting through space. This is why they said that the lights are actually thousands of light years away. Not because they went and measured something thousands of light years away, because they mathematically had to construct something consistent with the model, and it necessitated they'd be that far away because the stars don't change like they would have to if you had all these different vectors going on. It's called parallax, okay? So you need to understand the true origins of this religion. And it is a religion, it's a belief system built upon the doctrine of men with no empirical evidence. The Big Bang Theory was literally proposed by a Catholic priest, a Jesuit priest, proposed the Big Bang Theory. First time, the perfect shape's a sphere, a metaphysical, ontological premise, philosophical. The perfect shape's a sphere, so the Earth must therefore, by deduction, be a sphere. Let's try to figure out a way to mathematically prove that it could be a sphere. That's literally where it started. It's literally a religion. We were all shown cartoons of it, and they told you there's no more land on the Earth, and there's nothing significant about you. You're on a tiny speck of dust in an ever-expanding universe where everything came from nothing, right? And the truth is that they have put us in a little circle, like a playpen, and they said, you're not allowed to go outside of there, you stupid little peasants. And there are people that are the peasants running around attacking the other people, trying to wake them up and free them. It's insanity. You should research it. So 1945, we brought Nazis over here in Operation Paperclip, okay? One of the Nazis we brought over here was Werner van Braun, because the W is like a V, it's German, right? Okay, Werner van Braun was an SS officer of the Nazi regime. He was brought over here to help us get to the moon via space exploration, right? The Space Exploration Department he was put in charge of. In 1945, Operation Paperclip. It was called this because they put paperclips on certain people's files so they would know who to grab and pull over here out of the Nazi regime. Operation Paperclip, 1945. In 1946, the government started something called Operation High Jump. This is where they went and explored the Antarctic region with Admiral Byrd, a well-decorated admiral for the U.S. military. They went and explored the Antarctic region. He came back on nationally televised interview in 1954 and said, "It is astonishing to me that there is land as big as the continental U.S. on the other side of Antarctica that remains unexplored with tons of resources." He then died in 1957. in perfect shape, heart complication. 3 years later, he died in 1957. In 1958, NASA was founded, which means to deceive in Hebrew and has a snake tongue going through it. In 1959, they signed the Antarctic Treaty, which said that it was illegal to privately explore that region that they had just explored in Operation High Jump. In 1961, JFK then came out and told the world America's going to be the first country to land on the moon. In 1962, they then started to shoot high-altitude missiles in something called Operation Fishbowl, which was part of a bigger operation called Operation Dominique, which translates to of the Lord. So literally meaning Operation Fishbowl of the Lord. The U.S. military shot high-altitude missiles up trying to penetrate the firmament and container. There's hundreds of documents explaining that there's a firmament and that there is, in fact, approximation method to determine the brightness of the firmament that was proven accurate. There are U.S. military documents that have been declassified, but it wasn't on CNN or TikTok, so you've never heard of it. That is how they've effectively brainwashed the public with cartoons since they were 5. So then they shot these up in 62, 1 year after JFK said we were going to go to the moon. Then JFK got assassinated. Then, in 1968, a movie came out called Space Odyssey about a moon landing, and it was the most famous movie at the time. It won Film of the Year. The year before we went, one of the astronauts that was supposed to be in the crew that went said, we will never go to the moon. We can't even get to low Earth orbit. We can't even communicate in the same building with one another. It's impossible we go to the moon by 1969. He then went and hung a lemon on the module that was supposed to go. Right after this guy mysteriously exploded and died in a routine checking of wires on NASA's facilities. Then in 69, we miraculously were able to go after not being able to go to low Earth orbit in 1968, and then they called the president from a landline 238,000 miles away with no delay. Yet they say we cannot go back to this day over 50 years later because they quote-unquote destroyed the technology and it's a painful process to build it back, quote-unquote, from Don Pettit, world-renowned astronaut. This is where they supposedly took a real picture of the Earth from space in the Apollo missions when they supposedly went back and forth like 6 times with no problem, but now they still can't do it 50 years later because we can't replicate the technology from the 60s. In 72, we supposedly took a picture of the Earth in these Apollo missions, and that is the only supposed real picture of the Earth from space ever. They didn't go there. So very simply, a summary for you, okay? They brought Nazis over here who were typically famous for brainwashing people with propaganda. They said, hey, we're not going to hang you for your war crimes. We're going to revere you as scientific geniuses. We need you to help us with this propaganda effort. We're going to lie to the U.S. public and tell them that we beat the Soviet Union going to the moon. Then they went to explore the Antarctic region. They discovered that the Antarctic region had something there and what it was. They then came back and said, it's illegal for you to go there. And that treaty still stands intact where it's illegal for you to privately go explore it. They then said, don't worry though, we explore the Earth for you. You're not allowed to explore, but we explored it for you. Here's your little playpen. You stay in your circle, you little slaves. Look at space. Here's NASA. We're going to go to the moon. Something that you can never stand on, never land on, isn't terra firma or solid or spherical. Okay, so there you go. Are there any maps of the flat Earth? Literally every single map that exists in the history of all mankind is a flat Earth. The U.S. military still uses flat Earth maps for navigation and everything else in the world. There's no such thing as a globe Earth map. It's disproportionate. In fact, every single map is flat intrinsically. So the way that they navigate is based on Polaris and the movement of the stars in the sky, which they've done this for thousands of years, which continue to reset in perfectly recorded concentric circles every single year, right? Every map that exists is a flat Earth map. That's the only way you can navigate. Hundreds of declassified documents from the U.S. military saying the Earth's a flat, non-rotating surface. The Earth is flat, that they use flat Earth assumptions for everything that they do, including engineering planes, operating military planes and aircraft, shooting missiles, long-distance ballistics. They always assume a flat, non-rotating surface. Okay, so I get it. It is a lot again, but I'm just letting you know you gotta look into this before you think it's crazy. I've been looking into it for 5 years. We have an observation where we're 1 foot off the surface of the Earth, and we look out and zoom in, and the horizon's over 10 miles away. Based on the globe Earth math, geometry, right? If you're 1 foot off this sphere with a radius of 3959, you have to see the curvature at 1.2 miles. So if you're 1 foot off the Earth, you have to see the curvature at 1.2 miles. Yet 1 foot off the Earth, we saw the horizon over 10 miles away. That would require the radius to be 264,000 miles. They claimed it's under 4,000. We falsified the radius. It's not as simple as saying, well, maybe it's just a little bigger. They got it wrong. If the radius is wrong, the entire model's wrong. Day and night cycle uses this number. Gravity supposedly uses this number. Planet orbit trajectories use this number. You can never go to space without this number. You need something called the radius of orbit, requiring the radius of the Earth. Every single story they told you about going to space is fake stick intrinsically upon the falsification of the radius. The entire model has been falsified. This is why it's forcibly censored. That's why they will never debate this on national television. Just shut down the stupid flat earther and let an astrophysicist debate them. They'll never do it. Neil deGrasse Tyson was supposed to debate Eric Dubé. It was set up on Joe Rogan's podcast, the #1 podcast in the world for over a decade. And then Neil deGrasse Tyson had to back out. Then they showed you some supposed curvature from Felix Baumgartner at 128,000 feet when he supposedly jumped out and saw the curvature of the Earth. We then sent high-altitude footage, our balloons up, getting footage of the horizon at 120,000 feet, and it was completely flat up there, showing objectively they misled and lied to the entire world with a GoPro, who actually sponsored it with Red Bull, saying that this was the curvature of the Earth that you could see from the edge of space, not even close to where they claim space is. It was just the Kármán line at 62 miles. And then, of course, that's the international one, and they say the U.S. acknowledges that 50 miles. Right? So when we sent it up and found out that it was flat, they then had to come out with damage control and use Neil deGrasse Tyson to say, a lot of people think that they saw the curvature of the Earth in the Felix Baumgartner jump. That's not true. You would never see the curvature from that height. You'd be 2 millimeters off this beach ball, and up there, that stuff would be freaking flat. So why'd they show the whole world a curve that wasn't actually there until we went and tested it? Why did they tell you that when boats disappear, they're going over the curvature of the Earth, when you can actually go out, see the boat disappear, bring a camera out, zoom in, and you'll actually see it once again? Did I zoom in through the Earth X-ray vision with my P900? No. The boat appears to go away or disappear due to a limit of perspective. You have an angular resolution limit to your eyes. We also have something called the atmosphere, and you can't see infinitely through an atmosphere. Eventually you reach a vanishing point called a horizon, which is where the sky appears to meet the ground. It's horizontal, which is why it's called horizon, because it's horizontal. And this place constantly fluctuates and comes back and forth based on the atmospheric conditions of the day, how clear it is, and how high off the surface of the Earth you are. It's not a real physical place that curves and blocks your view. It's an optical apparent location that constantly moves. So all observations of the history of mankind have showed a flat, non-rotating surface. The Earth is a geocentric stationary plane, a topographical plane with different elevation differences within it. And that is what all evidence shows you. It's the only way it could even exist. You also can't have the gas pressure that you're breathing sitting next to a vacuum. It's literally impossible. It's called the second law of thermodynamics. Entropy will increase, pressure will fill the available space, heat goes to cold, high pressure goes to low pressure. Systems seek spontaneous equilibrium. Second law of thermodynamics. This is a natural law, not a theory that you can change or debate. It's not something that someone came up with. It's something that happens always in nature. It's a naturally occurring phenomenon that always happens. This is called a second law of thermodynamics, a natural law, right? So if you had pressure sitting next to a vacuum, it would instantaneously seek equilibrium, filling the vacuum. If you have a soda and you open it, it goes psh, instantaneously equalizing to the lower pressure around it. That's the second law of thermodynamics. You could not have gas pressure of oxygen that you're breathing or any of the gases sitting next to a vacuum. It would instantaneously fill the vacuum. You've been trained to say this word over and over and over. Gravity, 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 gravity. Well, gravity is not actually real. It's a concept. It's a theory that has no evidence. So whenever I drop something, it falls down because it's more dense than the air. If I let go of a helium balloon, it goes up because it's less dense than the surrounding air. It's lighter than the surrounding air. Not because it's gravity proof. Helium balloons do not go up because they're gravity proof. They go up because they're less dense. It's called relative density, right? If you wanted to get real specific, everything's intrinsically electrostatic, but that's not necessary. There is no scientific evidence for gravity. There is no experiment that's isolated gravity, and it's known for a fact in highest levels of academia that this does not exist. There is no isolation or scientific experiment validating gravity. That's why it's called the theory of relativity, where they say that gravity is the effect of the bending and warping of space-time. Two concepts. Can you bend freedom and love? Of course not. You can't attribute physical properties to conceptual abstractions. This is called a reification fallacy. Doesn't matter. The only evidence ever to even be claimed that the Earth is in fact a ball with gravity is gravity has to exist because the Earth's a ball. Literally, that is the only evidence. If we assume the Earth is a ball, then gravity has to exist because it has to exist for the Earth to possibly be a sphere. It has to pull us down in all directions, omnidirectional, all directions. We have to be pulled down. So gravity has to exist. Yeah, we don't have any evidence for it. We can't prove it. We can't accurately define it. And when we apply it to the sky, it's off by 95% in 2021. They're off by 95%. It's called dark matter and dark energy. They still cannot explain the supposed model, not even mathematically. We have falsified it. The flat Earth can't explain magnetism. It can't explain the cyclical nature of the sky. It can't explain everything else that we see. The globe Earth cannot.
Okay, so all scientific empirical evidence shows you this, and we have tested it. We proved that they lied. With cartoons, they lied to you. The same exact schooling system that told you Christopher Columbus discovered the United States when people were already here. The same exact system that lied to you about the Vietnam War and said that they attacked us and they attacked themselves and said that, in fact, they declassified, they had to do that to justify war, but they lied to the American public saying Vietnam attacked us in Gulf of Tonkin. Same ones that lied about 9/11. You shouldn't blindly believe the system. You should go look into it for yourself, and you will find out that most of the people that are lying, it's actually not intentionally. They believe the lie as well, and they propagate it forward. And there's something called compartmentalization, where people are trying to explain something that doesn't exist. So you ask questions like, why would they lie? They get $60 million a day from NASA. They're hiding more land and resources. They told you you're an insignificant speck of dust in the ever-expanding universe where everything came from nothing. Lightning struck primordial soup, and then rocks turned into fish eventually, that then turned into fish with feet, that turned into rodents, that turned into apes, that turned into humans, and there's nothing important about you. Random chaotic happenstance that you even exist over the course of billions of years of everything exploding from nothing. You get perfectly coalesced into spheres where happen to be you can somehow live here. So don't worry. Well, the truth is, the Earth is stationary and the center of everything, geocentric, and the sky moves in perfect circles over top of us around the center of the sky, right over the center of the Earth. And that means the Earth had to be created. It had to be placed there. So they're hiding the creator. There's 3 reasons. Also, you can't trust any of your senses. You think you're spinning 1,000 miles per hour, but you don't feel it. You think the Earth is curving, but you see it flat. You think that the sun is sitting still in the sky, but you see it move. You think the sun is 400 times bigger than the moon, but you see it as the same size as the moon. And so you can no longer trust your senses. You do not think that you can adequately tell the difference between truth and fiction. You must turn to authority to get all of your answers that you cannot understand. So they have brainwashed you into a slave state where you always turn to the authority to know what truth is, because you have been told that you cannot figure it out on your own. This is how you have good brainwashing capability of a state. So there's 4 very rudimentary reasons they would lie. Why wouldn't they lie? Knowledge is power. If you're the only one with the knowledge, it's much more powerful. When does the government not lie? Okay, so there are your answers. They're hiding land and resources and money and brainwashing you, and they put you in a little circle and told you you can't leave there while they go hang outside of it. Okay, so there's plenty of reasons why they would lie. It doesn't really matter why they lied. The motivation of lying is independent of the fact that they did lie. Okay, and falsification is independent of replacement. We falsified the globe Earth. We don't have to replace every fairy tale they said before it's still real. If you tell me Santa's real, and then I see mommy and daddy bring presents in the house, I don't have to go come up with a new fictitious character from the North Pole or Santa's still real. We falsified your claim that Santa's real. That's all there is to it. Falsification is independent of replacement. So there you go. There are the basics. You can't fall off. You can't fall off of a lake. There's a shore. Antarctica is known to have the highest elevation in the entire world. It is an ice ring effectively around the water. Captain Cook tried to circumnavigate the Earth, and he went for 68,000 miles, and all he saw was an ice shelf the entire time. You're not allowed to go independently verify this, though, so the water is contained, which is convenient because fluid statics is also a natural law. Water finds its level. Water at rest is always level, period. Okay, so water conforms to its container and finds its level. Well, conveniently, it's contained on this flat Earth, and it's level. Of course it is. So how is 70% of a ball level? It's impossible. It defies fluid statics, the second law of thermodynamics. There's no empirical evidence for it, and we see way too far. We see mountains from hundreds of miles away. We see the skyline of Chicago 60 miles over Lake Michigan should have been completely obstructed. We have mountains we can see from 273 miles away. We have mountains we can see from 103 miles away. We have nothing but evidence that falsifies the globe Earth. So if the surface of the Earth is flat all over it, what is it? Do I believe in aliens? Well, for one, what is the etymology of alien or extraterrestrial? Extra land, extra terrain. So if there are other lands that they have hidden where someone lives, technically they would be alien or extraterrestrial. We would be in the inner space. They drew a circle around us, and there would be the outer space. There is no alien coming from outer space where it's a vacuum that couldn't exist, that they're thousands of light years away, and some intergalactic civilization with different races coming to get you from outer space vacuum boogeymen. None of that's real. I don't make claims about whether aliens are real or not. I know they'll probably lie to you about it, and the same guy, Werner von Braun, that was the Nazi brought over here to lie to us about going to the moon, told his secretary that they would fake an alien invasion and also fake things about asteroids. I don't really know. You can look into Project Bluebeam, but it doesn't matter. And by the way, Werner von Braun also put Psalms 19:1 on his tombstone, which says that the firmament shows the handiwork of the Creator. The firmament comes from the Hebrew word rakia, strong as bronze. It was stretched out over top of us to protect us, and we were like grasshopper inhabitants within the tent he stretched over top of us, and it's strong as bronze, like beaten out with bronze, rakia. So why did the guy supposedly took us to space put on his tombstone that you can't go to space because there's a firmament there? Well, he let the truth out on his deathbed. He also wrote a science fiction book in the 50s, and in the science fiction book that the Nazi wrote in the 50s, the main character's title is Elon, and Elon supposedly takes us to Mars. I guess that the prophet of the Nazi was really good at predicting what would happen, right? He wasn't just good at mass murdering millions of people. He was also a prophet that knew that Elon would take us to Mars in 2021 and talk about how he's going to do it. So the world's a stage. Jules Verne wrote a science fiction novel in the late 1800s predicting the moon landing and where the rocket would shoot from, what state, what direction, how it would slingshot around it, and everything else. They take science fiction books and they tell the public that it's true while they know the truth. Powerful people are lying to you, okay? So do not fall for whatever they tell you. You need to look into things for yourself. Don't blindly believe anyone. Go research it for yourself. Go test it for yourself. And if you do this, you will find out that the earth is provably flat. I would have to sit down here and talk for another 3 hours to tell you every flat earth proof. There's something called specular reflections. You cannot have perfect reflections on a surface if it's not flat. It cannot be concave or convex at all. Specular reflections debunk the globe earth. We have local reflections from the sun, showing the sun's a local light source. This is impossible in the globe earth model. The sun has to be so far away we have parallel rays, right? So it's impossible. This debunks the globe earth. We have crepuscular rays, which are divergent rays that converge onto the sun, showing the sun's a local light source. Impossible on a globe earth. They say it's actually parallel. It just looks like that. We see that the sun and the moon are the same size. They say that the sun's actually 400 times bigger than the moon, just coincidentally, exactly 400 times further away also, so that it looks like they're the same size, so we can have total eclipses. Or maybe they're just the same size, bro, and the scriptures are true, and it says that there's a lesser light that rules the night and a greater light that rules the day. Okay, that's all there is to it. We see the same moon for all recorded history, while people claim it's a sphere that spins, but if it spun 1/4 a mile per hour, slower or faster, we'd see the other side of it, so it just perfectly sits there for thousands of years. That's a cool story, bro. None of this has any evidence. It's all fairy tales. What we know for a fact is that water always finds its level. To have pressure, you must have a container, which means the way that you're breathing is the gas pressure on the earth is contained, and we see way too far. The earth's a topographical plane. It isn't curving. This is just the way that it is. You can't go deeper than 7.8 miles. You can't go past the 60th south latitude. We need to wake up and then tell them that we demand to know the truth and to be able to freely traverse the earth. That is the next step. Not to try to attack the people that actually researched it, are bold enough to not care that other people get triggered and try to call you dumb or try to attack you because they were told that it's dumb. The people that are strong enough and intelligent enough to actually understand it, research it, test it, and then go speak about it are the people that are fighting for you, whether you understand that or not. And we're used to taking the bullets, but you should maybe jump on the side of that people actually doing what's best for humanity as opposed to trying to attack them. So there you go. It's all a lie. Georgia Guidestones prove it. Yeah, exactly. The Georgia Guidestones wouldn't work unless the Earth was a geocentric stationary plane Earth, right? Because it uses a compass, a clock, and a calendar. It shows Polaris day after day after day for all recorded history that it's been there, and it will always work, showing you where north is, because it doesn't change. For all recorded history, Polaris is in north. That's how you know where north is, so it would be a compass, right? It also shows you where the winter solstice and the summer solstice is. It shows you the time of the year. It's a calendar, because the Earth doesn't move and the sun does the same thing. That has the same cycle. There's a cycle over top of us like a clock that resets every year. This cost almost $1 million to build it, and it would be a complete waste of money if the Earth was a spinning ball. Okay, so that's just the way that it is. And they tell you what they want to do on there, and I think everyone should just wake up, maybe everyone should just wake up and stop getting triggered that we didn't go to the moon in 1969. Stop being surprised or acting surprised the government lied to you. Stop being surprised and acting like China and Russia lying is a big shock to you. The U.S. government has lied about everything. So what you should do is accept truth for what it is, right? It's easier to fool someone than to convince them that they have been fooled. That is not my problem. That is, you need to look into the evidence and be honest. We see way too far. We falsify the curvature of the Earth. There you go. I mean, I don't know what other basic questions I might have missed, but you should be able to figure them out. You'll ask stuff like, oh, you shouldn't look past the curvature. If the Earth's a ball, it has to curve. If you were intellectually honest about this, you wouldn't get past that. You're like, wait, that's the most efficient way to test if the Earth is in fact a ball with this radius. Geometry, measurements of shapes, sphere, certain size, dimensions, 3,159 radius. You would test that and see if it's curving at that rate, because it has to curve. If a woman's pregnant and she moves her hand across her stomach and then it comes down to the bottom, can she still see her hand? No, because the curve of her stomach physically obstructs her hand. That is what the Earth has to do if it's a ball. This is where the answer lies. Is it really what they said it is? You can go measure the surface of the Earth, and it is objectively, provably not what they said it is. So if your response to that is to not answer it or figure out how it could work or figure out what's going on or go test and see if that claim is true or see exactly if these observations really do exist, if your response is, oh, well, how do eclipses work? What about magnetic fields? What about, if you start asking every random question you can think of, you're being intellectually dishonest. You're diverting away, and you can't handle what the truth is. Right? So if you think you can ask a gotcha question that some flat earther might not answer, that doesn't change the fact we falsified the radius. Okay? We don't know all the answers. The globe Earth knows none of the answers, right? People will say, what about eclipses? Eclipses debunk the globe Earth, and they still use the Chaldeans from Babylonian time, 2500 BC, a geocentric stationary plane Earth civilization. They knew the Earth was flat and stationary and the center of everything, and they used something called the stereocycle from the Chaldeans from 2500 BC to this day at NASA to be able to predict the eclipses. They cannot use the heliocentric model to predict eclipses at all. There's something called the Selenilian eclipse, right? And it's where the sun and the moon are both above the Earth during the lunar eclipse, according to the globe Earth model. The reason you have a lunar eclipse is because the Earth blocks the light from the sun and casts a shadow onto the moon, and that's what actually physically obstructs the sunlight, causing the shadow, thus a lunar eclipse. Yet in the Selenian eclipse, a lunar eclipse, the sun and the moon are both above the horizon, above the Earth, a geometric impossibility on the globe Earth. And guess what year they said that they discovered this and recorded it for the first time? 1666. It's not a coincidence they told you that the first time they recorded the eclipse that debunked the model is 1666, 666, right? The same year that gravity was discovered by Isaac Newton, supposedly, in 1666, with a number of 6.67, right? Where we have north and south Arctic circles at 66.6 degrees, while the circumference of the Earth in nautical miles is 21,600, 6 times 6 times 600, while we're on a 66.6 degree tilt with a curvature rate of 0.666 feet per mile squared, shooting around the sun 66,600 miles per hour. Okay, so it's a lie, it's a Luciferian lie, and if you're actually at the highest level of the occulted people that try to control the world and lie to all of us, you have to know these things, or you're not allowed there, okay? So that is why they lied. It's simple. If you wanted to control and brainwash an entire group of people on the earth, what better way than to start by lying to them about the nature of the very place that they live? If you want to brainwash them on the earth, why not lie to them about the earth? Why not tell them there's no more land, it's a finite little sphere, and you have to stay here? Because there's more land and you get to control it. Why would they not lie? Knowledge is power. It's much more powerful if you're the only one with it. So there are the basics where you should research it, right? Fly Man's watching, his panties are in a bunch. Dude is a gamma. Alright, I love you guys. I'm going to catch up with you guys later. Battery's about to die. I wanted to answer the basic questions. There you go. I can't go back and forth in comments. And if you watch this video, you'll understand why I can't go back and forth in comments all day. I have hundreds of people that are doing that and sending me messages. So, look at our content. Go find us and listen and learn and study and research. A lot of people on my Facebook will be helpful to you, but for everyone, drop the arrogance, okay? Drop the arrogance. When I first heard about Flat Earth, I thought it was dumb also. Then I humbled myself and researched and tried to prove the Earth was a globe and found out it is far from dumb. And if you're still on that wavelength, even though waves aren't things and don't have links, right? It's just a transverse movement in a medium that has to be there, the antecedent to any type of propagation. But anyway, I digress, right? If you're not even on that wavelength of understanding that it isn't a dumb conversation, you're nowhere close to the truth. You're nowhere close to the truth. So just humble yourself, be honest, seek the truth diligently, and then you will be good to go, right? And people will be more than happy to help you answer your questions. They want you to come over here and know the truth. That's our whole thing. We want everyone to wake up and realize we've been lied to so we can get our power back. But just be respectful. Don't expect to be able to just hurl insults and attack people and that people are just going to love you and be real nice and just keep letting you do it. Because the irony is that, you're projecting your own intellectual insecurity. I go around the United States offering $100 cash to anyone in these major cities that can answer 3 basic questions about the globe Earth correctly, the basic questions about it, and no one ever wins the money. So be honest. You know nothing about it. It's okay. All the flat earthers know everything about it, right? So you should be real here. Just look into it. There's your little beginner's crash course. I love you guys. I'm going to go chill with another flat earther in a little bit, grab something to eat. I may do a computer stream later tonight. My phone's about to die. Peace out. Much love. MasqueradeTour.com, $ What's it gets a cash at, What's it protonmail.com, PayPal. If you want to support the tour, I know I speak fast. I'm sorry. It's just like what I do. So I love you guys. Seek and speak truth unequivocally. The weak find contentment in the consensus of ignorance. So strong people don't care what weak people think. Intelligent people don't care what dumb people think. Informed people don't care what ignorant people think. Stand tall and seek and speak the truth regardless of ostracism or any type of attack or pressure from society. It doesn't matter, right? The weak always do that. So just stand tall for the truth. And actually, whenever they revile you for his name's sake, rejoice, for they did it to all the prophets before you. Peace out.
Somebody put a link for that audio in the chat or video, whatever it was. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Such a good monologue.
Yeah, that was amazing.
The thing is, though, that if you don't understand half of that, you would just go, what is he talking about?
Probably true.
I'm sure a lot of the Globers would be going, what?
Does somebody have a link for that though? That'd be really cool.
It should be in the voice text. Should be what was playing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you pretty new in here, Zoltangi? Zoltange?
Sorry, I was trying to find how to get back to the page to unmute it. No, I've been in the group for a while, but I don't come on that often, and normally just listen to it on YouTube or something.
Yeah.
I was on last night, and then
yeah, I heard you.
The guy was gonna, or somebody was gonna change the name instead of Zoltangi to the name I use on Telegram and Skype, which is flat on a fixed lumpy plane.
Okay,
yeah, I don't know exactly who it was, but I don't know if it still says Zoltangi or
yeah, it does.
Changed to that. Sorry, I'm taking my dogs to the park right now. Just wanted to get that audio. That was awesome.
Yeah, I always used to listen on YouTube a fair bit, and then I joined. I think I've been on here maybe 6 months now. But I find it easier to listen on the app than on YouTube. Then you can butt in.
Yeah, if you got a question, you can get it answered. Yeah, way better. All right. I'm just going to keep listening. Gotta love the dogs in the car.
I'll catch you later, man.
Yeah, later. Thank you. question. Is there somewhere on the Discord channel that all the best debates are located?
I think so. If you scroll down the list, there'll be some like sections that have different topics.
Okay.
And then there's videos and audios and diagrams.
Yeah. Somebody I talk to every now and then, actually on PlayStation, he is the like head of I think it's a Discord group, or I don't know. They meet a couple times a week, but it's of the atheist or agnostic group, and he had never met somebody who Chomps, come on, get in the car, come on, Chomps, sorry, who believes that the Earth is not a ball. Chomps, come on, get in, dude. Sorry.
What it?
And he wanted to find a debate, like an actual debate, and the only one that he found was the one where it's the Dave guy talking to the Dave guy, and he's just like interrupting him the whole time and just not doing an actual debate. He's just trying to make him look stupid.
No, that's horrible. If you go to there's a debate channel called Modern Day Debate.
Yeah.
And then if you type in Flat Earth Debate, then there's a whole list of different debates.
Oh, nice. Thank you.
Yeah, so there's a lot in there, and the moderator's pretty good as well. You have both sides. He doesn't let you kind of butt in, and then you have it back and forward, and then they have questions from the audience as well. So those ones are pretty good.
What's that called again?
Modern Day Debate.
All right. Is that a website?
Yeah, they've also got them. Have you got Apple Podcasts?
No, I got a Android.
Yeah, so if you just go to a podcast app and type in, I think there's some on Spotify. I'm not sure, but I just go through my Apple Podcast and and they all come up. Modern Day Debate.
Okay.
Even if you go to those podcasts and type in Flat Earth Debate, there's a lot come up. So
yeah, I just found it. They didn't have a YouTube channel. YouTube probably censors the Flat Earth ones, though.
Yeah, you should still be able to find them. They just won't pop up for you. Yep. If you go through the podcast, they'll give you a list of who's on there.
Yeah, I just found the podcast, the Apple Podcast. Thank you.
Oh, I got to go back to work. Gotcha.
All right. Thank you.
everybody. Tonight we're debating Flat Earth versus Globe Earth, and we are starting right now. With the Flat Earth side, thanks so much for being with us. Witsit Gets It, and Kai, the floor is all yours.
How's it going? So you want us to, we'll do our little opener right now, share the screen?
You bet. I'll switch it over for you.
There you go.
They can see it crystal clear.
All right, perfect. All right, so the Earth is a stationary geocentric dielectric plane. Don't make it weird. All right. So we want to go over a few little quotes. Let me start my time. All right. So briefly, everything occurs as if the Earth were at rest. Physics, Henrik Lorentz, but he's just like one of the fatherheads of electrical field theory. What does he know? I actually can't read this because these people are in my way. Can I move the actual people? Just forget it. This is Einstein basically saying that every attempt on any terrestrial experiment to prove the Earth is spinning didn't work and was a negative result, but that's how we know the Earth is spinning. The data of Michelson Morley were almost unbelievable. There was only one other possible conclusion to draw, that the Earth was at rest. Another physicist, what do we know? This is an infamous Stephen Hawking's really smart guy. Is the Ptolemaic or Copernican system correct? All observations terrestrially show that the Earth is at rest. This is infamous physicist Stephen Hawking, but what does he know? Again, once more for the record, it has been shown at least 6 different ways this century alone that the equations in physics used by NASA to launch satellites are identical to the equations derived from geocentric universe. But there's no way the Earth could be geocentric. That's crazy. I can kind of remember this, even though it's, again, blocked. But today's scientists substitute mathematics for experiments, wander off in la la land to where basically they end up with no relation to reality. And mathematical constructs, of course, aren't reality. So let's just see if NASA's a credible source, since they're the ones that give us all this mystical information about space and the Earth being a ball.
Your question that the sky is almost white with the light of the universe, with the uncountable number of stars. The sky is deep black. The sky is almost white with the light of the universe, with the uncountable number of stars. The sky is deep black. You can't see the constellations because the sky is just so alive with stars.
The most unexpected thing, I think, was the blackness of space. Most unexpected thing, I think, was the blackness.
So again, you're just going to hear more contradictions between the astronauts, whether you can see stars or not. You would think that they would all be on the same page and recall the same things if they went to the same place, but clearly there is a discrepancy. So we have more of this.
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon by eye without looking through the optics. I don't recall during the period of time that we were photographing the solar pearl or what stars we could see. I don't remember seeing any. The sky is deep black when viewed from the moon, as it is when viewed from cislunar space, the space between the Earth and the moon. And we cannot see stars.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
There's all the stars there. And the cool thing is about it, you can see it during the day.
And when you're in space and you're looking into deep space and you're on the sun side of the orbit, the sunlight washes out all the starlight, so you can't see any stars, just like you're on Earth.
There's all the stars there. And the cool thing is about it, you can see it during the day.
You can, and there's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas Magellan clouds of
So yeah, which is it? Do we see stars at all? Do we see them on the sun side or not on the sun side? So much contradiction does not make sense if they are all going to the same place.
Yeah, seems weird. They're all going to space, but they all have very different experiences that are directly contradictory. Here's some pictures most people have seen. This is an infamous scientific talk from NASA, and in the background it shows you this guy that's supposedly on the ISS is in front of a blue screen. Totally normal. And here's in the bottom right is NASA saying, which is a clip shot of an article talking about how they use virtual reality in space now. which is convenient because we've seen their hands go through coffee cups and lemons and etc. But
and that's how it looks like they're manipulating like water droplets or like floating pizzas or whatever shenanigans they have, but they're able to do it with such accuracy because they are using VR.
Yeah, and just to address, I mean, we're addressing the credibility of the primary source of all the stories of space before we get any further. So NASA also admits that they practice their spacewalks in a pool. They have a mock ISS in the pool.
Buoyancy lab.
Yeah, so that's pretty cool. You know, just practicing the pool, no big deal. But it appears that NASA missions halted after astronaut almost drowns, water-covered eyes, nose, and ears. Here's another article. Astronauts keep almost drowning in space. And it does say keep for a reason, because if you Google this, you will find this story being told once every year for the last 5 years. So consistently, they can't figure it out. Mysteriously, NASA's astronaut suits keep filling with water in space. But of course, like we said, they do practice their spacewalks in a pool. So maybe they're in water. This is to address the claims of all the satellites. The biggest consumer of helium in the entire world is NASA. They consume about 90% of the world's helium supply. And of course, they have a Sataloon project. So most flat earthers do not deny that there's stuff in the sky. We just deny the claims that they're in a second law of thermodynamics violation. So we're going to move on.
Oh, yeah. These are apparently real pictures of planets, but clearly they are CGI, which same with the globe. There's only one real picture supposedly ever taken of the globe. Robert Simmons confirms this in an interview they did, that they use composite imaging and artist rendition. They take a flat map and wrap it around a ball and add in Photoshop clouds.
Right. So it's just 2022, but we have nothing but CGI. And if we deny this, then we're apparently crazy. So here's a video with, an actual video of what
with the Nikon P1000, I believe.
Yep.
When you actually look at the stars with that versus using NASA's CGI.
Yeah. So the globe earthers will, of course, say that this is just not in focus, but it's very convenient that you can so precisely critique a shot with an actual camera as you tout CGI. So I think it's a bit of a double standard there. This is an actual verifiable video as opposed to computer generated cartoons. So I think that doesn't really make sense. I would probably pump the brakes. It's just out of focus. It's out of focus. But anyway, moving on. Here's another video.
So what are the lights in the sky then?
This doesn't look like the CGI. And again, we always have to rely on a handful. And by the way, in the telescopes, I'm sure they're going to say, the telescopes are the same unless they have computer program rendering the image and it's layered. Mm-hmm. So again, that's not a real image. That's not a real picture. So what is up with that? Why is it that when we look at the actual pictures, they seem to show a totally different story? So like she said, I wonder what they are.
And what they resemble are cymatic patterns in water, which is where you take frequencies and then you were able to create this sacred geometry in water or sand. There's also an effect called sonoluminescence, where you use frequency in water and it's able to create a bubble. Once the bubble collapses, light emits. And this phenomenon is also called a star in a jar. So just if NASA is lying about these things in the sky, what could they possibly be?
Right. And this is just actual science, right? Where you can actually prove the phenomena. So if you manipulate a medium with acoustic introduction or frequencies, again, it will emit light. And they look identical to what we see when we look at the sky. So very interesting. Cymatic patterns seem to potentially be the source of the sky. So the entire conversation here is the Earth a globe or is the Earth flat? One of the primary things you hear a lot is, do you have a model? Do you have a model? Well, here we go. If we just use the actual phenomena that we can measure, the magnetic flux here, these are on the top, that's the magnetic flux. On the bottom, that's ocean currents. They map out perfectly on a flat surface. Of course, on the globe, they're all over the place. This was a very popular website, and it took the azimuthal projection down once people started finding out about flat Earth. On the right here, you will see that the sun rays, the direct 9-degree angle does not line up with the equator, which is the hottest part of the globe, which makes no sense whatsoever. Of course, on the flat Earth, it makes perfect sense. The temperature distribution is perfectly aligned with the position of the sun, just like when it's hotter, when it's noon. So, of course, gas pressure is the force of the gas particles colliding with the walls of its container. So, an antecedent to gas pressure is a container.
Gravity's not a container, not a physical container.
Although that is your replacement of a container. So here we have some proof of what appears to be the container reflecting light.
This effect is called a sundog. They say it's because there's ice crystals in the sky, but this phenomenon also can happen during the summer. Interesting.
Yep. I think we only have like a minute or two left. So real quickly, this is an electromagnetic field, which is what we have on the Earth. The globe Earth, according to Harvard, still can't even adequately explain how the magnetic field even exists or how it is distributed. But anyway, magnetic fields have what's called an inertial plane. So there's a depiction. You would live on that green plane through the middle.
Here's an inertial plane. Is the inverse to counter space, which of course is polarity, which is a three-dimensional S-curve. In other words, the plane of inertia, which is the inverse of magnetic centrifugal divergence, which of course forms the geometry of this. The toroid is a cross-section of a toroid or a donut shape. And this is of course what the magnetic field looks like, right? It's toroidal.
Right. So there's the inertial plane, which would again be where you live. I'm going to have to go through this pretty fast, so sorry in advance, but there's an atmospheric gradient on the Earth of electric potential. It goes up roughly 100 to 120 volts per meter. That results in a downward current on the Earth. So when people say something about gravity, actually, they're just hijacking the phenomena that we know is there. Is electric force stronger or weaker than the gravitational force? Well, it's 10 to the 39th power stronger than gravity even claims to be, and you can't isolate it. So how could you ever find out anything that was any weaker than that? So
it's not gravity, it's electrostatics.
So electrostatics, incoherent dielectric acceleration specifically, and Inner World Productions. I think we made the time pretty quick.
Thank you very much for that opening statement. And want to let you know, folks, if it's your first time here at Modern Day Debate, we are a neutral platform hosting debates on science, religion, and politics. We hope you feel welcome no matter what walk of life you are from. Flat earther, globe earther, you name it. We're thrilled you're here. And don't forget to hit that subscribe button for more juicy debates coming up. With that, we're going to kick it over to Taylor and Jen for their opening as well. Thanks so much for being with us. Defending the globe tonight. Taylor and Jen, the floor is all yours.
Thank you so much, James, Taylor, Witzik, Kai, everybody associated with the channel. Great to be here. I'm Jen. I'll be giving a defense of the globe Earth, and I'm really looking forward for the chance to be back on the show. I just want to say real quick that I appreciate the amount of scholarship that has gone into my opponent's defense of their position. I don't recall exactly how the last debate went, but it does seem that it's a lot tighter from the scientific persuasive angle. It doesn't mean I agree with you. And I'm looking at you, audience, all the people that said that I was defaulting mid-debate last time. That did not happen. That's just called having a good sports person-like attitude in debates. So back to what it is we're talking about here. And this is a bit of a touchy topic for me. This has frustrated me before. It's like, isn't it obvious that it's a ball? I mean, look, everything pretty much, if we just let it do its thing, it's a ball. But that's obviously not what our senses tell us. So we have a bit of a pull back and forth between an impression and measurements, and we have to use geometry, mathematics, and physical models to interpolate our way to a greater understanding. And that's where I like to invoke metaphors. What is this? It's a three-dimensional lens, and it's a metaphor both for our atmosphere and our consciousness and our eyeballs. What is this fundamentally doing? Well, it is pulling in a bunch of light to a more concentrated region. And I apologize in advance if my audio is not working out. This is a new set of headphones for me, so please bear with me. I'm doing my best to make the most compelling version of the arguments as I can kind of cobble together, because it's hard to put myself in the position of somebody who would be skeptical about something like that, just because isn't there already a sort of inbuilt skepticism just with the sheer relative size. If you're saying the Earth is flat, you're potentially saying that what your eyes recognize for something that's many thousands of times bigger than you is the accurate shape. Now, why would we expect the shape to be accurate when I just demonstrated 3 examples of lenses, atmosphere, consciousness, and eyeball? And none of those reflects what was originally put through, does it? I'm flipped upside down. What am I getting at here? It's about what's a reasonable place to begin. A reasonable place to start is, well, it's actually pretty much the only way to explain what we see here is with a globe. And if I may share my screen, I will go over to address some of these arguments. All right.
Crystal clear.
Okay, so is my leaked government document. I just Googled this randomly, and I'm sure this is a bit of a straw person here, but just bear with me. What is this saying? I can totally see how, you might want to say, oh, well, they did a drawing, and therefore that's what reality is. But we're sort of missing the point of physics, which is to make models. So it is perfectly conceivable that NASA or others would be using something that looks like a flat Earth model, but that does not actually, nobody using that model actually believes that the Earth is flat. It's just the best approximation given the scale. And what does that mean just intuitively? There is no reason to think that we would be able to do multi-scale estimation. So we really have to completely trust a model on all the levels. So what this model might be telling us, I don't know if it's real, it's probably not, but hypothetically, let's say that it would be an approximation on that scale, meaning not more than 100 meters. If we want to take into account the scale of the entire planet, well, that's considerably bigger. So if we start with what's obviously a sphere, I've got this ball here. As I pull it away from the camera, it's a lot harder to tell whether it's a sphere or a circle. So there is an issue with spherical things at a sufficient distance appearing flat. And there's a question of what is it we can actually conceive of in terms of a model that is going to give us an accurate representation, that is going to give us accurate predictions of numerical values, and realizing that those two aren't the same. So the model that gives you the best numbers in terms of future values and the model that tells you the exact physics of what's going on, they may not be the same, and you may not even be able to have a single model for both because of the complexity of the cosmos. So I'm just throwing out examples here that even though it's a frustrating debate to keep on having, you can see why there might be misunderstandings, especially when we have the prevalence of beliefs that cogito ergo sum, and perhaps this is committing a bit of a reification fallacy with regards to the importance of sensory impressions. How am I doing for time, James? I feel like I've been really rambling here and I don't want to go too long. All right, well, I have like pages and pages still to go here, and I know my partner wanted to wrap it up and go into the actual meat of the conversation, so I'll try to just skip through to whatever was the... I made a lot of notes about the presentation, so that Whitsitt and Kai put on, so I guess...
well, take your time if you feel like you need it. Don't rush on my behalf.
Guess I'll mention just quickly, thank you so much, about the moon, that there's definitely some mysterious stuff going on with the moon. And have a look here. There's really no reason that the moon ought to line up with the sun so perfectly as to create this effect. It's really quite something. And so I don't think that that necessarily tells us anything about a physical model, but it's certainly an example as to how mysterious everything is and can precipitate this symmetry. And I think you mentioned also that there was no way to disprove that we were in the center of the universe. And findings like that, they're mysterious because I expect that because cosmology does tend to be mysterious. And that fact pretty much signals to me that it's another manifestation of the least action principle that's very ubiquitous notion that the amount of energy is always minimized over whatever field the vibration is taking place in. And so whenever a mysterious symmetry arises, I always think, okay, it's something connected to the least action principle, even though I don't know exactly what it is. Somehow it's coming together to create something beautiful. And I better not let my inclinations towards poetic interpretations take me off on a flight of fancy, because I am doing physics here. I need to really stick with not just good measurements, but a good interpretation of the measurements and acknowledging all of the evidence, but also contextualizing it. Like, what does it really mean that you saw those water effects on the I think you called it sacred geometries. What does that really mean? Well, much more likely that that's a lensing effect either from the camera or possibly even the atmosphere. And so there's maybe some effects that are less well understood. For example, a snow dog could happen at any time. I think that's what it's called. The lens effect in the sky could happen at any time. It's really just a triple, not a triple point, sorry. It's just a matter of whether it's at the right pressure, density, temperature point for that effect to happen. It doesn't have to be like cold or warm on the surface. That's an effect that manifests in the atmosphere, and it would be the temperature there that determined it. So, yeah, the moon is really what sells me on Earth being round, because we don't see the moon all the time. It goes away, but we do see the same face of the moon all the time. So that's another mystery. But those two things combined, the fact that the moon is less privileged than us rotationally, in the sense that the face that if you were standing on the moon, you could eventually see everything on the planet, versus the planet Earth only sees one face of the moon. That tells me it has to be a sphere, because we would see it all the time if it was flat, I suppose. So I guess I'm done with my intro, and thanks for listening, and I'll hand it over to my co-debater. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Jen. And I'll share my screen too.
While he's pulling that up, I want to remind you folks, our guests are linked in the description. So if you'd like to learn more about the views of either side, you can by clicking on their links below. All right, Snake, they can see your screen as clear as day.
All right. Is the word tab showing up?
Yep.
Oh, okay. I'm going to be reading off that. Or do you see my text document, or do you just see the
right now you're
glow?
Fully sharing your screen. If you wanted to click on a certain window to share, you could. You'd have to unshare and then go back to sharing.
Okay, sorry about that.
Not a problem. As mentioned, folks, they're linked
oh yeah, I see it
down in the description. That includes that the podcast Modern Day Debate debates are uploaded to our podcast within 24 hours of each debate, and we put our guest links in the description box for the podcast episode as well. They can now see a picture of a globe Earth.
Okay. So, so flat Earth is pseudoscience. It's fake skepticism. They accept photographs and tabletop experiments if they support flat Earth, but they reject photographs and valid experiments if they support the globe. They have an impossibly high standard of evidence for the real science, but will instantly turn on a dime and lower their standards if the same type of evidence supports the flat Earth. But you can't have it both ways. We have experiments proving how gravity works. Do they care? No. Do they have experiments showing how gravity works as they say? No, but they accept their conjecture as fact anyway. They'll speculate about some woo-woo electromagnetic whatever that might be responsible for suspending and moving the sun inside the atmosphere, and that's good enough. But meanwhile, rigorous peer-reviewed science is dismissed as a conspiracy. They insist that the sun is in the atmosphere, but will never send an expedition there. Any photographic evidence of actual expeditions to the moon are claimed automatically to be fake. So there's a double standard. Regardless, the globe predicts data. Flat Earth predicts none of the data. If you make predictions about reality, you understand how it works. If you can't, you don't. Flat Earthers can't even accommodate the data. They're actually so incompetent at this that they now avoid even trying to make a map at all possible costs, because all flat maps always contradict real-world observations of flight paths, star paths, land proportions, path of the sun and moon, etc., etc. Flat Earthers don't even have enough real confidence or practical skill to make a map, let alone send an expedition to the things that they claim are in the atmosphere, like the sun and moon, nor will they even try. To quote Kai, that's why we keep it vague. So it doesn't matter to them because all the evidence is a conspiracy. It's all lies, so they can just reject it out of hand. It has to be an impossible global conspiracy instead of facing the possibility that they might be wrong. When flat earther Bob Nodell bought a laser gyroscope to prove no rotation, then he measured a 15 degree per hour rotation. He dismissed it rather than accept the possibility he had no idea what he was talking about. When flat earther Jeranism proved water curvature with his own experiment, he dismissed it rather than admit he was wrong. Interesting. You also saw them in their presentation misrepresenting what physicists actually say about the subject, quote mining things, cutting things up out of context. So what are we supposed to do in the face of such reckless hubris? Well, what about that oft-repeated phrase, replacement is independent of falsification, the excuse for why they can't produce a working map? The so-called falsifications come down to a few typical misunderstandings like why no one falls off the bottom, quote unquote, how curved water can be level, how the atmosphere stays held to the earth next to a vacuum. Properly understood, real physics, like gravity, explain all this and actually necessitate a globe shape, falsifying and replacing the flat earth at the same time. Flat earthers universally reject gravity, and it's for a good reason. If you understand gravity, you can't really be a flat earther. Okay. So a couple more slides here, almost done. Second point, other than gravity, I would like Kai and Whitsitt to explain how the stars rotate in different directions depending on the hemisphere, because it's not physically possible on any flat plane. And let's see. Oh, thirdly, the feed you saw for most of this presentation was the live feed from the Himawari 8 Japanese weather satellite, a non-NASA installation. And flat earthers can falsify it at any time. Just go find weather data that contradicts the unfakeable live feed. I can assure you they will not do this. And the only other photographic evidence I want to bring up is the photos of the curved water at Lake Pontchartrain. So let's discuss. Thanks.
You got it. And with that, we're going to jump into open conversation. Want to let you know, though, folks, as mentioned, a lot of juicy debates coming up that you don't want to miss. For example, at the bottom right of your screen, I'm pulling up this new one. Are trans women women? It is going to be a controversial one between Vaush and Dr. Bogardus as they collide next month. You don't want to miss it. Hit that subscribe button. With that, we're going to jump into an open conversation, as mentioned. Thanks so much. Austin, Kai, Taylor, and Jen.
Hello. Oh man, Himawari 8. Yeah, so Himawari 8 is the Blue Marble data set with NOAA and international weather data simulations overlaid. So it's not a photograph or a live feed. And it also takes images supposedly every 10 minutes. So it's not live in any sense, except for the instant in which it provides the image, which is compiled for the past 10 minutes. So this kid saying, oh, we have a live feed from Himawari 8 that you could just debunk. Well, looks like it's been debunked. Thank you. I rest my case. I'll play it again unless anyone else has a comment.
And the floor is all yours.
Okay, you keep on talking about experiments, so I think Kai has a question for you.
Yes, we have a question for Taylor. So Taylor, what are the 3 constituent parts of a scientific experiment?
Well, you're looking for a specific answer, so why don't you tell me?
We're just looking for the right answer.
Well, yeah, because you think
Let's just talk about an experiment. Let's not waste time. Let's talk about Cavendish.
Okay, so I will answer the question that you can't answer. You have an independent, dependent, and control variable. Okay. And the crucial part is establishing cause and effect. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you conduct a scientific
Right. So let's talk about Cavendish experiment,
now,
cause and effect.
Before you interrupt me. So when we're talking about gravity, that means you have to, if gravity, space-time has to be the independent variable, you have to be able to manipulate the independent variable. And that is not what the current science, which is actually pseudoscience, is ever doing. So
No, you don't. That's just a lie. So let's talk about the Cavendish experiment. You don't need to manipulate all those things.
Cavendish wasn't trying to prove gravity, but go ahead.
Yes, it does. It proves that there's an attraction between masses, which is gravity.
Cavendish wasn't trying to prove gravity.
It doesn't matter what he was trying to prove. It matters what the experiment shows, and the man Cavendish is irrelevant. So what does the experiment show? It shows an attraction between mass. End of story.
No, it doesn't actually.
Yes,
It's actually very inconsistent. So are you claiming that you always get the same results?
No, that's the point of experiments, is you can repeat them.
Right, it has less than a 10%.
Sometimes the experiments have errors. There's a torsion element to it. Some people get the torsion element wrong.
Okay, so but
you can't have the string have any torque in it.
Do you agree that if you do an experiment 10 times and then you only get the right result one time and you dismiss the other 9 to user error and just cherry pick the one out, that's not actually science?
Mm-hmm. So 99% of the time you get the same answer, and it's mass attracts mass.
That's incorrect.
Which is which has also been superseded by Einstein, which is now the bending and warping of space-time.
No, Cavendish was not overturned by Einstein. They still use that experiment.
Newtonian physics. So you said mass attracting mass. That's saying that gravity is an intrinsic property of matter. That's Newtonian physics. It was superseded in 1915. Gravity is no longer considered an intrinsic property of matter.
That's fine. There's still an attraction between mass.
Well documented if you just research it. I can pull up some academic quotes for you if you would like.
There's not an attraction.
I remember you mentioned something about a stationary plane and a dielectric plane. Would you?
Yeah, where's the experiment for that?
Wait. Before that, though, would you like to concede that?
Absolutely not. You're lying right now. That is a experiment that absolutely shows attraction between mass and mass. When you put 2 heavy masses next to each other, they will always be attracted to each other. And you can take out the many variables. That's what the torsion bar is for. You take out the variable of spin and torque.
Yeah. So this is where a good moderator should have stopped homeboy for accusing the other side of lying. You know what I'm saying? Pointless. It's an ad hominem. Should be accusing them of saying an untrue statement. You know, for example, that's false. Okay, you're mistaken. Those types of things. Those aren't ad hominems. So just allowing it to go along where you're a liar, okay, unless it's something that occurs within the debate where the present information is known, and even then you should give benefit of the doubt to the opponent, especially if you're the moderator. So basically, hey, no ad homs. Retract it. Stop saying that the person's lying. All right, I'll continue the debate. Unless anybody wants to challenge the logic of what I just said, which would be very unwise. Ha 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 ha.
You take it off the ground, you take out the variable of friction. So anytime you put 2 masses next to each other, they will attract each other. You can switch them and the experiment will spin the other way. You can
What's the
masses on the other side,
variable?
and it will immediately be pushed to the other side.
Okay, again, you're just saying that, but I've actually researched it in depth. It does not consistently work. But the real problem, I'll just go ahead and cut this off.
You're lying.
I'll go ahead and cut this off at the head for you, man. You didn't control for the variable of electrostatics, which is 10 to the 39th power stronger than gravity. So even if it was consistent, which it objectively isn't, the attractive force there that's objectively and measurably there is 10 to the 39th power stronger than gravity. Can you rebut that for me?
Yeah, because you can you can test for that.
The actual physical answer there, if you want to get technical, is that gravity acts over 1 over r squared, or falls off as 1 over r squared, and electromagnetism falls off as 1 over r cubed. So what you see is exactly what you'd expect, but you have to interpret it correctly. It's a
Electrostatics is
why are we even able to stand up? I mean, let's, give the Globers their, give them a chance. Like, if they're right, basically what they're saying is that we have this big globe and we're sucked into towards the center of it because it's so massive. And then the question becomes, well, why aren't we just a big flat pancake on the ground sizzling? And the answer is because we have electrostatic torsion holding us standing up. I mean, in a way, it's a bit of a miracle that we're able to stand up and ambulate so easily. Ask anyone who's trying to program a robot to walk, and it takes them a really long time to get the thing not to just fall over in a ball. I'm being a bit hyperbolic here, but just so you know, the electrical gravity torsion, equilibrium point, that's exactly what you would expect for a globe. It's just that when the gravity force is 1 over r squared versus electricity is 1 over r cubed. So in very close distances, electricity is much stronger. Over longer distances, gravity is stronger.
But
and then
that's
they have
just
a balance point.
That's called a begging the question fallacy. So we're actually disputing that very thing. He just invoked Newtonian physics, which is
I didn't.
over 100.
You're lying again.
So are you saying Einsteinian physics is mass attracts mass?
That is an observable fact, whether you're in Einsteinian physics or not.
Does the theory of relativity say that mass attracts mass?
No.
No, but it doesn't falsify necessarily the Newtonian.
The theory of relativity doesn't say the sky is blue either.
Okay, so what you're saying is that you're trying to prove a gravity that was proven to no longer work in your model, and it had to be updated to the theory of relativity.
It didn't have to be updated. Mass accelerates towards mass.
Mass no
was
longer
not overturned by Einsteinian physics at all, and it doesn't matter if it's electrostatic or not. Mass accelerates towards mass, whether it's electrostatic or not.
Okay, you have to understand. First of all, gravity is the effect of the bending and warping of space-time according to the theory of relativity. That has superseded Newtonian physics. The reason electrostatics is important is because
of the debate.
Well, you're trying to prove something that doesn't even happen to exist in your model anymore. So,
and if we're going to discuss gravity,
it exists.
If we're going to
gravity
discuss
exists in Einsteinian physics. Stop lying.
Not mass affecting mass.
I want to be sure we hear
mass
from
accelerates
Kai.
Towards mass. Yes.
Just to hear sure we hear from Kai. It sounded like you had something to say, Kai.
Oh, thanks, James. All I was going to say is it's absolutely applicable. If we're going to be discussing gravity, we need to understand the supposed cause. So,
no, you only need to know its behavior.
The cause, the bending and warping of space-time.
Yeah.
You only need to know its behavior.
So here, let's ask this question. So you said that gravity has been proven over and over by scientists. Can you describe the difference between correlation and causation?
Mm-hmm. Causation is something that is caused by something else. Correlation is just appearing at the same time as something else in the data.
And how do you differentiate between the two in the academic world?
You eliminate variables.
You have an independent, dependent, and control variables. And the key part is to manipulate the independent variable and see if it affects the dependent. So when they were studying gravity, we're going to use Einsteinian gravity because that is the most current explanation. What was the independent variable and the dependent variable in that experiment?
In Cavendish?
No, when they actually proved Einsteinian gravity.
I don't know.
Bending and warping. That's the foundation of everything, according to you.
The
Great,
Newtonian
relevant for the debate.
No, Newtonian didn't work anymore. They had to update it to Einsteinian physics. Are you not? Are you not aware?
I'm not talking about Newtonian physics.
Mass attracting mass is Newtonian physics. And actually, hilariously enough, Newton said, please do not attribute that to me, because the idea that innate brute matter could attract innate brute matter and act on it through the vastness of a vacuum is to me so great an absurdity that no man with competent faculty of thinking and philosophical matters could ever follow.
Okay, so
that's his word.
Why do you interrupt so much, bro? Why do you interrupt so much?
Why do you just waste time so much? Mass attracts mass.
Just in case Jen has anything to say. We haven't heard from you in a while, Jen, in case you had anything.
I think you may be
Jen, you're muted. Wait, you're not muted. It shows you as unmuted, but we're still not hearing you.
This is the best glove argument I've heard all day, James.
No, that's coming through. Did I accidentally mute you? I'm so sorry. I got excited there. So perhaps my last few arguments were missed. But thank you for calling attention to that. I was interested about one of the arguments in your opener, which is just maybe taking a new direction about, you mentioned that you can't see the stars. Now, just to clarify, is the claim there that you can only see stars within the Earth's atmosphere, and once you're like too far, it's blackness or something? What could you refresh my memory as to what the claim actually is about the
that's a great question, Jen, because the claim is not consistent. So we'll start with Neil Armstrong. At first they say that because of the glare of the sun, you cannot see stars because of that. Then he, in another interview, he says that the sky in space is a deep black from the view of the moon, and also cislunar space, which is the space between Earth and the moon. So that is the original claim. Now that has been updated with recent astronauts that have gone to the ISS. Some of them say we can see stars, whether we're on the sun side or not on the sun side, whether it's day or night, we can see stars all the time. It's the one astronaut said it was so bright because of the stars, it's almost light. But then other astronauts on the ISS say it's a deep black, that there's no stars. So it doesn't stay consistent. We don't actually know the real answer because these astronauts that have been to the ISS, the same location, have different recollections of their eyewitness testimony, which in a court would be very suspicious and should be treated the same.
Yeah, so what's happening is they're just lying again because they know that they're taking these statements out of context. You can look in a particular direction and you will be blinded by the sun. You can look to the right and you will see the blackness of space and stars. It's like looking into a flashlight. You can't see the flashlight, but if you turn to the side, you can start seeing things again. And you guys know what you're doing.
Don Pettit said, we're not lying. We actually just
played it for everyone to listen to it, dude.
We did more research than you did. We didn't have to read from a paper or anything. So.
No, you clipped it out.
So Don Pettit said,
I'd like to respond.
Okay, you call us a liar, but I mean, we played it for the audience.
And you need another word.
If I wanted to take a page out of your book, I'd take the next minute to blow you about how only the stupidest, dumbest, and most idiotic could ever believe something like that. It's true, but I won't waste time like that.
That's what you said in your argument.
So no, I described what pseudoscience is. So when you take clips of people saying, we can only see the blackness of space. And then you take a clip of someone saying, when you're looking at the sun, you can't see stars. You are quote mining, you're taking out the context because there are certain directions you can see stars, certain directions you can't see stars.
We just
remove that context. You remove the context. Correct.
We just played a video. And one of the astronauts says that during the light of the sun, you can see stars. And one says that you can't. So you're wrong.
No, because it depends on which direction you're looking.
They said even during the day. They said even during the day.
Right. Which is why you trim the context, because it matters whether you're looking at the sun or not during the day.
So if you're not looking at the sun, you can always see stars in space.
It depends.
Okay.
Then you would disagree.
Depends on a lot of different factors, which you cut out.
There may be two effects. Are you familiar with something called a snow blindness, or it's an effect when you go skiing? Like this, there's a reflection off the snow and the sun sort of blinds you. So anyway, there's all sorts of different effects that can happen with art. I guess it's probably a bad example, but
we're just pointing out they have contradictory statements. He's trying to say that we're misrepresenting them. We played it for them. I encourage everyone to go look at it.
It's possible that within the atmosphere, there's more twinkling caused by the atmosphere itself. It seems maybe that you're having trouble understanding how there can be an atmosphere. Did you give any thought to what I said last time about the moon being the thing that's holding the atmosphere in place?
That sounds wild to me, but
it's totally wild because we have to contend with what are apparently contradictory but not contradictory boundary conditions or binding principles, which is the speed of light is 3 times e to the 8. So that's like 3 with 8 zeros meters per second. And that's a very fast compared to the speeds that we're used to.
It's a global
sorry, go ahead.
Global conspiracy, but they can't get their story straight somehow.
Stop self-projecting.
Yeah, our story or the astronauts who literally say you cannot see stars. Okay, and these are just a few of, there's so many of these clips. They say you cannot see stars in space.
It's called a hostile witness, bro.
But if you were looking at our star, because it's so close, our sun is so close, okay? If you're looking towards our sun, you're not going to see behind it because all the light from the sun is going to be glaring in your face.
Then Don Pettit literally said, even when they're looking at the sun, they still see stars.
You can see all of them.
That's what they're saying.
Said when it's daytime. So.
Oh, wait, okay, whatever. I have to address something because my homie Bob, right? So you just now said that whenever he used a gyro and he found the degrees, he didn't want to accept it and he dismissed and all stuff. That's actually just patently false. So what happened was he actually ended up taking the gyro to different altitudes at the same latitude and got over a degree in variance. So would you agree that if you use a gyro to detect the axial rotation of the Earth at a certain latitude, but then you change altitude and then the degree changes, that refutes the idea that it's because of axial rotation?
No, because you're still measuring rotation.
At the same latitude, it's just...
Since you clearly have never done any science at all, you've never had to calculate your... it's not. You've never had to... You're clearly demonstrating you don't understand what a margin of error is.
No,
but
can
if
you
there's
answer the
rotation
question?
Measured... I did. I said no. If there's rotation measured, then rotation is measured.
Hey, but
doesn't
would
matter
the
if there's a margin
rotation
of error.
Would the rotation change if you keep the same latitude on a globe?
It could. Was he in a different location on the globe?
He was at the same latitude.
But I thought you had a bunch of quotes before saying all these physicists couldn't distinguish their measurements from a flat, stationary surface, and now you're saying you can.
That's true, but this guy claims that the gyro proves the Earth is spinning. So I'm going to see if he even understands why. So on a globe, there's latitude lines. On a globe, there are lines of latitude, and the Earth spins at different rates based on the size of the sphere. So if you stay at the same latitude, then this axial rotation remains the same no matter where you are on that ball. If you're on the same latitude, isn't that right, Taylor?
Nope. And Bob thought it would. Yeah, you're just wrong. There's a thing called margin of error.
Margin of error. You're vaguely.
I'm not done with my statement. So, Bob, before he did the experiment, said that this machine will work if it shows rotation. Then that shows rotation. If it shows degrees of rotation, then that shows the rotation of the Earth. Then he changed his story. He said, well, the degrees of rotation changed. Therefore, the machine doesn't work anymore.
No. I actually know him. You're avoiding the question because it destroys you. So the margin of error for a gyro, margin of error can give you up to 2 degree variance. Margin of error.
Sure.
Why does it always stay the same? How come the margin of error always changes at a different altitude at the same latitude? Wouldn't the margin of error be consistent at all altitudes?
Not necessarily.
Okay, so appeal to.
What if gravity changes with how far you are from the center of the planet?
That doesn't change the speed, the rate of the Earth spinning.
Yes, it changes the speed of time, which I know, the rate of time rather.
But that's not what the gyro doesn't
relativity is saying.
Time.
Altitude does change the diameter slightly, so.
The gyro doesn't detect time. So try again.
I said nothing about time.
Okay, so here's the deal, man. What you're saying that he's lying. The truth is that the gyro, right, a ring laser gyro,
I didn't say he's lying.
It uses the Sagnac effect, okay? It was discovered by a dude named Sagnac. He says it's a vortexual movement in the ether. Now, he was not aware of that at the time. He said, this is interesting. We have 15 degrees. It doesn't look good right now. So then he kept looking into it. He decided to test it further. Actually, a professor told him an idea that you can test to see if it's the vortex of the ether moving or if it's the earth moving by keeping a certain latitude but changing altitude. When we did that,
oh, man. So what's he explaining? He's explaining increasing the distance from the center of rotation on a radial spoke, right? So Holmes/Glober said, oh, when you raise an altitude, it increases the circumference, thinking that solves the problem of a differential rate of rotation, right? Okay. If you imagine your clock, every part of the hand of your clock is rotating at the same degrees per minute, the same degrees per hour. No matter where you are, it's the same. Increasing or decreasing on the radial spoke would result in the same amount of degrees per hour. It wouldn't change what the gyroscope reads whatsoever, right? So this guy is about to get his ass handed to him. All right.
it changed over a degree based on the altitude. That debunks that it's because of axial rotation.
So you make up the ether, even though that was disproved. Okay.
You can't respond to my point, man. So we can move on.
You're invoking a magical field to describe how your experiment failed you.
No, I'm not invoking a magical field.
The ether is a magical field.
Falsification is independent of replacement. What I'm saying is you're claiming that it's because of axial rotation, but if you maintain latitude and change altitude, it changes, debunking your claim. I can offer a replacement. I don't have to, but I will go back to the very person that discovered the effect the ring laser gyro is built using, which is called the Sagnac effect. What he said was it was the vortexual movement in the ether. That's all I said. I don't have to replace it. Your claim is wrong. It doesn't prove the earth is spinning because it changes at different altitudes.
How come he thought it would prove the earth is spinning before the experiment ran, and he only changed his mind after he failed?
He had to further research it. That's called actual intellectual honesty.
He had to accommodate his failure.
Can I just ask, did Sagnac conclude that the earth was flat from his inquiry? Because ether model doesn't mean flat earth. That's two different classes of models.
That's right. But in his opener, he tried to call out Bob and slander him. So I exposed him for not knowing what he was talking about. And I told the true story because I know him personally. And the truth is he went to different altitudes and it debunks the claim of axial rotation. So we can move on now. I just wanted to call out his slander in his opener. So it has nothing to do with if the earth is flat or not. That's true.
Even though it measured axial rotation both times. Interesting.
It literally didn't though because it changed.
So you can't actually replace the model. One reason is what I already mentioned, is stars. I'm just responding to what you said. You claimed you can replace the model, but that's the reason you won't make a map, because you can't.
I did not claim I could
You did. You said, I could replace it. I'm not going to. Because you
so I can replace the explanation of a gyro.
Okay. Well, my next point is going to be the same. The stars spin in different directions depending on hemisphere, and they just go in a straight line on the equator. So explain that on a flat plane.
Okay, well, first of all, they all go in the same direction. So when you say that they spin in different directions, you're just patently wrong. All stars go east to west. They don't go in a different direction. They all go the same direction. Whenever you look south, you're looking in a different direction. So then you have clockwise and counterclockwise relative to perception, correct?
Yeah, but that can't change no matter how many times you spin around.
No, it changes based on which direction you're viewing it.
No, it doesn't. It changes on which hemisphere you're on. You can look in any direction on the northern hemisphere, and it will spin, I think, counterclockwise. And if you look in any direction on the southern hemisphere, it'll spin counterclockwise.
Because it's clockwise and counterclockwise are relative to perception. They all move east to west, though.
How is this? You can't get that spinning effect on a flat Earth.
Well, the sky is spinning, my man. So I guess you need to catch up. We showed you mainstream physicists telling you that there's no terrestrial observation that proves that the Earth is moving. We even quoted Einstein saying that.
Yeah.
So do you think that means that the Earth is not moving? Just because we can't measure it?
Well, no, I think it's the default position, because to do anything in the real world, whether it be fly planes or helicopters or shoot interballistic missiles or use railguns or anything the military does, or electromagnetic propagation of weapon systems, we have to assume that the Earth is flat, dielectric plane, and that it doesn't move. That's the default position with all practical evidence. You're claiming something antithetical.
Well, that's because the technology is being deployed at close range to the surface. Okay,
100 miles?
It's a scales thing. Well, what's the alleged radius of the planet?
3,959 miles, which would be 6,666 feet at 100 miles. That's a big difference. You've missed your target by over 6,000 feet.
Yes.
So.
Okay. I've told myself a long time ago I wasn't going to try to do math on shows, but I appreciate the pushback. And
yeah, it's all good. I mean, but this is the point, the overall arcing point, right? And I know like Kai talks some, because I don't want to just be like mansplaining, but here's what I'm saying, right? So we had the default position with all evidence. You're making a claim antithetical to that. Now there's a misnomer where in the world everyone thinks flat earthers are so dumb. Oh, you think the Earth is stationary? You're crazy. But the truth, we've proven that the Earth is spinning, but the truth is even Einstein himself will tell you that you cannot prove the Earth is spinning from the Earth, and that all these physicists will tell you that. But then we have no-name people that appeal to authority, those very authorities, saying that it's been proven from the Earth, which just shows ignorance of the subject. All we're pointing out is that we have the default position. You have the burden of proof if you're claiming something antithetical to that.
Well, we have models that make predictions that we can then verify. So
the live satellite feed from space shows live weather conditions. You can go debunk that anytime if you find any errors in the weather.
You think it's like live 24/7? Is that what you think?
Yeah.
No, it's literally not. It has like 10 to 15 minutes in between each shot. You didn't know that?
It's live. You can't Photoshop. I can't even photo.
Yeah, so he's speaking about the Himawari 8 satellite. So we got our good friend, I think Taboo Conspiracy, can't remember, has an 8-minute video showing where he goes to the NOAA website, gets the data set from the blue marble that has overlaying of the international weather fronts, right? Compiles them all and overlays them on the blue marble data set. He then shows the pre and post overlay and shows the image from the Himawari 8 that it's the same. That means that the Himawari 8 is showing you a simulation, a graphical simulation of the compiled weather data from the global weather system. That's why it matches the global weather. No duh. So saying, oh, you could falsify this by showing the weather systems aren't the weather systems that are being simulated, that are being matched. I mean, that doesn't even make sense. Of course they're going to match. All right, let's continue. Unless Elijah has a comment.
Real quick, I got it might have been Taboo Conspiracy, but I remember Paul on the plane did that detailed breakdown too.
Okay.
It might have been him.
I know we watched it. We watched it just a couple days ago.
Yeah, I just came in. Hey, good evening, guys. What's going on?
We're just watching a Witsit debate, commenting on it, pausing it, and commenting on it in various places.
Fuck, I missed.
No, it's not live. Yeah. It's not. It's old.
Oh, it's an older one. Which one was it? Vegan Gains?
No, Witsit and Kai versus Spazoid and some chick.
I loved it. Oh my god, yes. Yep. Witsit and Kai versus either the first or the last one where it was 2v2. Witsit and Kai obliterated them.
Hey, did you say Spazoid and Science Chick? I missed that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, I wanted to watch this one again too because obviously, what's that guy's name? I don't know. Spazoid the second, was challenged to a debate, so we got to get prepared ahead of time.
Give him full credit.
Oh, yeah, Professor Spazoid. There you go. Yeah, so I remember in this debate they made a huge blunder, and I got to figure out what it is so I can tell them not to do it again. But we were just talking about the Himawari 8 because homeboy Spaz the First keeps saying Himawari 8 has live footage of the weather patterns, right? And all you could do to disprove it is disprove the weather patterns. But we had somebody research it, right? And they looked up the NOAA data and the images and the Blue Marble data set that's there and demonstrated how they're just putting the simulated weather patterns from the NOAA data and the international weather data over the Blue Marble data set and presenting it as if it's an image that Himawari's taking, when it's really just a compile of the weather data. So of course the weather data is going to be pretty accurate, right? And you're not going to be able to tell that it's wrong, even if it's within a small amount from the ground. So you're never going to be able to disprove that weather data. So to say, disprove the weather data, it's like, dude, it's a simulation of the actual weather data. How are you going to disprove it? Anyway, the moral of the story is it's not a photograph, right? It's not a live video. It's not a live photograph. It's not that at all. Right.
It's an unfalsifiable claim, like every globe claim there is.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. All right, I'm going to press play again.
Photoshop a thumbnail in 10 minutes. So
you don't think
you're supposed to So you're supposed to Photoshop every piece of weather data from an entire half of the globe every 10 minutes.
The clouds don't even match half the time. You're just making stuff up.
Then go show me where.
Go check out Globebusters.
Sunday.
Show me
where. Can I just ask, like in your model, if the Earth is stationary, what's moving?
The sky, the stuff in the sky. So there's a vortexual movement in the sky, and that's where everything moves. That's why Polaris has stayed the same place forever.
Yeah. And they reset.
Everything moves. So that, don't you think that would take a lot of energy?
Yes, it would. It would. That's why.
The reason why we can't tell that we aren't at rest is because the universe abides by minimum energy, not because we're not at rest. We're not because we literally are at rest. We can easily falsify the notion we're actually literally at rest by virtue of the fact that the sun rises and sets. It's just a question of how do we account for the fact that there's so much stability, but also so much motion. And that is by the same principle that gives us our sensory perception that we can reliably say, why does it always feel like no matter where I am, I'm at the center of the universe? And the planet feels the same way and everything else. That's the least action principle. And we can use that to
Right. So she prefaced her argument with a philosophical predisposition, right? Well, I've just decided that the universe behaves with least action, right? Not that I've gone through the whole universe to validate this. I've just decided that's what the universe does. I could easily just have decided that the universe functions on the most love principle and filtered everything through that, right? Now, of course, people would say, oh, that sounds silly. How is hers any less silly? She's making this claim and applying it on a universal scale without the possibility of a universal sample size to measure it against. It's purely her faith. Capiche? All right, let's press play.
build up things like, go ahead.
So what I was going to say is, I believe one of the quotes, I don't know if we included this, but there's no celestial observation that can be done to differentiate whether the Earth is moving or the heavens above are rotating. So I want to know when the academic community established and how they established that the Earth itself is rotating and not the celestial objects in the sky.
Yeah, that's an equivalence principle. So when you want to point to that, you know, there's this indistinguishability of perspectives. We need to use an operating principle that has been meta-analytically established to be the case in many other things, which is the least action principle. So you take your two possibilities and you establish which one would take less energy to get going, but what does it mean to get the system going? What does it mean to energize a system? Where does our planet get its energy from of motion? That's a very hard thing to think about, but go ahead, please.
So you're just talking about a philosophical argument. I'm actually wondering how did they actually prove it? How did they?
They didn't. They assumed globe.
Oh man, did you see that? She got busted. Put out that philosophy, right? And then her opponent smacked her in the face with the philosophy stick.
Yep.
And then she said, I busted you on your philosophy. And then she's like, oh, no, it's not a philosophy. Don't worry, everyone. It's not a philosophy. It's an assumption. Oh, that's so much better. All right, any other comments on that one?
I just agree with everything you just said. Got busted on her assumption.
All right, let's press play.
Spheres, and then they model gravity as an attractive force in that, and it's, I guess, close enough.
Thank you, Jen.
The three-body problem doesn't have a solution. That is an issue.
This is why Jen is an MVP, is because she's intellectually honest. As she said, they assumed globe, but we want to make sure, how do we know the assumption is correct? How do we know that the Earth is actually rotating? And they gave us a speed too, 1,000 miles per hour. So how did they get that amount, that measurement?
Well, she answered it, right? And so I applaud you for that. I applaud you for being honest. And to be fair, to help you out, it doesn't prove one way or the other, right? Like the fact that it was an assumption and that you can model it out, that doesn't prove or disprove it, right? But the point is that it's just an assumption. And you're right that for the Earth to be stationary and everything in the sky move, there would require a field of energy that is immense. But who's to say that's not the case? And Nikola Tesla would say that any attempt to explain the movement of celestial objects without a field of energy is a futile pursuit destined to oblivion. He was just a literal genius. So yeah, there's a field of energy. The sky moves. Polaris doesn't move. To claim otherwise, and you say it's just the least action, it's at rest. We're spinning, revolving around the sun.
It feels like we're at rest. I'm not even at a point of saying what's actually happening. We have to start with what it feels like, because we're building these principles up intuitively and perceptively. So we can all agree that it feels like there's a center to what we're experiencing. It feels like we're in the center of the universe. That's kind of nice. But anyway, that doesn't make it real, is my point.
What could it be real?
We can account for that by saying, well, there's this tendency for the universe to just be like ultra lazy. So even though it has intrinsic motion, it's also ultra lazy with how it dispenses that motion. So you're navigating between two boundary conditions. So what we've done now is look at the evidence. And now we want to say, okay, well, what actually explains this? And it may be a question of, well, what is the most reasonable shape to assume that the planet is? And then we can build a model from that rather than.
Okay. So, what are Kai and Witsit doing wrong this whole time? Just talking about the sky. As if it's a unified model where the Earth and the sky exist within the same space with the same rules and are the same types of things. Right? Now, he did say earlier that he doesn't know what the stars are, right? But then immediately went into arguments about knowing what the stars are. Okay, the energy required to do things on the Earth is not the same as the energy required to do things on the sky, unless, of course, you have a unification of what they are in the same sense where the same rules apply, right? So you can't just let that slide. You can't let somebody say, oh, it requires an immense amount of energy. Well, how do you know? If the stars aren't what you say they are, then it might require less energy, right? Think about it. You're giving into their assumptions when you start to argue like that. Like saying, oh, it would require an immense amount of energy because Tesla was so smart. Maybe Tesla was wrong, and it actually requires almost no energy at all because the nature of the stuff out there is much different than the nature of the stuff here. Very simple principle. And if she's allowed to have principles from which she lenses the universe through, then so is the opponent. All right, unless anybody's got a comment on that, we will press play.
And looking at data to then try to infer what the shape of the planet must be based on data, because any interpretation of data requires what amount to assumptions. So the question is, what's the most reasonable assumption on the get-go to actually build the entire model from?
The only assumptions are always the globe. It's like when we fly a plane, we have to assume the Earth is flat and stationary, but we can assume it's actually curving and spinning, and gravity keeps it perfectly to where it just presents itself flat and stationary. When we shoot a laser and it goes and hits the other target and it's not blocked by over 400 feet that should block it, we can see that clearly the laser hit it, or we can assume that light must have had to have bent right over it and we just can't tell. See, there's only one side that consistently makes reification fallacies and assumptions, and that's kind of our point. We need substantial proof, right? And it doesn't exist. And philosophy is not going to cut it. And that's what the truth is. And you've nailed it on the head. Those will tell you that it's a philosophical discussion and that the geocentric Earth can never be disproven, but we avoid it at all costs because of the horror of a unique position. That is a philosophical bias. That is not science. And if we can at least have that honest distinction made, then we'd be happy to let the chips fall where they may. Make your own decision. But it's not modern times where we're painted as crazy people denying science. No, we're denying philosophy and religion. That's what we're denying.
Mm-hmm. So did you want to jump in here, Taylor?
Yeah, I want to address the fact that we do shoot lasers to prove that the moon is not in the local atmosphere, at least. There is a laser reflector on the moon. It takes longer than it would if it was in the local atmosphere. But the main point was we do not use a flat Earth to calculate flights. They use a globe Earth. That if on a flat Earth, all the flight paths are curved instead of straight. Yeah. But on a globe Earth, they're straight. So what's up with that? Also, James, if I could share my screen real quick.
So you are, sorry, I just wanted to make Taylor aware that the mainstream says that the moon is in the Earth's atmosphere. Are you aware of that?
Not
they
how
say
you
that.
Say.
They recently discovered that.
Not as close as you say. It's only technically the thinnest possible atmosphere, but it is. You could fit all the planets in the solar system in between the Earth and the Moon. It's just how big the atmosphere technically is. So you are again taking things out of context.
No, you just said it.
What is that? What's that supposed to establish? Sorry. What does that fact establish?
What I said?
Yeah, it's just unclear what's the point of what you just said.
Because he said something about the moon is not in the atmosphere, and I just wanted him to know that the mainstream says that the moon is in Earth's atmosphere.
Yeah.
Right. So what is the context of that? The context of that is that the flat Earth was taken off, and arguments about gas pressure without a container were taken off, and excuses from the globers that the container is the end of the universe, et cetera, et cetera. So all you do is you just kick the can down the road of where the atmosphere ends, and then, you don't have to think about it as much. So rather than thinking about a vacuum at the edge of space, which is, only a few hundred miles up, you could think about it 240,000 miles away, and then that makes it easier to handle. See the point? So yeah, rumor has it that that was a direct revelation to counteract arguments that were going on within the flat Earth, globe Earth debate. Very convenient. Kind of like when they changed the definition of level to being adhering to the surface curvature of Earth's water, right? When all else fails, just change the limits and change the definitions. Problem solved. Good. All right, we shall continue.
You're playing with semantics, so it's much farther than you guys claim by leaps and bounds. But what I'm sharing...
Wait, how far is the moon?
I'm not sure the exact number, but you can fit all of the planets in the solar system between them.
238,000 miles.
Okay. Do you
Well,
guys
that's what
believe that?
NASA says.
No, I don't believe pseudoscience, man.
Yeah, you guys think it's much closer, but we
I don't
can
make clear
reflect a laser
statistics.
off of it.
So this is the problem, though. If you don't know the medium, then you don't understand what you're perceiving. So it can be perceived to be many things based on the medium. And I don't buy stories of vacuum. That's process.
Well, we do know the medium because we went there and put a reflector on the moon.
You didn't go anywhere, bro.
I'm talking about humans.
So you mean you're talking about NASA?
What I'm putting on the screen is showing the rotation of the stars, the apparent rotation of the stars. It's actually the rotation of the planet, but you know what I mean.
I didn't see
It doesn't matter which direction you face. They're going to be spinning the same clockwise or anti-clockwise fashion. So that's all I wanted to share. I'm sorry if I took up too much screen sharing, but
just recapped what we already discussed.
Hey, I got a question.
No, you didn't. You never addressed the fact that it doesn't matter which direction you face. It matters which part of the globe you're on, which direction they go. And that's a problem for the flat Earth, because then the distance between stars is getting shorter and larger, and if we're on a flat Earth, but it's not a problem on a globe Earth.
I just wanted to address something that you brought up before about when you're flying a plane, you don't assume a flat Earth. So Witsit is going to pull up a conversation we just had with pilots like a month ago. So also, I just wanted to pull up a few things here. So this is www.aerostudents.
Okay, so Spazoy Homeboy made an error there. Not necessarily, but the point is that he said that it's a problem for the flat Earth by interpreting a star field that's ubiquitous, right? As if it is the star field from the globe Earth onto a flat Earth. Okay? So he's mixing his models. Okay, so he's imagining a singular star field, right? Where all the stars are doing what they do consistently in the manner in which the globe says, and then applying that, right? What if there's two star fields? What happens then? What if it's not one? What if there's a differential set of stars? Uh-oh, busted. In fact, there are flat earthers. One of them's called Flat Earth Philosophy, right? Who basically had that idea as well. It's like, well, one way to solve the problem is instead of thinking it as one star field, think of it as multiple star fields, at least two. Why are you limiting yourself to one? You know, basically it's like this. If the Earth is flat, explain the globe Earth's explanation on the flat Earth. Oh, yeah,
right.
Great.
But you know what? That's exactly what I've posited is that, like, what if there's like a different, like, what if the sky is not just one big, great moving piece? What if it's sections? What if there are layers? What if there are different? And we already know that because, well, let me not say that, but just by the fact that the moon is sometimes in the day sky and the moon is sometimes in the night sky, if you're going to entertain the idea of a moving sky, well, there would have to be different portions or different sections based on what we see, if you're going to go with that idea. To at least, remain logical.
Yeah. And of course, we know also that optical effects can cause counter rotations, right? So an object can be moving physically in one direction, yet appear to you to be moving in the opposite direction. So this idea that it's absolutely impossible for a star field, right, that may or may not be multiple star fields, that may or not be interfered with by optical effects, et cetera, right, that it's impossible, right? So what he's basically saying is it's impossible for the star field that I imagine in the globe model to work on the flat Earth model. To which the answer would be, well, no frickin' dud. Well, you want a Nobel Prize? Explain to me the curved Earth on the flat Earth. But how is the flat Earth curved? That's what I'd like to know. Now, when we sit here and mock it after the fact, and then you go back and listen to what that guy said, it sounds stupid, doesn't it? See, but you have to recognize how stupid it is in the middle of the debate and zing them, right? Get them on their assumptions. They're assuming a singular star field, right? Which the motion of the field is operated by one factor. All you have to do is say maybe there's multiple. Yeah, maybe there's multiple factors. Could there be multiple factors? And of course, he must concede yes, unless he's too narrow-minded to entertain ideas without accepting them, right? Which is the mark of a great mind. So that would mean transversely he would have a small mind, right? So you can demonstrate, this zealotry very easily.
Yeah, I mean,
Sorry, go ahead, Elijah.
You can go Dave. Sorry.
I was just going to ask, just to be clear, you could have east to west movement from each person's perception and still have different star fields. We don't know what's up there, basically what you're saying, right?
Right.
Okay. Because everything in the sky is unverified. They could be moving, they're generally moving the same direction, but they could be two different sources of energy moving slightly different.
Yeah. Whatever. So if you go right now on YouTube to Flat Earth Philosophy, whether or not it plays out 100%, that's a different story. But he essentially has an inner toroid and an outer toroid. The star fields on the inner and the outer, right? And the merge of the toroids curve is in the equator, right? Which is essentially the halfway point on the hemispheres, according to the globe, where things start to change the way they look. And so he maps it out as being a completely different field of stars. So two different star fields doing two different things.
Cool. I'll have to check that out. Missed that. So thanks.
Anything else?
See if Elijah's got a mic check. He was trying to say something, I think.
Yeah, he was trying to say how does my mic sound?
.com/course/flight dynamics. Okay, so any introductory pilot is going to learn about assumptions that are assumed when they're flying the planes they're flying. The first one is that the plane is assuming there is a flat Earth. The Earth's curve 0. Second is there is a non-rotating Earth. No Coriolis accelerations and such are present. So I can pull up another.
Well, how come you forgot the assumption that the plane is a rigid body, even though we know that the plane is not a rigid body?
You think that's analogous to not accounting for Earth curvature?
Yeah, just to clarify, I believe 100 plane
because it's negligible.
Because it's simpler math.
So
it's negligible.
Just to make Taylor aware, because he's probably not aware, so they tell us the radius of the Earth is 3,959 miles, which means there should be an 8-inch drop per mile squared. That number is exponential. So just an idea, so you get some numbers. Over 100 miles across the Earth, there should be a 6,660 foot drop. Okay, that's immense. That would absolutely need to be taken into account if you're flying a plane. So
I don't actually think it would, because I just real quick looked it up. It says 7.2 miles is commercial aircraft relative to 3,963 radius of Earth, 0.01% difference.
Mm-hmm.
You'd be so close to the surface that it would make total sense to approximate it. Obviously not totally, but close to what would appear to be a plane.
Okay, we're going to play the pilots. Is it cool if we just play the pilots real fast? Because someone says no flat earther has ever flight a plane. I know over 10 of them, but here, let's just let's.
Dude, can someone please tell me how absolutely train wreck that chick just said? Okay.
Oh, yeah. What I heard, she did some quick math and then assumed that it would be negligible. Go ahead, sorry.
She's train wreck.
Why? She put
she's verified.
She put the margin. No, you need to finish what you said.
I was just saying, yeah, I noticed it just fluffing herself up, and then in the background, no proof at all about anything to back up anything. She said actually going into philosophy.
Yeah, but what about that statement she just made? No takers? All right, I'll give you the answer. Go ahead. So she took the scale of the Earth, and then the scale of the height of the plane off the ground, and got a percentage. And because the percentage sounded small, she said it was negligible to the plane. Okay, what she should have done is scaled the plane to the differential of the curvature rate that the plane would experience. Not from the Earth scale size, because obviously you don't, traverse the entire Earth simultaneously, right? So she may be correct that the amount is negligible, but not for that reason. I mean, that was like a horrible attempt to try to say, this amount is negligible because it's such a small percent of something.
To put it in layman's terms, maybe it's like apples and oranges. She used two different numbers that don't really correlate to each other.
Yeah, for example, a crude example, 7,369,442 women have not cheated on you. Therefore, I, your girlfriend, right, is like 0.0000000000001% cheated on you. So it's like doesn't matter. Okay, it's not about the other people, it's about the one that matters, right? So the sample size is irrelevant in that regard, is it not?
No, because like you said, you're going by what the plane is actually experiencing as it's traveling that 100 miles, not any compared to the whole radius of damn Earth. Go ahead.
You got it.
Play it real fast. It's just 13 seconds. And so we'll see what the pilots say, if that's cool with you, James. Ready? Okay.
Right. Yeah. So basically, it's like the Earth spins and curves, but you fly the plane like it's flat and stationary. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it could be flat and stationary.
They weren't ready for that red pill at their lunch break, obviously. But there you have it.
Did you see that guy's face? He looked like he was like falling in love with that idea. He was like,
there's so many, there's tons of videos. They obviously get shadow banned on YouTube, but there's tons of videos where people just ask the pilots, hey, do you account for curvature or rotation when you're flying the plane? No, man, we fly it.
If you're flying at 0.1% of the size of the planet, you wouldn't expect to account for curvature. Can you accept that? It's a very small.
What do you say? Gravity's dip. So gravity's dipping you down?
No, the idea is that you have imagine a sphere that just is super big, okay, and you're an ant on that sphere. You're a teeny tiny little nothing. It's approximately flat when you're on a very small area of it.
Okay, but if I fly 5,000 miles and I keep just going straight, the Earth's going to be going down beneath me, right? So
no, you're always going to be at the same approximate distance because you're not going to want to deviate in terms of where you are in gravity because it takes so much energy to overcome gravity. You only want to go as high as you absolutely need to. Okay, so I just looked it up real quick. It says 5.9 to 7.2 miles. Even in a high estimate, that's 0.1% of the radius of the planet.
You want me to tell you what the actual pilots say? You want me to tell you what they actually say? So they say they maintain altimeter pressure zones. They use altimeter to maintain pressure zones, and they go up and down, and that's what they're fluctuating. And he says gravity is actually going to take you around the curve without you noticing it. That's the official explanation.
That's again, that's the least.
Okay, so what's happening here is Whitlett's in the fog of war. He doesn't recognize that she's making a major logic blunder because he's predisposed to finish his conclusion that he has loaded in the chamber rather than respond in flux to what she's doing. She just doubled down on her stupid percentage thing, right? As if it was a plausible excuse when it's categorically not. Doesn't even make sense. It's like saying you got ran over by a car, but only the bumper hit you. And since the bumper only represents 0.0001% of the total mass of the car, that it's insignificant. You know what I'm saying? It's ridiculous. She should have been hammered immediately for making such an incoherent statement. See, the thing is that she doesn't know what she's talking about in relation to the plane and the amount of curve it would experience. She's just using this percent because it's small, right? And so therefore it doesn't matter. And she should have been grilled for it and shown that she was fishing for an excuse, right? So she should have got grilled, which it let it slide. And I don't think he recovers from this one by getting her on it. I think he lets it stand. So that's one thing you could fix in that debate for sure. All right. Going on. Yeah, now keep in mind, before we do go on, people who are in a debate are experiencing entirely different psychological and physical forces than somebody who's a bystander, who could think outside of the stress.
You trying to say it's a lot easier to be the Monday morning quarterback than to be playing in the Super Bowl?
Yep. But this is part of what going over your own arguments is about, right? It's good to go over debates and see where, you could have been better.
I agree. I think,
or where someone else could have been better, and mention it, talk about it.
This is helpful to do this constructive criticism, and even though the Globe has zero evidence or arguments, it's better for us to maybe help us try to talk to some of these normies. But anyway, go ahead.
All right, I'm going to press play. Actually, I'm going to say something before I press play. So a lot of these old debates, they're juicy, right? They're good conversation starters, and they're good, especially if you listen with that ear for okay, I'm going to listen for the opponent saying something absolutely off the wall, not addressing the point, et cetera, et cetera.
Action principle that everything is saving energy to the greatest extent, meaning that geodesics happen spontaneously, and a geodesic in flat space is a straight line. But a geodesic on a sphere, the shortest distance between 2 points, that's something called a great circle. So there is some curvature that happens, which can be followed. But this is extremely hard to visualize. I wouldn't start there if I was trying to actually understand what's going on here, because you got to really put yourself in the position like you're an ant on an anthill trying to figure out something that is inconceivably larger than you. So it makes a lot of sense to acknowledge what seems attractive to believe, but also to realize that we weren't built to conceive these things. Doesn't mean we can't eventually get to the right answer, but we should be very cautious and skeptical. And
so if you start though, because the radius is a certain size, if I'm 1 foot off the Earth, I would see the curve of the Earth just 1 mile away. So it's not just too big to see. I would see it 1 mile away.
Yeah. If you start.
Yeah, good point. Right, so he is telling her that you would be able to see it. But he's not capitalizing on the fact that she basically said it's inconceivable in size, right? Inconceivable. It's so inconceivable that people have conceived of it and even given it values. Values that you can actually use in your assertions, right? For example, a plane going this far would experience this much curvature drop, and it would necessarily need to change its attitude so many degrees per minute as it's flying, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, correct? You don't just say it's inconceivable. I mean, that's just pathetic. She should have been made to look like an intellectual lightweight in that moment, like a little jab. Like, you're dumb. Poof. You're dumb. Poof. Okay, you can't be a globe believer that's pushing numbers while simultaneously saying that the size is inconceivable. Those two things simultaneously are incoherent. All right, let's press play.
Flying off of the Earth in a straight line, eventually you're going to be going basically straight upward. So you're going to have to actually be adjusting to maintain a straight upward position. You don't need to adjust.
It has to conform with the ball. It wouldn't be going up. You would have to actually be dipping the nose down.
You would have to
the curve of the Earth.
You would have to adjust and try to go straight up if you were flying off of the curve of the Earth. You don't have to make any adjustments to maintain a level position because the forces automatically align, like drag and just the aerodynamics of the plane will always put it level. You would have to increase the engines in order to keep going at a steeper and steeper angle.
Okay, your answer is gravity pulls the plane around the ball. If you don't want to absorb it, I don't care. That's objectively what it is. But here's my question.
I actually said aerodynamics.
We fly the plane like the Earth is flat and stationary. So could it be flat and stationary?
No.
So it would be different. We'd have to fly planes different on a flat and stationary Earth?
It would be impossible based on what physics we observe for it to be flat and stationary. It would violate gravity, which is something we can.
Gravity was made to explain. Gravity was made to explain the Earth being a ball, though. So that's so backwards. We came up with gravity to explain omnidirectionality on a ball. That's why we proposed gravity. Then we're still trying to figure it out. We've never discovered the graviton. The theory of relativity doesn't work when we apply it to the universe. It's off by 95% with dark matter and dark energy. We have numerous problems. Quantum mechanics has completely dismantled relativistic applications. And Newtonian physics had to be thrown away 100 years ago. We keep gravity because it has to exist for the Earth to be a ball. No. We don't.
Okay, so if gravity, then globe Earth, right? That's her claim. Because gravity in any permutation cannot exist if the Earth is flat. Okay, she's wrong. Why? Because she's assuming that a flat Earth would be very thin, like a pizza floating in space. The classic misinterpretation, right, of what quote-unquote true flat earthers quote-unquote believe. What if the substrate underneath the flat surfaced Earth was different with differential distributions, right? Solves that problem. So it's not true that gravity can't exist on a flat Earth. Now, they then, after you show that that's the case, must go into the past, into the creation moment. And they say, oh, well, that wouldn't come about by natural forces from a Big Bang, right? And then we're back at that problem, which is, hey, can you show me how a Big Bang universe's interpretation of gravity fits on your universe that doesn't have a Big Bang? See the problem? You only need all this nonsense if the Earth was formed by natural causal mechanisms ad infinitum into the past to the beginning point of an explosion. If you remove that, you don't need any of that nonsense. If the Earth is just fixed in place as it is, as it always was, and all the forces were set in equilibrium, right? With the surface being flat and a substrate accommodating those forces, whatever it might be, whether it be a cylinder of varying densities, whether it be a hyperdense matter below a surface that's flat, which ultimately results in similar field lines, they would then say, oh no, that wouldn't work because the substances would collapse. Okay, well, how do you know? Have you dug down through the Earth to see what substances are there? Maybe those substances are strong enough. Oh, no, my friend, you're not allowed to assume things. Only the globe's allowed to assume things. Didn't you know the rules? Pathetic, right?
Well said. There's a guy with no rolls here. If he wants to go up to VC check-in, I'll check him in. Valados. Go ahead.
All right, we're going to continue.
Know the Earth's a ball because of gravity. We know gravity exists because the Earth's a ball. That's called a begging the question, Faust.
I have some more documents I would like to read. I just have some more documents I would like to read that again reiterate the same thing. This one is from www.faa.gov. The engineering analysis and design of the aircraft dynamics model for the FAA. Okay. It says on page 32, the observant reader will notice that the aircraft equations of motion were calculated assuming a flat Earth. I have another article here. This is from nasa.gov/API/citations, a mathematical model for the CH-53 helicopter. The helicopter equations of motion are given in a body axis with respect to a flat, non-rotating Earth. I have so many of these documents, by the way. This goes on. There's like over 100. So for you to say that they are assuming, and we have the video of the pilots, they absolutely do not account for a globe or a moving surface. They're flying over a flat and stationary plane. It's not even able to be argued at this point. You can say no, but you have not provided.
The math is calculated as flat because it's easier, because it's negligible, because the up and down direction, what is that, pitch and yaw or something, is corrects itself. You don't have to pilot the plane to dip down.
Okay,
let's move on to the thing you ignored, which is the flight paths, which are mapped on a globe.
There are numerous flight paths that debunk the globe, though, so that's a very bad argument.
Emergency flight landings where people were dying or giving birth, they had to land, and they landed in a place that would not fit on a globe.
Also, we would take...
Right, some flight paths, right? Curved flight paths, right? So let me ask this question. Homeboy just said that you wouldn't have to adjust the plane. The plane would just naturally, follow the path around the Earth. So does that mean that the plane is not adjusting? No, of course not. The plane is adjusting. The plane must be adjusting. The plane must experience a necessary change in attitude at all times as it traverses over the surface of the Earth in order to maintain altitude. Right? So speaking of flight paths that are curved, where is the proof that the plane is making that necessary change in attitude? Okay, supposedly, like 6-7 years ago now, I don't even remember, some pilot who was trying to debunk flat Earth said he had that data and he was going to disclose it. And man, it's like 7 years later and we're still waiting for it, sucker. And even if you do give it...
He never disclosed it. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, well, of course not. Because even if he did, right, which he probably couldn't get access to it anyway, but even if he did, it would still need to be scrutinized. Because who's to say it's not fabricated? So you'd have to actually conduct, for lack of a better term, a live experiment, a live observation, a live whatever, right, of a system that was validated by independent sources, right, to be legit and not tampered with or have any, bogus programming in it, then take a plane and live stream the machine showing the necessary change in attitude or not. Right? That'd at least be getting somewhere, because numbers do tell something. And if you can get the data unalterated, right, and it shows that it's not making this necessary arc as it's flying, then that would, prove something. Of course, they would then say, oh, it's altered. But why would it be altered in favor of showing that it's flat? That wouldn't make sense, would it? No, it wouldn't. Yeah, maybe one day we'll finally get that data, But there have been pilots, right, that have come out, like that Dutch female pilot that we put in here. She's had her career for 20 years. 20 years she was flying planes, and then finally one day she had an epiphany. Wait a minute, my gyroscope isn't rolling backwards when I fly across the hemisphere, when it should be. Uh-oh, something's wrong.
And she was taken out of the air like next week after she came out, too. Grounded is the correct word there, I guess. I haven't figured updates, but I know that she was grounded for like a year or so after she came out with that.
Oh, sounds like reprisal, right? You naughty girl, you.
Gyroscopes moving in free space to bunk the globe themselves. But we all know this, right? Go ahead, I got.
Yeah. Now, if they could get some to, do their gyroscope thing in expensive space, then they might have a case.
Yeah, good point.
All right, let's press play.
Tons of paths that we don't take. We would take tons of paths that we don't take on a globe. There's direct shots across a globe that we never take. But when we look at the flat Earth map, it makes perfect sense. And we are not claiming the flat Earth map is perfect because we don't listen carefully, because you love to bring up how we don't have a map and somehow that makes the Earth a ball, right? This is why I tell you falsification is independent of replacement. The reason we can't make a map is because we don't have an accurate central point to start the Cartesian coordinate system. So it's impossible without an accurate central point. It's illegal to go within 500 miles of each direction of the North Pole. So that's the problem. So for all the Globers out there that love to talk about the map over and over, it's an impossible task because we don't have access to the central point to map it out.
No, it's not. You might have to file some paperwork, but it's not illegal. So
it has to be approved.
You claimed that there were locations on the Earth that don't exist on a globe?
What?
No, I said that
emergency flight. So the plane turned.
No, they landed in, I believe, I can't remember specifically. One of them had to do with Alaska, but where they landed did not make any sense on a globe. It would have been far out of the way. Okay. Another flight that people observe that's very suspicious is there should be a direct flight from, for example, Buenos Aires, Argentina to Johannesburg, South Africa. Okay. That would just be the tip of South America to the tip of Africa. In order to get a flight, the best flight that you can get, the fastest one, you have to stop all the way in the Netherlands. Okay. It's not a direct one. That would be a great example of the globe. But on a flat map, that works perfectly.
Do you want us to share the screen and show you that flight path, or?
Sure, because I got a flight path to share with you as well.
Cool. We have all kinds of them.
There's a flight path that goes right past that.
We're about to show you the actual flight path, my man. And so I don't understand why Globers bring this up. It's really weird. It's really weird.
Because it debunks the flat Earth.
It doesn't, though. It doesn't. That's what I'm trying to explain to you, my man. Flight paths don't help you, I promise.
Well, I don't think we ever got...
Oh, I can't hear you.
Jen, we lost you, if you can hear me.
You're muted,
Jen. Can you hear us?
It happened again.
Okay, no worries.
I'm so sorry about that. Boomer tech here. I agreed with you that it ought to look flat if you're sufficiently close to the surface. So did that point get made? Did you understand that? It makes sense to model it as flat, even if it's a sphere?
Yeah, it just happens to work out perfectly. That's the answer. Gravity makes it work out. Gravity accounts for the curvature that you would have to account for. That's the actual answer. We know the answer.
You're basically staying at the same level of the gravity field because that's the minimum energy solution, is to deviate minimally from a stable gravity field. So if you can get into a point where you're between two pressure gradients and you're sort of sandwiched between them, you just ride that and it remains stable approximately if you're at a same distance from a globe.
Well, you have to go up and down, actually. So actually, you don't just maintain the same. You have to go up and down. We have a 13-minute conversation with pilots explaining it in depth. And our point is, it's just to address the misnomers. It's like they say, if you Google it, you can see the curve of the Earth from a plane. No, you can't. I just now asked 2 pilots right after our plane landed, do you see curvature up there? No, of course not. So it's flat up there. Yeah, of course. They don't even hesitate. Anyone that's actually flown a plane, I used to work at an airport, I know many of them, everyone knows that the Earth looks flat in a plane. Everyone knows you fly the plane like it is flat, and everyone knows you fly the plane like the Earth isn't moving. You can say, well, yeah, it just appears that way. The equivalence principle, relativity, it makes it look that way. Gravity makes it
It makes it look that way because of the relative size, okay? You are 0.1% of the size of the total planet off the surface. So the amount of area that you're capable of seeing relative to the total surface is quite small.
Okay, so Google's definitely wrong when it says you can see the curve of the Earth from a plane then, right?
Well, that's unclear exactly what that means, so let's just put that to the side. But I'll grant you that when you're in a plane, it can definitely look like what you're...
Oh, man. Man, she did it again.
Yep, that's what I was going to say.
Like, when you're
future false assumption.
Yeah, when you're on the ground, we represent only at 1.1% of the Earth, right? It's only 0.1%. It's only 0.1%. That's just human number, right? How much is 0.1% of the Earth? How many miles? Well, let's find out. 1 second. Let's see. So 24,000, right? Times 0.01 would be what? No, that's not right. She say 0.1%?
Yeah, I think she said 0.1.
Okay, no, that's 10%, so you gotta go 0.1.
0.01, I think.
Wait, 0.01? Man, this sucks. All right, so I'm guessing 24,000 times 0.01. That would be 1%, right? She said 0.1%, so 0.1%, so I gotta go one more. So that's 24 miles, friends. You guys just heard that? What does that sound like? What does 25 miles sound like to you? You heard that ringing bells? Anybody? Any takers?
416 feet of vertical drop.
Oh, wow. Somebody got the right answer. Yay. That sounds like the Lake Idsill laser measurement, correct? So her assertion there, right, is that 0.1%, right, of the globe would be indiscernible, the amount of curvature. So she's saying that 400 foot of drop would be indiscernible, unknowable, immeasurable, inconceivable, right? So no, you don't just let somebody just slide with these relative numbers just because they sound small.
Wait a minute on the math part. This is aircraft going 500 miles an hour. Is that correct? Or you're talking about 30,000 feet? She's taking 30,000 feet. Is she taking the radius at 30,000 feet versus the radius 3,958?
Correct.
Okay. Then
yes, bogus. She's saying your radius off the Earth is only 0.7% of the actual radius. Therefore, you wouldn't be able to tell.
Right. So there.
Right. So I took her same logic. Right. I took her same logic and applied it to the circumference. Right. Got 25 miles. 25 miles is sufficient sample size to get 2 orders of magnitude deviation off of a laser beam being shot across the body of water. So is her assertion that scale, because it's a small number in the way she arranged it, necessarily mean anything? No, it doesn't. She didn't actually flesh it out to mean anything. It was just an appeal to a number that seemed small.
Yeah, because what she's ignoring is she's ignoring all the consequences of going up and down that amount of elevation in feet and the amount of lateral transference that would be occurring if it was spinning at that speed. All of the acceleration, deceleration, every time the plane went up or down, any amount would have to decelerate to maintain its place in the magical atmosphere. I mean, they got all kinds of fallacies going on. First of all, a curved ball that doesn't exist, never been validated, along with curved gases that have never been measured. How could you even? My God, just forget about it. I've never heard any explanations for any of those problems. They just ignore all of it and just use one-word comments to floss over it. If floss is the right word.
Yep, floss, dental floss, as in pulling teeth. That's what it feels like.
Yeah, well, they can take their little flossing activity and floss their butt with it. I mean, put it back where it belongs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's press play.
Mm-hmm.
Looking down at is flat. However, if I was going to agree with you and say, yeah, the Earth is flat, what I would expect to see under that model is I could look out and see all the way to the other end of the Earth. And so it's a question of, well, why can't I see that? Why does it disappear so predictably at that same point, give or take atmospheric fluctuation?
Yeah, well, the horizon always moves because it's not physical, and in your model it is physical. But here's a flight path right here from Santiago to Johannesburg. I'm share the screen.
So don't
right
screw
here,
it up.
You see on a flat Earth, it's a straight direct path. On the globe Earth, you go up out of your way and then come back down.
Okay, friends. You guys see that major screw up? They done both screwed up. Done homegirl wannabe science, math, whatever that actually claims to be. Just made the claim that she would expect to see forever if the Earth was flat. And then Whitsitt immediately talked about flight plans rather than giving her the logical smackdown she so rightly deserved. Okay, we have this problem with these globers that like to say, if the Earth was flat, I could see forever. And then when you say, oh, really? Where's the math for that? Where's any backing for what you just said? And then they're like, I don't freaking know. I'm still waiting for it from Matthew Learns. In fact, I'm waiting for it from guys from 5 years ago. Where's your little reasoning, argument, mathematics, graphics, anything of where you could see forever if the Earth was flat? I mean, get real. Anybody says that, they should be held to task, feet to the fire, until they concede they're absolutely talking out their butt, or they provide any type of evidence for scrutiny.
Because we're going to escort you back to the flat smack.
I mean, heck, you couldn't even say greater than 250 miles simply because of atmospheric occlusion, which you could literally find out just by, going on Wikipedia and seeing ambient conditions, maximum visibility. Such a sophomoric argument. It's not even sophomoric. This is like you get kicked out of college argument.
Yeah, the people that still think we can see forever should not even be engaging at this level of debate. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. To be honest, okay, this is the way I'm getting nowadays. It's like, if you're in a debate, right, and somebody says that, you should just pause and be like, wait a minute. Did you just say that? It's like, are you sure you're even supposed to be here? I mean, this is a debate about the nature of the Earth, not about absolutely impossibly asinine statements. Like, if the Earth was flat, I could see forever.
You're roboting a little bit.
There's no excuse
for everybody. That roboting a little bit. Go ahead, I got.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, he was a little bit.
Yeah, my point is that somebody saying that, all attention should be drawn to that. Because they make these statements and they have rhetorical force. When somebody hears that, right, and then Whitsitt immediately goes into planes. Okay, a proposition unrebutted stands, right? So if he doesn't address it, in a sense, he concedes to it. You guys get that? In the minds of the viewer, especially those who are biased towards that girl's argument, and they're going to agree with her. They're going to recognize that Whitsitt had no rebuttal.
So we commonly see that. We commonly see that in here, by them doing that, the same thing. Like going into weeds is what I mean to say. Like that, take us into the weeds, and we prefer here not to go into the weeds. But now, Whitsitt.
Really?
And them
you sure about that? You sure?
Well, I don't prefer going into the weeds. I like to stop them, like you're saying.
Well, see, what happens is people get in a track. They get in a track of I want to make this argument, right? And so when somebody brings up something like that must be addressed, they continue on with their other argument, completely leaving the thing that should be like the total focus.
It seems like it's worth mentioning, at least in my opinion, that, like you said, the fog of war, maybe he wasn't carefully listening to what she was actually saying, because, she's saying the same blubber bullshit is what he might be thinking. I'm just saying,
Right, true. But check this out. Yes, that's fair. That's why we're doing this. Right? So that he can watch this critique and then maybe, get better at certain things. That's fine. Or maybe he won't. Who knows? Or, whatever. That's not the point. The point is it's good for everybody to learn. So, some people, when they're in certain venues, they dismiss arguments or don't address arguments because they think it's so basic that they don't have to, right? While simultaneously missing the point that a lot of people don't know these things. Like, they don't know the backstory of the argument. They don't know the history. They don't know that this person and this person argued it, and then there was this huge conclusion. They don't know all of that stuff. They only know what they're hearing in the present moment. And it is rational, at least to them, right? It sounds rational to them. That, oh yeah, if the Earth was flat, I could totally see forever, right? Because there's nothing in the way. That makes sense. So the Earth can't be flat because I can't see forever, right? And then, the debate ends and they walk away and go their merry way. Because they only need one thing, right? One sentence. I watched the whole debate. I gave Flat Earth a fair shot. But she said if the Earth was flat, I could see forever. I agree. Therefore, the Earth's a globe. Now, I'm relatively certain that this is the error.
Percentage of them right just then. Sorry. A large percentage of them did that. They listened to one thing. She said, "Oh yeah, it's still a globe." Didn't listen to nothing else.
Yeah, exactly.
Go ahead.
Exactly. So I'm pretty sure that was the error that I wanted to find, and so I'm glad that I found it. So unless anyone else got any comments, let's press play.
You could fly straight across the South Atlantic Ocean, but no, you go hundreds of miles out of your way and come back down. There are probably 30 of these flights, though, which is why I don't understand why Globers bring it up. So is there a rebuttal? Why does it work perfect on the flat Earth, but the Earth's a globe, so we added hundreds of unnecessary miles to go out of our way? Is there a rebuttal?
Yeah, so I have my own flight path to share.
So no rebuttal.
To address this one, they might just not book flights there. So you have all these private companies that know that the Earth is flat. You have thousands of employees that are plotting these flight paths, and they know the Earth is flat. Globally, every single company without fail, and they all say the Earth is flat or the Earth is a globe.
So you're not rebutting the actual.
That's just interesting.
So you don't know.
And no, they might not just go to Johannesburg because of, again, these are private companies. They want to make a profit. So maybe there are more flights to the north of Africa than the south of Africa.
So there
are plenty of explanations.
Gotcha. So we can just make up stuff. Gotcha.
It's hard to know what this evidence is actually saying.
Yeah,
I would have to
fly.
You have to fly them why they do
this. That's the most direct path on a flat Earth. They have to fly that way. Mm-hmm. That's why they do it. It's not because, there's probably a reason. No, the reason is that's the only way you can go there. That's the reason. That's why there's not one flight that exists that goes from Santiago to Johannesburg over the South Atlantic Ocean. It goes up and comes down because on a flat Earth, that's the direct path. That's why they do that. You think that private companies that spend money on fuel, their entire business plan is fuel cost effective?
Yeah, that's actually why they shut down the South Pole flights, is because they weren't cost effective. They used to fly them, and they don't anymore. And this just appears to be an economically viable route, because there would be presumably people that wanted to go from Dakar to Johannesburg. So I don't know. This isn't very compelling.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, there is. It's just not economically viable. I mean, it's not even clear what a direct path means, right? So you got to be really clear as to what, because we're not even agreeing as to what if we don't agree on the shape and a direct path, we're not talking about the same thing.
And all of the continents there are completely distorted. You couldn't, that the shorelines are not like that, which is why no flat Earth map ever makes sense.
On the mainstream Mercator map, it's completely off. They show that Alaska is so tiny and it's huge. This happens all the time.
These are direct flight paths, so no stopovers, no the variable of economic whatever gains that you would get from going to one particular location over another is eliminated. So we have a flight path from Sydney to Santiago, Chile, and New York to London. 5 times the distance in less than twice the time. So why would companies do that? Why would they waste fuel?
So the fastest air current
and that's also impossible. So that's another way.
the fastest air currents are literally right there where you drew your little dotted line. You would catch an air current over the Earth. Secondly, you actually have to apply a scale to the southern portion of the map. Did you know that? So that's not, you don't just look at it and say, I think that looks too far. You realize that you actually have to properly apply the scale. So credit to Professor Dave to not know how to use scales. So
that's what happens if you flatten the Earth. The scale is off. The southern hemisphere is distorted. That's why a flight that takes 12 and a half hours is 5 times longer than a flight that takes 8 hours. And if wind is a factor here, it would have to be record-breaking hurricanes, 250 miles per hour.
Well, then why does the plane take so much longer when it goes back the other direction against the current? If it has nothing to do with it.
It's not much longer.
It is, actually. Sometimes up to 2 and 3 hours.
As long as you
2 to 3 hours. 2 to 3 hours.
Yeah. So that's not going to speed up 5 times.
5 times? Well, we don't need 5 times.
The distance is over 5 times as long.
No, that's what I'm trying to say.
Preferred direction for the trade winds is actually what you'd expect on a globe, though.
I'm trying to explain to you guys that
rotating globe is constantly getting a different edge of the sun, and so there's a preferred direction for the trade winds to blow.
You guys didn't watch the intro where I explained that actually all the currents work better on the flat Earth and showed you how you can actually map them out. But here's the point here. So you're lying and saying it's a certain distance because you're listening to the goofball Professor Dave, and a lot of globe earthers do this. But you have to understand you have to apply a scale to the southern hemisphere.
Explain that. How would you fix the scale of the southern hemisphere? Distort Africa immensely so that Australia and South America are closer?
So are you saying you don't know how to read azimuthal maps? Is that what you're telling us? Because
you don't know how to read them.
Yeah, you have to apply a scale past the equator. It's just like duh. Like you guys use memes. You guys use memes
on a globe.
You don't use scale.
If it's actually flat, then that's going to be the distance. Otherwise, you're going to have weird spatial distortions, which again, I guess you'd have to invoke some kind of magic field where there's spatial compression where you can travel further in less time.
This is what you still don't understand. So your meme is a straw man because you didn't apply the scale. Now, that does not mean that's what the Earth has to look like because the Southern Ocean is basically unexplored and we don't actually know what's there. I don't know if you're aware of that, but basically no.
Said that crazy illusion. Isn't that space-time dilation? That his co-worker there used earlier in the debate. Time itself changes the higher you get away from the Earth, right? So it's okay when they believe in that, right? But then they use it as a pejorative against flat Earth.
One goes in the Southern Ocean, and we don't know the central point to map out the proportionate layout of the land. You have strawmanned even the map. You've shown a basic misunderstanding of how to use maps.
The azimuthal projection fits on a globe because if you apply the scale between Santiago and Sydney, then you can do that. But then there's going to be gaps somewhere between the edge of the globe. Of the projection of the globe.
There are gonna be gaps. Yeah, there are gonna be areas that aren't mapped out accurately, which is convenient because no one goes to the Southern Ocean. And I also explained to you, you just drew a path. Okay. I've objectively debunked you 3 different ways. I'm not going to talk about it for like an hour. Listen.
You're now trying to debunk me with continents you're claiming that you haven't discovered yet.
You go on that little dotted line of yours, and that's going with the currents. When you go the other way, the flight takes at least 3 hours longer. And then to tag on to that, this flight basically never happens. We actually wanted to go try to do it, and you can't find a one-way. You guys just like to draw lines on maps and make up stories. This is a very rare flight if it ever happens, and it's much slower the other way, proving that the reason that the plane goes faster is it rides the air current. It's just objective. So we can move on.
How does that prove? How does that establish a flat Earth?
He's saying it debunks the flat Earth. I just now refuted his claim. I didn't make any claim about it proving a flat Earth. I'm making a point that it doesn't prove a globe Earth. Right. So we can move on now because we refuted that claim. Yeah, go ahead. She's got another point.
Oh, I just thought we'd talk about entropy maybe, since we have the Church of Entropy here.
Yeah, well, entropy is basically just another way of saying the least action principle. So entropy is saying that energy is constantly diffused. That's what entropy says. So there's two ends of it. Okay, one end is we observe a tremendous amount of motion, and the other end is it appears that for a lot of our perceptions and observations, things are at rest. So we have to go in between those two boundary conditions and determine what assumptions we need to make to construct a model, how many assumptions we actually need, and in what order we ought to express the assumptions geometrically or algebraically in order to generate reasonable predictions that we can then look up in the sky and say, oh, our model is lining up in the sense that it's telling us maybe something like a future eclipse. Entropy doesn't apply per se to cosmology. Entropy is more about life because it's more about thermodynamics. Whereas in cosmology, it's more about what you might call a stasis field. So something that's moving, we can establish that there's movement going on. You can look at the time lapse going across the sky and establish that there's some type of movement, but there's also a perceptually a tremendous amount of stillness, and we have to account simultaneously for both of those effects if we're going to have a satisfactory model, because clearly these other models aren't quite convincing enough in the sense that this debate is still happening. So I do appreciate having a chance to go through these arguments. I'm ready to go to the questions. I don't know how everyone else is feeling, but hope we've got a lot of the arguments out.
Okay, what she's trying to say is entropy will always increase, and you're
right. So she's amazed that this debate is still continuing, while simultaneously saying, if the Earth was flat, I could see forever. Right. So she needs to look in the mirror and realize that the debate's still continuing because of people like her. All right. Let's press play. Oh, and Matthew, who hasn't got the math yet. He could give her the answers, and then they'd both know the answer.
Your name is convenient because the second law would refute your claim that there's a pressurized system adjacent to a near perfect vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr, because the pressure would obviously seek its equilibrium due to the second law. And natural laws apply to your cosmological claims as well because they make claims about the natural world.
Yeah, I was just going to cover within that movement. Would you agree that high pressure goes to low pressure?
Not necessarily, because pressure is defined relative to a container, and you're not always dealing with a clearly outlined container. And that's where mechanics is really complicated, is when you can't actually conclusively say where it makes sense to claim that there's a boundary, because there is no actual boundary, but there are pseudo boundaries and a conservation in some sense of pseudo boundaries that you can use as a modeling template. But again, this is sort of beyond the scope of what we want to talk about here right now.
This is why I wanted to talk about gravity, is because gravity can act as a container for air. And it doesn't matter if it's electromagnetic or not. All it matters is if air particles are pulled toward other masses.
Gravity has a singular vector of down relative to the center of mass, and gas to surface is an omnidirectional infinite vector. So a singular vector down to the center of mass would never in any way contain it. That's why it doesn't contain it at the surface where gravity is the strongest.
I know your word salad is a lot, but
word salad means things don't make sense, but that made sense.
It doesn't make any sense. Air doesn't just move omnidirectionally just because. Air pushes against. What was that?
2-minute warning. We're going to go into Q&A in 2 minutes.
Okay. Air doesn't just just go in different directions. Air will press against other air, so it can move in an upward direction, but gravity will pull that air back down, and it will push against other air until it balances the force of gravity.
You have a vacuum chamber and you open up the vacuum chamber. What happens to the air surrounding the vacuum chamber?
Surrounding the vacuum chamber.
You have a vacuum chamber and you open the little latch.
Yeah.
Okay.
It goes.
What happens to the air outside the vacuum chamber? What will happen?
It pushes into the vacuum.
It rushes into the vacuum because entropy.
Because of air pressure.
High pressure goes to low pressure.
Why?
So if you have this vacuum up in the room and then there's gas below it, and then you opened up the vacuum, would the gas pressure still go up into the vacuum despite gravity being there?
Yes, because it's being pushed by the other air molecules.
Okay, thanks for playing.
Yeah,
we can't extrapolate this metaphor to the scale of the planet, because what you're talking about is a clear boundary. It's something that was vacuum sealed, and you opened it and pressure you calibrated. You can't then analogize that to the cosmos because there's no clear boundary. And I'll go ahead.
When you look at the scale
in the academic world that you could have gas pressure without containment, and they cannot show this. In the definition of gas pressure.
You have to prove gravity also.
It's in the definition, chemistry.elmhurst.edu. Gas pressure is the collision of gas molecules against the container.
No.
The physical container.
It's also pressure against other air molecules. So the reason air pushes into a vacuum is because the air molecules are hitting each other, pushing them in, and there's no air in the vacuum to stop them from getting pushed. So
pushing them to what?
Without using
there is pressure differentials. If you're talking about the scale of the Earth, if you're talking about the scale of a propane tank, that's not the scale of the Earth. There is pressure differentials when you go up a mountain. So the further up you go, there's not air pressing down on the air at the top of a mountain, not as much relatively at the bottom, because it's lower pressure. The thing that's keeping the thing that's pushing the air down is gravity at the top of the mountain.
Stupid.
What we have to do is go into Q&A. I want to remind you, if you want to hear more from either side, folks, you can click on the links below. You can hear more about the views from either side, as we really do appreciate our guests. And we have to say, my dear friends, if you haven't yet, hit share, as that really does help us get the word out. If you think that you have a friend who you're like, oh, they'd enjoy this debate, now's a great opportunity to hit that share button below, and you can share it with them, enjoy it together, and like I said, it helps Modern Day Debate have a positive influence as we strive to be a neutral and fair platform for everybody. So with that, we're going to jump into the Q&A. Thanks very much for your first question. This one coming in from Joe Schwartz. He says, can we all agree that regardless of shape, the Earth is pretty dope? Thanks for that, Joe.
Yeah, the Earth is super dope.
And thanks for your super sticker from Steven. Appreciate your support. As well as Dr. Anarchy, who says, hey, Witsit, when Blue Origin or SpaceX starts to offer commercial seats on a spacecraft to orbit the globe, would you be willing to take a trip and admit that you have been wrong all this time?
Well, if it's just 4 minutes of weightlessness, which is identical to a vomit comment, I probably wouldn't admit I'm wrong. They'd have to let me independently verify it and document it. I also know there's something called a circumference of light. Divergent rays create a circumference of light. You could go up on a flat surface and appear to have a slight curve due to circumference of light. So no, I probably still wouldn't believe it. I know you guys don't like that. If they took me out of space and I could float around and see that the Earth was a ball from the outside, then yes, I'd believe it, and that'll never happen.
This one coming in from Do Appreciate Your Question. Will Stewart says, Jen wins, doesn't matter what she says. As well as, you got a fan out there, Jen. He says there are many variables that can explain different testimony about what can be seen. The visor technology, polarized versus not. light refraction, etc. Are you considering this when claiming contradiction?
Well, was that question was for us? I must have not followed the question there. I'm not sure.
I think it was. They said there are many variables that can explain different testimony about what can be seen. The visor technology, polarized versus not, light refraction, etc. Are you considering this when claiming that there's a contradiction?
Yeah, that doesn't work when the same person contradicts their own testimony from the same occurrence and experience.
This one coming in from Sean Hawkins says, I'm still waiting to see Kai zoom the sun back in after it sets. I think this might have been regarding one of your earlier pictures or videos. Says, so I'll repeat it. They said, I'm still waiting to see Kai zoom the sun back in after it sets. If she can't, she has no choice but to concede to curvature.
Okay. Hello, my obsessive fan. There's videos on YouTube, but also once the sun disappears because of perspective, so once it's actually disappeared beyond the vanishing point, then you obviously can't bring it back. So, but there is no curve. It's simply perspective.
You got it. This one coming in from Kango44 says, it's very, 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 very easy to measure the shape of the Earth. Humans did it 2,500 years ago. I did it last week myself. It's a globe. Also, buy a telescope. Then you can see what the planets look like.
Okay, look through a telescope probably 20 times, so save it. Obviously, putting sticks in the ground is not a measurement. You have reverse engineered a calculation. The calculations are not measurement. Of course, it works the same on a flat Earth. Yes. So why do you have to bring up something from 2,500 years ago if we have NASA getting $60 million a day? It seems kind of weird. Can we get physical measurement, not presumptive calculation?
Calculations are relationships between measurements.
Yeah, its calculations are synonymous with measurements, though?
What did I just say?
I'm asking, are they the same?
No.
So you have to have physical measurement first, right?
That's what the sticks are measuring, yeah.
So what are they?
Calculations or interpretations on measurements. That's right.
What are the sticks measuring?
Angle of the sun's rays.
Well, and the shadows actually. But if I do that same thing on a flat table, I can map it out with calculations to make the table a sphere. Did you not know that?
You can't, but you know.
Okay.
It also presupposes a distant sun, which they had no way of establishing.
And assumes no refraction.
Yeah, you're ignoring the time factor, but that's cool.
No, yeah, we're pointing out the time factor and how stupid the claim is for Globers to regurgitate what Google told them that it was proven 2,500 years ago. It's ridiculous. Grow up.
It's not Google, it's the navigators.
There's no primary documentation of this actual occurrence. Did you know that? Okay, so we can move the next one. This one coming in from Kango44 says, showing the planets through a P900 and saying, quote, look, the planets are wandering stars, unquote, is the very height of dishonesty. Anyone can produce very clear images of the planets with a cheap telescope.
It's so funny because the definition of planea was wandering star in the past.
Yeah, and actually when you look at them through telescopes, they pulsate. You'll never actually make a static observation of the lights, which is the entire point. And actually there seems to be an analog and digital difference, which is why the P900 catches the cymatic patterns.
This one coming in from Balthazar228 says, do either of the flat earthers agree with Alden's theory of level Earth?
Not familiar.
Gotcha. That's it. They're just trolling you. I just wanted to see what you'd say, though. Okay, this one coming in from, it's one of Vosh's memes. But Will Stewart says, there are many variables that can explain different testimony about... Oh, we got that one. Sorry about that. Ilabaka, thanks for your question, says, Witsit, why hasn't Bob published or repeated his gyro test at different elevations? If that's true, he'll get fame and a Nobel Prize. What is he waiting for?
He does have the documentation. Why is he not published it? I don't know. You'd have to ask him. Actually, the reason he didn't publish it, the real answer, I guess he's cool with me saying this, is because he gave it to be an exclusive in the Flatlanders episode that hasn't come out yet. And so he was trying to do them a favor for letting them exclusively release it. And then secondly, he will never get a Nobel Prize because it's not about being honest or having new innovation or any type of discovery. It's about fitting the status quo of consensus. And you'll just get hand-wave dismissal like we got from Taylor earlier, where he's like, no, margin of error.
You're a liar.
Margin of error. So that it doesn't really matter, to be honest. But there's your answer.
Didn't you just go on and on about how Einstein overturned paradigm of physics? So that contradicts what you just said.
No, because it still fit within the consensus. Actually, that was thanks for making my point, which was Michelson Morley debunked the fact that the Earth was supposedly spinning. So theory of relativity had to come in and throw their little cape on to say the heliocentric model I was talking. And so then it was once again fitting into consensus, which was my point. So we can move on.
This one coming in from Do Appreciate It. Doofus Manfred says Bob released the full data from his FO gyro. The different rates detected corresponded directly to the FOG fog being at temperatures out of spec. Hashtag GLTF.
Okay, try to not use so many acronyms. We're not 7th graders. And I don't know what you're talking about. He hasn't released the full data. He gave it to them exclusively. So I think you might have made that up.
This one coming in from Do Appreciate Your Question. Will Stewart strikes again, says you claim contradiction. But what about... Did he do that one twice? No. It's a very close to one that we were at earlier, but it's a different one. He says, you claim contradiction, but what about variables in visor technology, refraction, position, etc.? That isn't A and not A at the same time and in the same sense. Have you considered this?
Yeah. It doesn't work if it's the same person talking about their own experience, but then giving contradictory testimony. Just like in court, they would be considered an invalid witness.
Yes.
Do that. This one coming in from Do Appreciate Your Question. Tim Pryor says, they say particles of the atmosphere reach to the moon. Not that it's in the atmosphere. Read the whole article.
How can particles of the atmosphere go out past the moon without the atmosphere being out past the moon?
This one from Robert Summers. Well, hold on, just to be sure I read it right. They say particles of the atmosphere reach to the moon, not that it's in the atmosphere.
Well, it's a question of like the gradient falling off. It's a bit of a Theseus's ship. Like, how dense does the atmosphere have to be before it's not the atmosphere anymore? It's arbitrary in the sense that, there might be a particle from the planet that's on Mars right now, but we don't count it as part of the atmosphere, do we?
How many
we have
drops
no
of
idea
rain
where the
until it's
atmosphere
raining?
Got it. We have no idea where the atmosphere ends. Got it.
This one coming in from Do Appreciate Your Question.
The gradient.
Robert Summers.
Gradient, but you have to have pressure to have a gradient, by the way, honey.
Robert Summers says...
There is a pressure gradient. You can measure it.
Regarding gyro, even if the values did change outside of a margin of error, what was being measured then?
That was for him, I would imagine. It was for me? What's the question? It's got to be for him, right? If it's outside the margin of error.
He said even...
No, I think it's the gyro experiment.
Gyro.
Right, he's the one that claimed it was margin. He's the one that claimed it was margin of error. So
I'm asking if it's outside the margin of error.
They say even if the values did change outside of a margin of error, what was being measured then?
Yeah. The change in the vortexual movement within the ether. So if you had a tornado, it's wider at the top and it's smaller and tighter at the bottom. So you're measuring a differential of movement based on the vortexual motion. So it would change with altitude at the same latitude. On the globe, it would stay exactly the same at the same latitude.
This one coming in from Do Appreciate It, Will Stewart. Oh, he's hungry. He says, if you maintain 30,000 feet round or flat, you fly at 30,000 feet. Whether the Earth is round or flat. Round, you stay at 30,000 feet. Flat, you stay at 30,000 feet. It's not flying perpendicular. Explain.
Yeah. Okay. So the difference is on a globe, to maintain 30,000 relative to level, you have to actually be going down as opposed to just maintaining over top of a horizontal, which is what we actually assume it to be, as well as sea level to get your altitude in the first place.
This one coming in from Nuclear Creation says, so if we are living on a flat Earth, can we fall off of it? And since we supposedly live on the flat part, then what the F is on the other side? And are other stars and planets also flat?
Oh, so the word other would insinuate that you're begging the question that we are a planet. So they are something different than the Earth. They move top of the Earth, create a sky clock. What's below it? Well, that's why you've always heard as above, so below. It's a hermetic principle. It tracks back forever. It's because, like I showed you with the magnetic field, we're the inertial plane. So we have the same top of the magnetic field toroid underneath it as well. And that's the only way that it could exist. And when people smirk and laugh about it, it's really funny because Harvard still admits they can't explain the magnetic field in the globe, and I can explain it perfectly. So the answer is that you're within the inertial plane. There's the same above, same below, and no, we aren't planets, and no, you can't fall off of the edge with your trifecta question there. That's a ridiculous idea. Can you fall off of a shoreline? Secondly, because we measure the Earth to be a plane, we're not claiming the entirety of it or a shape. It could be some type of realm. We have no idea. It doesn't matter. It's illegal to go there.
And we're contained. That's why we have gas pressure, and from there, then you would get a gradient.
So you can't fall off through a container, can you?
This one coming in from
Alchemy, huh?
Do appreciate it. High Flyer says, I've flown 22 years as a U.S. Air Force U-2 pilot above 70,000 feet. Every time I've looked outside, the Earth was curved.
Okay, so I want you to really listen carefully to this. There's something called the circumference of light, based on Rayleigh scattering within the air, okay? So divergent rays have a circumference of light. Now, you can use AutoCAD or whatever to explain this to you. If you go up over a flat surface, the circumference of light based on certain altitudes will actually give the illusion of a slight curve. Of course, it doesn't actually match the globe predictions, but secondly, you can't see the actual curvature of the globe from 70,000 feet according to your own math.
And Neil deGrasse Tyson,
which says 62 miles, you can't see it. So it's really, I'm not even saying you're lying. Because of the circumference of light over a flat Earth, it's possible that you could perceive that, certainly if you really want to believe it, because that is what happens with Rayleigh scattering and a circumference of light. But you wouldn't see the physical curvature according to your own model.
Got it. This one coming in from Do Appreciate It. Isla Baca says, Witsit, when there were direct Chile to San Antonio flights, SA might also be
San Antonio and whatever it's called. And what is it? I forgot to say it now. And San whatever. What is it called? Do you want to? Somebody here knows? I forgot.
Saudi Arabia? Well, they say
no. It's like Antagio. I just don't know how to pronounce it. It's like A-N-T-I-G-O.
They say Witsit, when there were direct Chile to SA flights, World Cup in Santiago charters, many of them. Why? Because it's profitable. Other times, not so much.
Yeah, basically never happens. And again, it doesn't explain anything because you're following the jet streams. You're literally going over top of the air current. That's why when you go back the other way, it's significantly slower. Makes no sense on a globe, though.
Gotcha. Might have Isla Baca corrected me, South Africa, but nonetheless, I think the same point is my guess is your answer is the same either way. But thanks for clarifying that, Isla Baca. And then Nuclear Creation says, would love for flat earthers in debate to respond. I don't know if they mean to themselves or to the other speakers. I don't know, but anyway, Dan the Machine, or maybe it's to their previous question. Dan the Machine says, how do you have a quote-unquote southern hemisphere on a flat Earth? Is it circumference? If so, what's west and what's east?
So that's why when I said hemisphere, I air quoted it. East to west is relative to center. We travel using a compass, which is north, which points to the center. You go east and west. That's why you can circumnavigate on both a globe and a flat Earth. It is not mutually exclusive in any way. East and west is the same relative to north.
Gotcha. And thank you very much for this question coming in from 2 seconds. As I mentioned, our guests are linked in the description, folks. That includes if you're listening via the podcast. And Javid Benskazmi, thanks for your question, says for Witsit and Kai, just saw Shi Lin on Jake's stream. She believes the biblical map is flat, square map with North Pole in the north edge, not the center, and South Pole in the south edge. Would this map be considered?
I'd have to see it and look out the specifics. Like, to be honest, it's very open right now. And anyone that's an honest researcher and looks into this knows that we don't know the accurate layout of the land, and only people that have a bias are going to say otherwise. So I would be interested to see any and all projections. It's worth looking at.
This one from Robert Summer says, wait, Witsit, are you asserting they wouldn't allow you to become an astronaut?
You get to be a Freemason.
Yeah, I'm not big into drinking baby blood or being like Freemason, dress up in the dark, playing like dressed up with grown adults. So maybe not.
This one coming in from, do appreciate your question. Whiskey Brandt says, why haven't you guys presented one globe proof? I think that's for you, Jen and Taylor.
Yeah, we have. So when did you stop beating your wife?
I'm sorry, go ahead. I didn't want to go down the same road as always, just presenting the same exact arguments. I think we made a pretty strong case, but a proof really depends on your standards of proof. And Taylor said it best, you know, if you're going to be skeptical, sort of behooves you to be uniformly skeptical. And it's clear that there's a level of skepticism being applied to the globe, even though the evidence does clearly support it, properly interpreted, that's just not being applied to the alternative hypothesis, which sadly doesn't appear to be specific enough to really mount what might be necessary to a proof of disproving the opponent's position.
You got it. This one from...
Sorry, good.
Ron Tronimus says, actual alleged outer space is pitch black. There are no stars in space. Explain, Taylor and Jen.
What was it again?
He said, actual alleged outer space is pitch black. There are no stars in space. Now, explain, Taylor and Jen.
I really want to take this one if it's okay, because let's not say that there are no, we can't establish that there are no stars. Maybe the testimony of some of these astronauts went up and they said it was very dark, but let's think about what's going on here. We just had some experiments show us that the atmosphere is really big. What is that doing? It's a lens. What does a lens do? Focuses light. That's why you get the twinkles and all those super fun, beautiful, spiritual geometry, what have you effects. That's all the combined effects of the water in the atmosphere, which is what makes this such a great model for that, because it's got a tremendous amount of conservation of structure, even though it's quite wonky.
Taylor, anything?
Yeah, I mean, if you don't accept picture evidence of stars in the sky, but you accept picture evidence of the Earth being flat, even though the laws of perspective don't work for flat Earth, they only work, they only fit a globe model, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, it's the double standard of evidence. Again,
can we get a measurement of Earth?
I don't know what else. We can't send everyone to space yet, so I don't know what else you want other than pictures.
Can't send
physical
anyone to
measurement
space.
of Earth curvature, probably.
Yeah, or just prove that you can have gas pressure without a container.
But we'll move on. We don't want to. That was your question. It's all good.
This one coming in from, do appreciate it. Kana Bear, let me know if I pronounced it right, says boats don't fall over the edge of an imaginary sphere horizon. We see way further. The globe model was made using flat Earth elevation angle measurements. Taylor.
The globe was measured with what?
They said the globe model was made using flat Earth elevation angle measurements.
No. I don't know. The globe was a lot of different things. Partially, originally sea navigation. They couldn't make flat maps work. So.
This one from Let me know if I did get that Cana Bear, if I got that right in terms of understanding it and reading it. Ilabaka, thanks for your question, says, Witsit, if we find a grain of sand 1 mile from the beach, does that mean the beach goes that far? Analog to the atmosphere.
I don't understand.
I'll read it one more time.
That sounds like okay.
Basically, the question is how many grains of sand is a beach? So if you have a couple pieces of sand from the beach scattered on the road, does the beach reach to the road, or is that just a piece of the beach that's on the road?
Oh, we're talking about the atmosphere. Oh, okay. Oh, you're saying analogous to the atmosphere. I get it now. Yeah. If there's a magical vacuum sitting next to an atmosphere, even though gases have no intrinsic shape and that's stupid, then the gas that keeps going out would still technically be part of the atmosphere. At what point in time do you draw the line? You don't have a road or anything like that.
That's at the moon. At the moon.
Right at the moon. That's where it stops.
You can approximate it at the moon because the moon is what's binding. I mean, you're asking a great question. The moon is what's binding the atmosphere. I don't think this is very well understood, but it would boil off if it weren't for the moon constantly scooping it back in. So this is a very good question. That doesn't.
I like that you at least. I do really like you, Jen, in the sense that you're willing to think outside of what they tell you that we know everything about. So, like, I will give you that. I think that's beautiful, and that's what everyone needs to do, regardless of what they think about this subject.
This one coming in from.
I don't think there's anything ridiculous about having a gradient. We can observe.
Yeah, me either. The only way you can have a gradient. But listen, man. The reason you have a gradient is because you have gas pressure. Gas is constantly being introduced at the surface level. Most of the gas is coming up from underneath the surface, and we have an electric gradient going up 100 volts per meter on the Earth. So if the Earth is flat and contained, that's exactly what we would have. Okay.
This one coming in
from. We would have gas pressure
I've
without.
Got to give Austin the last word on that one because the question is for him.
Right.
This one coming in from.
Yep, you heard that correctly. The moon is the container for the gas pressure of the Earth. Okay, let me say that again. Can you have gas pressure without a container? Of course not. That's what the moon is for. Oh, man, that was a good one. The moon is just like a ping pong paddle, just bounces them back towards the Earth. Boing, 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 boing. That's why the moon always faces us, dude.
Yeah, if the moon wasn't here, it would just, everything would explode.
Now you guys understand it. The moon is always facing us because it's a ping pong paddle. Oh, man. Everything makes sense now. Holy crap. What about the gas particles that are on the other side where the moon isn't? Do they get to go escape? Does anybody remember this game? It used to be, it goes under many names, but one of the names it went under was Breakout. And so it's a vertical game where on the bottom is a paddle, and on the top are all these bricks, and this little ball bounces back and forth.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we should make one, man. And who do we know that can program that real quick? They should make one about that where it's the moon and the Earth is on the bottom and all the little particles are slowly going up, and then you got to bounce it back. That'd be so cool. Probably be easy to program. Oh my goodness, the moon is an atmosphere scoop. Holy crap. Woo. All right, it's almost over. Let's listen to the end.
I'm down in the rabbit hole says, good to see you down in the rabbit hole, says, do you think Globe Cultus will ever admit that zooming in on a terrestrial object from a terrestrial position is completely different from zooming in on a celestial object from a terrestrial position? You can't zoom it back. I can read that again. Would you like? They say, do you think Globe Cultus, like Taylor, will ever, just kidding. Do you think Globe Cultus will ever admit that zooming in on a terrestrial object from a terrestrial position is completely different than zooming in on a celestial object. So celestial object rather than terrestrial object. So in the first case, it's terrestrial object being zoomed in from a terrestrial position. And others saying, don't you think, are you willing to admit that that's completely different from zooming in on a celestial, so with a C, not terrestrial, but celestial object, from a terrestrial position that you're zooming in from? They said you can't zoom it back.
I'm not sure what he's saying. They can't zoom it back from, but yeah, there are differences. I'm not sure what differences he wants me to state there are. But I don't know. I guess the one comment I have is the reason you can't zoom back things that go over the horizon from that are on the terrestrial level is because of the curve. And the curve does not rise to the actual horizon line, which you would expect from linear perspective.
You got it. This one coming in from Annie at Purdue. Let me know if I say this right. They say, nowhere in my flight training was I taught to fly as if the earth was flat. Instead, I was...
My goodness. So what did he just say? He just said we don't see in linear perspective, right? Therefore, the Earth's a globe. Okay, so linear perspective is an ideal model. It doesn't take into account diffraction limits and other such things. Linear perspective is for a 2D plane, not the three-dimensional world. This is a big problem we used to have back in the day, where flat earthers would say, if the Earth was flat, the horizon would be at eye level, right? It would rise up with you. So lo and behold, along comes a glober and proves that there's a slight dip angle to the horizon at high altitudes, and then says, oh, guess you were wrong. Well, it's true, they were wrong. That's part of the reasons why you got to be precise. You got to parse your language. Even today, we have flat earthers who say that the horizon is going to render at exactly, half in your eye line, which is demonstrably false. Nor would you expect it to. First off, you can't see forever. We already agree on that. Second off, if you raise an altitude, if you're 1,000 feet off the ground, right, is that not 1,000 feet of sky that must render in your field of view before the water line or the ground would be rendered? Well, of course. So the idea that the horizon would be exactly at your midpoint of your eye line at all times can't be sustained. Now, it appears to be so at lower altitudes, but even then it actually isn't. It's just rendering as if it is. Which of course is fair. But saying that it is and then having a glober come along and just prove that that's not the case, right? The glober will walk away thinking he's debunked flat Earth. Really, he's just debunked a misinterpretation of perspective. All right, let's continue.
Taught the four forces of flight, which imply the presence of gravity.
But how come whenever you were trained, they had to negate the gravity vector and you don't ever have to account for it when you fly? No one, it's a ridiculously egregious straw man to say that we are saying they teach pilots in pilot school that the Earth is flat. No one's saying that. It's that when you fly the actual plane, you do not personally account for curvature or spin. You fly as if you don't have to worry about that. And you do also not have to make any type of accounting for gravity other than weight itself, of course, which is called lift. It's a plane. So yeah, you have to fly the plane like it's flat, bro.
I'm just not understanding why you would have to account for those.
Because the ground would be dropping down beneath you, bro. And if the Earth is spinning, I'm going to land on it. If I'm landing on it going west, then I'm going relative to the Earth spin. If I'm going east, I'm going relative to the Earth spin. But we don't have to account for any of this. North, south, east, west. We land on runways every which way. We get to fly the planes as if the Earth is just sitting there perfectly still and it's completely flat, but actually it's spinning and curving and gyrating sideways and going around the sun and all this other nonsense. So it's just the answer is
Relativity fixes all of your problems. That's the answer. It makes it look like it's flat. That's
even though it's never been scientifically validated.
And it's a reification fallacy. You can't treat physical properties to conceptual abstractions, including a privation, which is the absence of anything. So it's actually stupid lunacy on its face.
This one coming in from, do appreciate your question. Perpetual Motion says, if Chile and Greenland, and that's... if Chile and Greenland are separated by 8,000 miles, this is, folks, you got to do me a solid. Sometimes it's like I don't understand. So I'm going to read it just as it is. They say, if Chile and Greenland, that's separated by 8,000 miles, is seeing the sun, while New York City, so I think they're saying like if both Chile and Greenland, which are separated by 8,000 miles, are seeing the sun, while New York City, that's 500 miles west, is in the dark. How does that work on a flat Earth? Turning a ball in front of a lamp solves it.
Man, oh my goodness, man. It's called light attenuation. Light does not go on forever, and I've explained about 4 times in this debate. There's something, which, to be fair, maybe super chatted before, unlikely though. It's called the circumference of light, based on the divergent rays. There's Rayleigh scattering of light. Okay, it's a well-known phenomenon, and so is attenuation of light and absorption rate of light. So the idea that the light should go on forever is ridiculous and antithetical to physics that we know exists. It's called a straw man.
This one coming in from Daniel Hakel says, just here to say you got to get David Weiss Flat Earth Sun Moon Zodiac Clock app in the App Store, presumably, on Android and Apple devices. Love you, Dave. Oh, I think they're saying, Dave, we hope that you get this app so that it can be used on Android and Apple devices. Let me know, Dave, if I got that right. Or Daniel, let me know if I got it right. Robert Summers says...
sorry. I was going to say, take the Flat Earth Challenge, watch the video of the day for 2 weeks, and you will definitely probably question the globe, at least, or be a flat earther.
This one from Pivot Cyroy says, shout out to the builders of the Dutch... let's see. Afsluitdijk, one of the longest dams in the world, which you can clearly see curve over the horizon, and which is calculations take into account the Earth's curving during construction.
Every single time that people say this, it's not true. They don't actually account for the actual curvature rate, nowhere close to it at all whatsoever. You can't even build things if you don't maintain level. Secondly, where you claim it's going over the curve of the Earth, that's going to change every single day. So is the Earth breathing in and out? Or are you going to see more of the dam at one point? How does that work? It's because it's all based on atmospheric conditions. So the atmos changes throughout the day. It changes how much you can see. The Earth doesn't breathe in and out. So the dam isn't consistently obstructed by a physical location every single day, and the same amount of the dam is hidden. That's just patently false. And they do not account for 8 inches per mile drop either, because that would be absurd.
You got it. And thank you very much for your question. Robert Summers says, so the answers to my questions were to, in all caps, assert that flat Earth is some kind of tornado or something, and that all astronauts are baby blood drinking Masons. Evidence for that?
Oh, okay. It was just a joke. I don't know if they actually drink the blood of babies, but they are typically Masons. Some of them don't admit it, so yeah, that would be speculation. But they all like to throw up I can't even do it. RV Truth will slaughter me. But they throw up the signs consistently. So the point is that, yeah, I wouldn't be allowed to be an astronaut. But what was the first part of the comment? Not the blood drinking part, but the
a tornado.
Oh, yeah. So, no, I didn't say the Earth is a tornado. I get you're trying to be facetious, but it's that's a good analogy, a whirlpool, a tornado, of how it's wider, then it gets tighter, because that's the vortexual movement in the ether. And the actual ring laser gyro you guys use to measure the Earth's spin was discovered uses the effect called the Sagnac effect, discovered by a guy named Sagnac.
which said it was the vortexual movement in the ether, which also explains the Michelson-Morley. I was explaining the movement of the field of energy over top of the Earth that you're detecting when you look at interferometry patterns in its ring laser gyro.
This one coming in from, do appreciate it. Kana Bear says, boats don't fall over the edge of an imaginary curve horizon. You can see much further than globe model sphere calculations. The globe model was created using flat Earth elevation angle measurements. I think, Kana Bear, we read that one earlier, but I don't know if you missed it, but we did. Maybe you went to the bathroom, but we'll give you... this was exactly the same one that I read. But so if you guys want to respond, let's humor them because they really want to hear your response to this.
I think it was a little bit different. But yeah, I don't know how you get a globe from flat Earth measurements if it's flat. How is it producing a curve? And the reason you can sometimes see further than the calculated curve of the globe is atmospheric refraction, which can make the curve appear less curved, but cannot make flat appear curved.
Gotcha. This one coming in from Shane from Kentucky. Thanks so much for your kind words. Says, James, you're a legend. Thanks for all you do. Seriously, thanks. I really do appreciate your support. And also, I gotta pass the credit on to the guests. The debaters, the guests, are the lifeblood of the channel. We appreciate them so much, my dear friends. I've got to tell you, they honestly make this show awesome. And so we want to say a huge thank you to them. And Amanda sent in I've got to put this in the old description box because I mentioned it once, but nobody, I hadn't put it in the description box. We have on Modern Day Debate is on Venmo. In case you are like, listen, I want to submit a super chat, but I don't like supporting YouTube because, YouTube takes 30% of super chats, like right off the top. And so if you're like, hey, I don't want to, I'm not really big on giving more to Google, that's fair. We do have a Venmo, and I'll put that in the description box. But Amanda said, don't forget to smash that like button. Thank you so much for your support, Amanda. Seriously, that really does mean a lot. We are encouraged by that. And it's true. Don't forget to hit that like button. We really do appreciate it when you do support the channel that way. But one last thank you. Austin.
Dave, have you ever considered reading the questions that they send off YouTube? Like if they PayPal you and download you in a question, that way they'd still get the perk of it's just an idea. I try to kind of do that because they take too much of it, man. The little grabblers.
100%. Yeah, that's what I was saying is that I'm going to put it in the description box so that way people can access it in the future, is that we do have PayPal and we do have, we'll put that in the top of the description box just for anybody who's out there, and we'll make sure it's like always in there because some people, I don't blame them. I think everybody in some way, frankly, I think YouTube tends to go after any extreme view, no matter which direction, like politically, for example. Like if you are far enough left, I think that YouTube may actually censor you. And I think if you're far enough right, YouTube will censor you. And so I think everybody, I sympathize if everybody has a little bit of skepticism about YouTube. I think that YouTube's trying to please the mainstream. And so anybody too far out in any direction, YouTube, I think, is not always
dropping the hammer.
But want to say, Austin, Kai, Taylor, and Jen, it's been a true pleasure to have you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
They're linked in the description, folks. Do you want to hear more about their views? I bet you do. I mean, you've been listening this long. What are you waiting for? So I'll be back in just a moment with updates about upcoming juicy debates that you don't want to miss. So stick around, and I'll be right back, folks.
Yeah, I can't believe he chose an intro and outro that literally has mic pinging or whatever that's called. Like, who wants to hear that? Painful. Oh, yeah. So they let him get away with saying that if the earth was flat, I could see forever. Yikes. No good. All right, friends, I gotta go to bed, man. You guys want to talk to each other, or you want a video? Oh, I guess you want a video.
I don't know how I always get disconnected. But anyway, who's talking tonight? And if not, tell us why you're not talking by talking.
I don't know. They all screamed for a video about Brenda. They're like, give us Brenda.
Oh, please. Are you kidding me?
Hey, you can go to sleep instead of listening to Brenda.
Oh, I know I can. I have other things. I'm tired. I just got home from my bike ride, so I had got a late start. Yeah.
It just took like 2 hours to clean up my tools. Retarded.
Yeah, I have found I have a serious short somewhere in my wiring on the bicycle. So I guess after 2,600 miles, I'm going to have to take it all apart, make it clean, everything, and some water might have gotten into the control housing or something. I'm going to have to figure a solution for all that. But
what's the top speed that thing can do?
Man, when it's running good, I could literally do 40 miles an hour at least, but I would never go that fast. It's too fast for the bike. I've had it up to 32 miles an hour before, though. 32, 34, something like that. Yeah. But generally, 9 to 20, 9 to 15, or 9, pretty much like, I'll even cruise around at 5 miles an hour for quite some time, just sightseeing and stuff. But I'm going somewhere. 15 miles an hour is pretty fast. Going downhill, so I can go like 25.
Yeah.
Right now I have a problem losing power. That's a short. Not sure where. But I was riding it through the surf. Well, not through the surf, but right at the water line of the beach. It's the only way to get to this place unless I want to push this bike. And I've done that before, like about half a mile over loose sand. And that about kills my freaking hip. Trying to hump that sucker through the sand. Even though it does have power assist, it's still hard to tell because it tries to dig the front wheel in and makes it slide. Anyway, boring. But anyway. Yeah, I appreciate you not using a drill motor while we're having a conversation. That's pretty cool. I'm just joking. I think you were pissed off at me. Probably. Well, you told me I ought to. Well, never mind. Yeah, I need to go to bed. I can't stay up this late night after night on Discord. You know.
Well,
not that young.
One thing you can do. So there's usually a crew that comes on later on, but
yeah.
What I like to do is I got a you make a playlist, like a long playlist, and you just put it in the bot. You could do it with multiple videos.
That's true.
Rather than just one single playlist, but
yeah, I actually have quite a few. I could break it up into less because some of them are so far down the list. I haven't listened to them in several years. You know. Some of the classic ones, though. Glad I was able to keep those.
Well, if nobody else is going to talk, I'm going to put on the Brenda debate recently or whatever the heck it was, and then I'm out of here.
Go ahead. Yeah, me too.
Whoever, Brenda's either going to be entertaining or it's going to be enough to get people to want to talk to avoid having to listen to it. Those are the two options.
Well, there you go. Then
here it comes.
All right. Hey, Brenda, did you bring with you any brand new globe proofs that you think are globe proofs with us?
All the old ones work perfectly good.
Oh, I see. Since they don't, do you have a new favorite?
Foucault's pendulum.
That's not new. I guess we could maybe talk about how that doesn't prove the Earth is moving because you have to start it yourself. But sure.
Let's talk about how you were hypnotized by the pendulum, right? Because that's a device that the hypnosis guy uses to hypnotize. Brenda, are you still in a state of hypnosis because of that pendulum?
Wait, I am hypnotized.
Dude said he's
hypnotized.
What the hell?
See, I would just like to go over, how do you know that it isn't caused by, a rabbit's tail, right? How do you know what's causing it? Because I know you got observations. We all see it doing what it does, right? The pendulum swings this way, right? And we all know that, it changes degree, right? But how do we know what's causing that? How have you, ruled out all the other possible, I hate to say the word, but variables?
Basically, if the Earth is rotating, if the Earth is stationary, the pendulum will not diverge. The pendulum does diverge. Therefore, it cannot be stationary.
All right, so let me give you an example of affirming the consequence. So the lamp isn't working, therefore it has to be the bulb. The lamp isn't working, so it must be the bulb.
Yeah, what if it's unplugged? That's not what I said.
I know that's not what you said. That's what I said. Right?
Yeah.
So what if the cat unplugged? What if the cat unplugged the lamp? Or what if the dog chewed it in twain? Right? Is it possible that you're not aware of the Earth being stationary? So how would you know what it would do when it would be stationary in your worldview?
I just know that it can't be stationary because if it was stationary, the pendulum would not diverge.
What pendulum?
Foucault's pendulum.
Where is that? Where is this pendulum that's moving? Where is it?
And wait, I have a question though. Before that, do you have an example of an Earth that is stationary where a pendulum does something different?
No, it's just that if it was stationary, the pendulum would not diverge, but it does diverge, but can't be stationary.
Wait, hold on. Let me break this down in a different way. So in order to know that what you're saying makes any sense, wouldn't you have to have two Earths, one that's stationary and one that's not, with two pendulums doing different things?
That is correct.
Why would I need two Earths?
Because then you would know that's the difference. You'd have one Earth to look at that's moving and the pendulum's doing this thing, and then one Earth that's stationary and the pendulum's doing that thing. And then you can see, oh yeah, so this pendulum doing this is an indicator that the Earth is moving and it's not stationary.
No, I don't think I need two Earths. I think I just need the modus tollens, which is that if the Earth is stationary, it will not diverge, and it does diverge. Therefore, it can't be stationary.
How do you know it doesn't diverge on a stationary Earth? What if there is some magnetic phenomena that we are not aware of, or we don't know? I mean, literally ask the illiterate people, because the literate people, they do know. What if there is some magnetic phenomena which actually makes that pendulum deflect? I think you mean deflection, not divergence.
Divergent
they are driven by motors and magnets.
Diverge and deflect are the same thing. They're synonyms. And plus, the pendulum isn't made out of a magnetic material.
Yeah, it is. Read the
no, it isn't.
Diverge.
It's driven by magnets.
Diverge means to spread.
Yeah.
It's synonym with spreading.
Yeah.
But deflection means to change direction.
Yeah.
It's not a synonym.
As I am using them, they're the same.
Well, as you are using, but you're using it wrong. Anyway.
No, I'm not.
You guys are desperate for a Glober.
Yeah.
Right.
So
it diverges or deflects from a straight line.
So is there anything else that the Earth rotates under, or just this one pendulum that's driven by magnets?
The pendulum isn't driven by magnets.
Yeah, it is.
You don't know it very well.
Some are. Some
you don't know the globe proofsy very well, do you?
Guys, hold on. Brenda, would you please look into the live stream voice text if you're able?
I see it.
I just posted a link from the Smithsonian Institution about the Foucault pendulum they have there. They say there's an electronic device, an electromagnet in it, and you're saying there's not. So who's wrong?
I'm not talking about that one.
Which one are you talking about?
Yeah, can you tell me the name of the pendulum you're talking about?
Any pendulum.
Where is it? Okay, well, I tried to make a pendulum, and what happened was it ended up diverging in different directions when I.
Therefore, the Earth isn't spinning. Then,
but he's changing the
if it diverged, then it's.
You know, the Earth has a electromagnetic field that could also be the reason why a pendulum works.
Well, not if the pendulum is non-magnetic. It can't be.
So do these pendulums start themselves, or do they have to be started, Brenda?
They eventually just come to rest, right?
That's not an answer to the question.
That is an answer. He said he asked if they do
to start them, and you said, well, they eventually come to rest.
No, he asked if they stop. No, he asked if they stop.
No, you might have misheard the Scottish accent.
Yeah, I did misunderstand him.
Okay, so how do these start? Do they start themselves?
No, you have to start them.
Right. So, and then if you look at what's been posted, you'll see magnets and more energy is needed to continue them on their swing.
I'm talking about
stop.
I'm talking about pendulums that don't have magnets.
No, you're talking about Foucault's pendulum. That's what you said to start with.
Can I genuinely ask him something, please? You're saying that whether it's the rotation,
he's flying.
what are you saying is happening, causing the pendulum to swing back and forth?
Well, there is a Coriolis force applied to the pendulum, which causes it to diverge from a straight line.
Coriolis is a force. When did it become a force?
Coriolis is a force.
No, it's an effect. It's an apparent deflection.
Yeah, it's a pseudo force. Yes, you're right, but it's still a force. It's a pseudo force, but it still counts as a force.
Pseudo force is an effect. How can you say?
So wait, is Coriolis a pseudo force? Gravity? Is Coriolis density, gravity, magnetization?
No.
What is it?
Coriolis is conservation of momentum.
But so then you have to initiate the movement for it to keep going. You're talking about perpetual motion.
I'm not talking about perpetual motion. I'm talking about the motion of the bob on the pendulum, right?
It should be. Yeah. Surely, if it's affected by the Earth, then surely it should be perpetual. We should be able to harness this energy.
Why would it be perpetual?
Because the Earth's constantly moving. It's in your model.
According
to Global Earth.
According to the Coriolis force, wow. Okay, I just don't believe that at all, honestly.
Coriolis is it's a pseudo force.
Brenda.
Well,
rotation, orbit around.
You're roboting.
Yeah, you're roboting hard, Sasha.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
As always, as soon as you ask, can you hear me now, people stop roboting. That happens every single time.
Listen to this. This is what Google says. If you don't like Google, I'm sorry, but it says, in physics, the Coriolis force is an inertial or fictitious force that acts on objects in motion.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
So that means this is a theory, right? Because this is literally using the word fictitious.
Yeah. Yes, it's a pseudo force or a fictitious force. Yeah. That doesn't mean it isn't real.
But is this? Are you subscribing to this? Are you willing to look beyond this?
No, they say I will raise my hand. I will raise my hand. My hand is upraised. I don't have a Bible with me. I will swear that was an accurate. The Google definition that the guy just read is an accurate.
You can swear on the globe.
Definition of a Coriolis force that I subscribe to.
Can I tell you something, man? You don't have to swear on anything. This is just like we're just exploring stuff. Like
I'm just being
a little question for the audience.
Can you hear it?
I'm just being a little lighthearted to sort of cut the tension. That's all.
That's great, and that's fine, and that's fun. I just have a quick question. I'll go away. Listen, I'll have a quick question, and I'll go away. Brenda, what's the opposite of fact?
A fiction.
Thank you.
Boom.
Right.
As you were.
I don't even like using Google, but the fact that they put the word fictitious in the definition of it is crazy to me.
It started out here that your proof was Foucault's pendulum. You found out that they're driven by magnets, and then you shifted the goalposts to, I'm not talking about that pendulum. So which pendulum are you talking about?
I'm talking about all of the pendulums that don't have a magnetic device attached to them.
Foucault's pendulum. What you started with. Not that.
Those are Foucault pendulums. They're just ones with.
Okay. One moment. One moment, please. Brenda, you said you're talking about all the pendulums which do not have a magnetic device attached to them. Now, I personally debunked the Foucault's pendulum, and I can teach you how to do it very easily.
Sure.
You make a pendulum, and
when are you picking up your Nobel Prize? When are you picking up your Nobel Prize in physics?
No, I'm not interested in Nobel
you'll
Prize.
do that if somebody can prove.
Well, because you refuted Foucault.
What are you going to get yours?
If you want to get one, you do so. You try to do so.
You refuted a major conservation
I'm not going,
physics.
Look, listen.
Why don't you measure some Earth curvature and go get your Nobel Prize?
Can I finish at least?
Sorry.
I've got a question after you. Go for it, bro. Go for it.
Now, when you change the pendulum's weight, if you use like iron balls, lead balls, you will observe that pendulum deflection. But
the pendulum, what? I didn't hear you. Could you repeat that?
When you use a pendulum which has a iron weight or lead weight, metal, which you are swinging, you will observe that deflection. And the funny thing is, iron, gold, and lead, they don't deflect at the same rate. They show different deflection ratios. Now, the thing is, when you change the weight with two opposing magnets, you glue together two opposing magnets, and you use those as the pendulum weight, you will see that you swing them from left to right, and they will swing in that way, and they will not deflect. How do you explain that? How do you explain this?
I would not use magnets because they could be affected by any magnets or metal that's around it. And I wouldn't.
You would not use the.
No, you are not around metals.
Well, suppose I don't know that. I could be.
Magnets can be affected if you have some metals close enough to them.
They could be
or
affected.
Strong magnets close enough. But if they are not close enough, they are just magnets.
Could they be affected by the Earth's magnetic field?
Aren't all magnets in the world in direct?
So I wouldn't use magnets because they would be affected by the Earth's magnetic field.
Listen.
So then you wouldn't use
when you hold the magnet in your hand. When you hold the magnet in your hand, that magnet is being present in the world's gigantic magnetic field. So it's already present in the magnetic field.
Right. So I want to eliminate that variable, so I wouldn't use magnets.
You don't have a place. There is no such place in the world where you do not have
I would just use like
the world's magnetic field.
I would just use a material that isn't affected by magnetism, like say concrete.
Yeah, but then you wouldn't use Foucault's
in a concrete chamber, a room. A concrete room.
Concrete plumb. The concrete the ball at the end.
And you make this pendulum with you glue together two magnets. You hang them on that wire and you swing them, and you will see that they are not deflecting.
I would not use magnets because they would be affected by the Earth's magnetic field.
Why the magnets do not deflect?
Probably because they're affected by the Earth's magnetic field.
Well, I'm not asking about probably.
You did.
I'm not asking about me. No, I ask you if you know.
I would say that's
how do you explain if you know?
I'm saying that's most likely the explanation.
Well, obviously you are not an expert in Foucault's pendulum to know that it's actually a scam.
How is it a scam?
Official scientists, they explain how Foucault's pendulum is a scam.
Who?
Scientists.
Which scientists?
Quantum physicists.
No, they don't.
Just agreed that it's not proof anyway.
No, they
don't. He just agreed that it's not proof anyway, though, because he says that he wouldn't use a magnetic pendulum, which is what Foucault's pendulum is. So next.
Foucault's pendulum is not magnetic.
It is, buddy. Read the manual and check the live stream voice text.
No,
it is driven by magnets. Yes, it is. You're just wrong. You don't understand your own proof.
And Brenda,
read the manual for it.
That's just for their pendulum. That's not for.
That's what Foucault's pendulum. That's how that works. That was your proof.
That's not how
you didn't know it was magnetic. you've now admitted that you wouldn't use a magnetic pendulum, which is what your proof is. So you got to move on now.
Proof isn't
Brenda,
pendulum.
Brenda,
it is driven by magnets.
Brenda, you said,
and more.
Brenda, you said in the beginning that you're not talking about the Smithsonian pendulum, and then you said you are talking about all other pendulums except that one. Yeah,
right.
The Smithsonian. And now, when I presented you,
just a minute.
When I presented you a pendulum, which does not use magnetic devices, it uses two simple magnets. That's all it uses.
I would not use that one because in science,
you will not. But you have to explain what's happening.
Because why?
And listen, when you put two magnets, listen, Brenda, when you put two magnets which attract each other, and you swing them, those magnets will deflect like any other metals, like all other pendulums. But only when you put them the way they repel each other, that's when you do not observe that deflection anymore.
I would not use magnets, period, because
you will not use magnets.
Okay.
Yeah, because it debunks.
Because I want to do a proper scientific experiment where I eliminate all possible confounding variables.
Okay,
yeah, Brenda, you haven't eliminated the magnetic field and the electric field, yeah?
I've eliminated things that are affected.
Listen, we live between two Gaussian planes, yeah? The ground negative and the sky positive.
You haven't got, that's not what I'm testing for. And we don't live between two planes.
Listen, you exist inside a magnetic and electric field.
That's your claim.
No, it's not my claim. This is scientifically explained.
That's why I wouldn't use magnets.
Fact.
That's why I wouldn't use
fact, Brenda. No, thunder strikes from the clouds.
That's why I wouldn't use magnets.
Brenda, basically you're saying that if you don't use magnets, then you're not using Foucault's pendulum as one of your proofs. You're using what, John Smith's pendulum, or
that's not what I'm saying.
Or like who?
That's not what I'm saying.
You're saying, well, the basically the information for the Foucault's pendulum is in the live stream voice text. You could take a look at it and see that magnets and motors are used. And has to be
that's just the Smithsonian. That's just the Smithsonian one.
No, I just posted another one. Hold on. I just posted something. The original Foucault pendulum was a lead bulb with brass. And then I posted a link from an educational site saying lead can be affected by magnetic field. So the original, the original Foucault pendulum used a material susceptible to being influenced by magnetic fields. The end.
So did he have?
But all those metals, all those metals, lead and brass, they are both very good electroconductors.
Yeah, but they are not affected by magnetism.
Electricity. Well, they are affected by electricity, by the electric field that they are present in.
Okay, let's move forward. Let's move forward, because now we realize that one device can how to say, we can with focus pendulum we can realize that it's earth rotating. Let's go out and find out, is that true?
Well, Brenda,
I'd like to point out a logical fallacy.
How do you explain? Sorry.
Brenda
reduced his own argument to a lie.
She tried to use the modus tollens, as in, she actually used an inverse fallacy. If not P, then not Q.
It's not the. I didn't make a fallacious argument.
Yes, because you did say
if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. That's what
Hold on.
You inversed it. Just let me finish for a moment, please. She inversed it because she was trying to escape assuming the consequent fallacy.
Modus tollens is not fallacious.
You inversed it. It's an inverse fallacy.
If P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. That's modus tollens. That's the argument I presented.
You are saying it as in, if not P, then not
That's not
Q.
what I said.
Great.
I said,
yes, it is.
P, then
Brenda,
Q, not
So,
Q,
Brenda,
therefore not P.
Thank you, Brenda.
Yeah,
Because of this,
electric,
that is wrong.
electric. Okay, he told you. Maybe he misspoke. Yeah. So
What'd
it's
I
been
say?
clarified. Get over it.
Brenda, hold it. But
What
can
did I
you
say?
explain, Brenda? Can you explain the Elias effect with these pendulums during
I
eclipses?
don't know what that is. I don't know what that is.
That's where during eclipses, supposedly these pendulums alter their swing and possibly.
Has anybody been able to reproduce that?
Well, I mean, Google's
no, have they? Nobody's been able. Nobody has been able to reproduce. I understand. I'm familiar. I'm familiar.
I thought you never knew anything about it.
Nobody has been able to reproduce it, have they?
Apart from who?
Elias.
So just one person.
Right.
Then
so it hasn't been.
You know every person in the world has done this.
It's been tried. Nobody's been able to reproduce it.
But so why is it even a thing? Why is there people arguing it?
Well, people aren't. Not real physicists aren't. Nobody's arguing it.
What's a real physicist?
Yeah, nobody's arguing that.
No, but what's a real physicist? Like, as long as they believe in gravity that can be proven experimentally,
right?
That these pendulums swing by themselves, and like all these things that you have to have faith in.
So the definition of science is repeatable, right?
No, it's a method.
Repeatable. No, the scientific. Yes, that's right. Repeatable, falsifiable, verifiable. That's what science is. Repeatable, falsifiable, verifiable.
Brenda, if that's the case, then where's the experiment for gravity?
What? Oh, people do that every day at Cavendish.
That's not an experiment.
Yeah, it is.
Follow the scientific method.
Yes, it does.
What's the independent variable for Cavendish?
The distance.
The distance.
Yeah, the distance between.
Your distance is your cause. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, you vary the distance,
your
and
cause
you
gravity. You may be proving gravity, no distance.
Gravity varies with distance between the centers of the two masses. So you vary the distance, and you vary the strength of gravity.
Oh, did you prove gravity before you claim see, before you actually do claim gravity does things? You can't just say, well, gravity does this, so I'll do this experiment because gravity does this. You can't just.
It's a formally valid experiment, right?
Okay. How did you isolate gravity from the electromagnetic forces?
Yeah, the independent variable is the cause. If you're proving gravity, then that's your cause, obviously. No, your distance.
Well, the IV doesn't have to be the direct cause. It could be an indirect cause. So indirectly, by varying the distance between the two masses, you'll vary the effect of gravity.
Well, you never proved gravity in the first place. You can't claim
gravity is defined. Gravity is defined as proportional to the distance between the centers of the two masses.
And was it defined?
You're defining the thing you're trying to prove.
That it was defined before it was even backed up by experiment.
Right, because Newton was a genius, so he came up with. Yes, Newton.
Fuck Newton. It might not have even fucking existed.
Newton defined gravity as a force that varies with inverse proportion to the distance between the two masses.
But it's not a force. It's not a force. According to Einstein, you've not got a force anymore. It was supplanted by Einstein, I say, over a century ago, man.
It's a inertial force. Yes, you're correct.
So it's not a force, but it's a
I had to stop that. I'm sorry. Brandon gets to me a little bit. Apologize. Yeah. Sonny, you up? What's going on, man? Sorry, I had to stop it. I mean, I guess I could start playing it again, but I don't know. Brenda, does Brenda get on your nerves? Maybe not. It gets on. Just a little cringy, man. A little smart, he's smart, but I probably used the wrong pronoun, but
yeah, I'm still here barely, but yeah, I'm still here. Please don't play more Brenda. Don't play the Brenda, please.
Oh, I love you, AI, man. Why you got to play Brenda?
I'll even stay awake until I fade away if you don't play any more Brenda.
Don't play Brenda.
I'll stay awake to a little of my own moonshine.
There you go. I'm going to see what was going on today, man. I totally couldn't tune in all day, pretty much. I heard you this morning for a minute. That's about it, man. I was locked down in work, man.
Yeah, I bet.
It's all right, man. Get some shit done. It's fun.
Are you still working? Yeah.
No, hell no. No, I just poured a drink and thought I'd come on here and see what you guys are up to.
Well, cheers. Let's see.
I'm like, oh yeah, I gotta stop this. Stop it.
Cheers.
Cheers, my brother. All right. Well, we got a reservation on the 9th, 10th, and 11th to go sailing, dude.
September?
Yep. So I texted
you.
Oh,
man. I think I'll be ready. I think the tennies I have are good enough for
some deck shoes. I got some water shoes that are pretty tight, man. Like swimming shoes. I might wear those. We'll see.
Yeah, I have swim shoes. I have those.
I just like to be barefoot sometimes. It depends on the gripping on the deck, though.
I know, but I could slip out of my Speedo swim shoes. I should wear my New Balance. As long as they have white soles, they're usually okay, right?
Right, yeah, that's the thing, man. They kind of need to be white or something.
White, but clean. I wonder, some slippery.
I don't know. Hey, we're paying to use the boat, so whatever happens. It's boating, dude. Get over it. We're rolling.
Exactly. People wear tennis shoes all the time. The ones that were good are Sperry Topsiders, but they were almost just like Vans. But the Sperry Topsiders.
I used to just sail barefoot most of the time, man. Unless I was doing some.
Yeah, exactly.
Some work like on the mast or something. I was like, I'm just gonna fucking barefoot it.
I should plug this big speaker back in.
Anyway, so we're gonna set sail Friday afternoon. We're gonna do like a little short, maybe like 3-4 hour cruise. Come back, hang out the boat, make dinner, sleep on the boat, and then Saturday's our big ass sail day, dude. We can fucking sail for 10 hours if we want, man. We'll make that decision. See how we're feeling, all that kind of shit. Oh, you got a mighty buzz there, man. A mighty electronic buzz. Zzz, zzz. Did you buzz out? You buzzed out. Damn. All right, we got a VC verified, man. Zolt. What's up? This is Zolt. What are you doing? Talk to me.
Are you still there?
Yeah, there you are. Now I got you.
No, hold on.
I was trying to get a hold of Zolt, man.
There we go. Had to switch audio devices to my 1977 Kenwood.
Yeah, because I got the original Sans.
It still works.
Yeah, I got the original Sansui speakers that go with it. Big, heavy, like they're studio quality, big ass speakers from the 70s. They're great.
Beautiful.
But just the volume and stuff, the knobs, like some of those potentiometers are a little scratchy a little bit. But not too much, man. It's working good.
Well, the old electronics are great because they use really, really good solder. The new stuff, it's not really super high end solder, man. It's kind of got a lot of tin and shit in it. It's like, come on, really?
Now this one is only a solid state one, but it still has some massive capacitors on it though. Like it's got some big old.
That'll fatten up the sound.
Get some juice.
Nothing like tube amp, man. Tube amps are just so warm. Ugh, just love them.
Yeah, my Blues Junior literally sings and like starts those like natural harmonics start to blend in there where it literally starts to vibrate the whole room together. With the speakers. Like, whoa.
Yeah, and the more you play it, the more you leave it on, the hotter it gets. Sometimes it can get just sounding really wicked.
Yeah, I generally have kept it on for like 2 to 3 hours at a time. Whenever I was like practicing, going to band practice, it would be on for 2 hours. I've had it on for longer than that, for 6 and 8 hours, like just screwing around. You know?
Yeah. I've never had my amp on more than like 4 hours. I don't think, man.
Yeah.
Like two.
Really, I would like to get a battery operated amplifier that sounds good enough to where I could put a microphone and play my electric, and I could travel with that kind of thing and just go up to the park.
I got one of these. Modern day battery powered boom boxes that's got a microphone input and a guitar input, and it also can play it can play like from your phone, Bluetooth.
That's what I'm talking about, because you could do backing beats. That's what people do.
It also has it's got like a little reverb on it, so you can add some chorus and reverb. And it kind of, it doesn't sound great, but it definitely works, man. But
yeah, at least if it works. I mean,
it's got wheels on it. It's got wheels and a handle on it too, you know, so I can roll it around.
That's the best, and it probably has a USB to charge something else.
USB,
on there.
You can charge your phone on it. You know, it's set up. It's like I said, it's a modern day boom box, man. It's kick ass. But they make better ones. This one was like $100.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Something like that.
That's about.
But it's rechargeable, man. It lasts like all day, man. If you leave it on all day, it'll last all day. That's it. You know?
Yeah. Now, if it was easy for me to get to places where I could get like 6-volt motorcycle batteries, I could put those in an amp and run it alternately from the battery or from the. But you have to have a charger for something like that. Now the batteries are much better, so you could do it easily with some lithium-ion batteries. You could get like, let's see. You could pack enough together to have a little pack that could produce shit. All you would need is about 6 volts to run the board.
You don't need a lot, man. Voltage for sure, but we don't need a lot of wattage. I know that.
You just tie it right in to where the coil is. Changes it. What is it? The step down coil from AC to a lower wattage AC, and then it changes it to a DC in the amp. But so you put the battery right there, where it's just DC current, 6 volts in. So you switch batteries or AC, and the AC just goes where it's supposed to go, but you have it into the 6 volt to the board itself, and that'll turn off the AC. And then you could fix it so that you automatically charged it whenever you were not using the battery. You could have a switch and just go. And there's a lot of ingenious things you can do like that.
Well, I'm okay with electronics. I can probably solder an amp together if you said, "Hey man, you gotta do this." But I've soldered, I don't know, 100 amps together. It's been a minute though. It's been like 10 years since I soldered one, so it would take me a second if I can get my head back into it.
It does. It always does.
And I'd be like, "Oh shit! Oh yeah! Oh fuck! I forgot about that. You know? Oh fuck! A potentiometer.
Yeah,
I got to run.
That's why.
Wait a minute. Yeah,
it dominates my whole kitchen table and my whole life for a while. So that's why I haven't started any of those kind of.
Yeah, it takes a lot.
It does.
I got a really good. I got a pro soldering iron, but
yeah, I got a pretty good one. I think it was from Harbor Freight or something like that, but it's still. No, I got it online from somewhere, but it's a good controllable temperature.
Yeah, I got the dial. It's got a little sponge pad there. I got the
exactly a little stand for it. Yeah, I got one just like that. Little dial for temperature.
Yep, got the dial temp. Goes up to like 850 degrees, something like that.
God,
I got those super fun. I got super really sharp tips, and I got some fatter ones too. But a lot of the soldering I was doing was micro amps.
Yeah,
and it was.
Tiny.
It's so tiny, dude. It's like cell phone tiny shit, right?
I can't do those.
I can do those because I've got microscopic vision. It's the only reason I can do it, and I got pretty steady hand. I can see the smallest shit. If you can print it, I can fucking see it. Even my eye.
Well, I can see it. Well, look, I can see them with magnification, but soldering them, yeah, I guess if I had different tips, I probably could. But when I looked at one of the pedals, I have a Danny Electro pedal. They have all those little tiny transistors and capacitors.
Yep.
Like, I suppose you can just do them, and just connect different ones. That's an idea. I thought about it. But on some of them, I back out and go, no, I'll just leave this one the way it is. It's funky. Like it does work pretty well. So,
you know what? Sometimes when things working, just leave it alone, man. Just leave it alone.
Yeah, exactly. I don't need to change everything from what it is.
No, man. It's like, I mean, I got a really nice tube amp. I got a really nice solid state amp. And
what kind is your tube amp?
It's called a Fender Super Reverb.
Oh damn, that's a really good one, man. Oh heck, is that the tall one that has 4 tens in it?
With 4 tens, baby.
Oh, those are bad.
It punches right through your gut. You can feel it, your heartbeat when you fucking hit it.
It has a big old head. It has a big old head on it, right? With what does it have? Like 4 6V6s in it or something? What kind is it? Power tube.
Hey man, it was a.
I have a book right here. Oh,
all right.
I have a book called. Yeah.
Anyway, I get a lot of compliments when I take it to jam sessions and stuff. People are like, "Damn, that thing sounds clean as fuck, man." I'm like, "Yeah, baby." It's super. It ain't called super for nothing, bitches.
The super reverb, right? It's just a variation of the Fender Super.
Right.
Fender Super Reverb. Let me look it up. I have this book called The Desktop Reference of Hip Vintage Guitar Amps.
Oh, there you go.
Gerald Weber.
Wow, man, that's a nice. I don't have that book. I got a lot of books on guitars. If you said, "Hey, man, I got a fucking 42 Alvarez," I'd be like, hold on a second. But amps, I was never an amp guy, man. I'm a string guy.
Here it is, Super Reverb, page 73.
Like 15 watts, I think, it is 15 watts.
73. Oh, it's a combo. Yours is a combo or a head? It's a combo, right?
It's a combo.
Yeah, it's a big, huge one. Yeah,
it's huge, man.
It looks like a basement, like the old basements, but it's a black.
A little bit of basement look to it. Yeah.
So, I'll read this. It's pretty funny since you're on here. So, here it is from Gerald Weber's book, page 73. The Super Reverb. In the late spring of 1964, a small town called Groves, Texas, appearing at the City of Groves Recreation Hall, was a local band called the Misfits.
I love it.
This is in 1964, I have you.
Nice.
So here's this narrative. I had heard this band before, and I knew that the band was mediocre and not very happening. As I approached the hall, I couldn't help but be impressed with the music that I heard. Could it be that a substitute band was playing in their place? As I entered the place and approached the bandstand, I noticed that this was indeed the Misfits. However, two of the players had gotten new Fender Super Reverb amplifiers. This was the first time I ever heard or saw or heard the Fender Super Reverb amp, and I was ever knocked out.
Yeah,
of course, I wanted one when I heard it, but being a non-gigging sixth grader, I lacked the financial wherewithal to buy one. After all, they were selling for approximately $300 new at this time, depending on which dealer you bought from. On many of the amps that hometown local gigging musicians bring into my shop, I probably see more Super Reverbs than any other. My guess is that they are still the amp of choice for a working musician on a budget.
No doubt about it.
With four 10-inch speakers, they move a walloping 312 inches of air, 88 inches more than a twin reverb or a Pro. Set up correctly, they have just the right amount of power for club gigging and rehearsal.
Yep.
With built-in reverb and vibrato and speakers included, they seem to simplify life for a working musician. When Fender changed the 3x10 Bandmaster and the 4x10 Bassman to piggyback 2x12 amps in the early 60s, the concert amp became Fender's only 4x10 at that time. The Super amp was sold with two 10-inch speakers. With the induction of the Vibroverb, which was already a 2x10 amp, Fender decided to add Super Reverb and add two extra 10-inch speakers. This was the birth of an all-new Super Reverb amp.
Thank you, Leo Fender.
Yeah, this is a badass amp, man. When you hear one in person, you're like, whoa. So here we go. It was advertised as a 4x10 Bassman with reverb and vibrato. Apparently, Fender was getting a lot of requests even then to bring back the 4x10 Bassman sound. Unfortunately, Fender advertised that their new Super Reverb amp brought back the tonal qualities of that old-style Bassman, but they did very little to duplicate the sound. Not only was the circuit entirely different, but speakers did not sound as good as the P10 Arb Jensens used on the Bassman. The baffle board was thicker and non-floating, which of course sounds different. All blackface Super Reverbs were nearly identical, with the only difference being a resistor value in the vibrato circuit, which really didn't make much of a difference. Blackface models include the AA763 and the AB763 in that order. Which one do you have?
I got the silver face, dude.
Oh, you got a silver face? Oh, here it is. Here it is. Later, 60 Silverface Super Reverb never sounded all that great, but could be modified to sound like their blackface counterparts. That's pretty easy to do. Almost all Silverface with Super Reverbs left much to be desired tonally, because here he outlines everything. Number one, the output tube has bias control, was changed to a bias balance control, so thus making proper biasing impossible without modifying the circuit or changing it back to blackface specs. That's easy to change. Some of them had a combination cathode bias and fixed bias output stage. This kind of circuit sounds absolutely horrible, and it's the circuit that gave Silverface amps their bad reputation. Number three, all of them had smaller smaller value plate load resistors on the phase inverter stage. This causes decrease in gain, dynamic response, punch, and sustain. Number 4, all of them had small value caps from the grids of the power tubes to ground, which grounded out high end harmonics and made the amp sound colder than it really did. Number 5, almost done. Most of them use 5U4 rectifier tubes instead of the better sounding and more efficient 5 AR4s used in the blackface models. There is much that can be done to make the super reverb sound great. Getting the right speakers, tubes, and other components would certainly make radical improvements in the tone qualities. But there are many mods to fatten and thicken tone, improve breakup, increase dynamic response, and improve note definition. Look for the answers to these questions in the chapter 10 Easy Mods for Your Super Reverb. Oh, yeah, baby.
I love
you,
that,
man. This has got the whole breakdown.
I love that, man. What a killer breakdown.
So then, then you can actually go to the chapter 10 Easy Mods for Your Super Reverb right in here.
I love it. I love it. I love it.
All the schematics are in here.
Hey, I know a guy that worked with Leo Fender. He's my amp repairman, and I've taken my super to him a couple of times, and he was there when they were building them. That's the guy, and so he's taking care of me, man. And he says it sounds great, and I'm like, yeah. And I've had a lot of compliments. Whatever, man. I can make it sound better, of course, man. I can add pedals and all kinds of crazy shit. Have you seen these guys that got the space shuttle pedal boards? I'm like, what the hell? Fuck off, man. Come on.
Yeah, I use like 2. I'll use at the most like 3 distortion pedals.
At the most, I'll use
lane pedals. Yeah. So I have like 4, maybe 5 if I'm using a wah-wah pedal.
I've seen guys that got like 20 fucking pedals on their board. I'm like, what the hell are you doing, man? What the fuck are you thinking? I mean, when we grew up, man, if we had a wah pedal, we were like, oh, fuck yeah. Check this out. Dope, man, right? Straight away. Now they got wah pedals and fucking super distortion on top of distortion. Fuck, I don't know, man. It's crazy.
All that they got a bunch of JFET technology in there now, so it's like, oh yeah, it's digitized sound. It's pretty weird.
Yeah, it's compressed all the shit. It's got like, it's just, I don't know, man. I'm an old simplistic guy, man. I like acoustic guitar for fuck's sake, and acoustic piano. I like those too.
Yeah, that's true.
Acoustic bass too. I go with that. But I'm old school. Keep it simple. Don't overcomplicate it.
Yeah. I like analog everything. If I'm going to use any electronic stuff, I like analog all the way. If I can get analog, I'll use analog.
Well, you can't beat analog, man. It's not. You don't have that compression, man. Compression absolutely destroys sound, man.
Simple diodes to do
Buster, man. Buster's got a picture of a guitar on his. He's got that's a Breedlove, I believe. Tell me I'm wrong, man. Tell me that's not a Breedlove.
I'm looking.
That's what I do.
Tell me it's not a Breedlove. What is it?
Yeah, it's Breedlove.
It's a Breedlove. Dude, I recognized it just from the fucking shape. I was like, looks like a Breedlove.
What are you talking about?
That's a Fender Strat and a Les Paul on the right. Fender Strat.
Are you in the live stream voice checks? I don't see.
No, I'm just looking at your fucking. I'm just looking at your straightaway avatar. Just looking at your avatar, man. It says Buster, and it's got a Breedlove, a Fender Strat, and a Les Paul. Dude, I want to be your friend. Can I be your friend?
Who is? I don't see even what you're talking about.
Buster, he's up near the top there, man. He's got. If you click on his.
Oh, okay. Let me go back.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I got that acoustic guitar right because I'm an acoustic guitar professional expert.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that's a nice guitar.
Breedlove, mate. Breedlove actually worked for Taylor, and he left Taylor. He started his own company. He's like Seattle, right? He's in Seattle.
The Breedlove's in Oregon.
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 I get those places mixed up, man. Oregon, Seattle. Well, it's all north and west. Whatever.
I like Taylor's, but the Breedloves use the LR bag, which is, in my opinion, the best pickup for acoustic.
LR bags. that's here in Huntington Beach, right?
No, I don't know where that company is, but
I think they're. No. Oh, I'm thinking of Lacey. Lacey's in Huntington Beach. LR Bags is somewhere else. I don't know where they're.
Yeah, I don't either.
I do like LR Bags, and I also like certain Fishman pickups. Fishman makes some great fucking acoustic guitar pickups, bro. One of theirs was they had a pickup that it fit underneath the saddle called the Sonic Core. And it would just bring these beautiful bass notes into that Paizo crystal electronic sound through an acoustic instrument. Where a lot of the other ones, man, you would get this I call it a crack right before the note. As soon as the note hits, you get a certain crack. It's like a snap of something. And I don't like that. If you mic a guitar versus putting a Paizo crystal underneath the fucking bridge, it's totally two different sounds you're going to get into your mix. And I was always I caught on to this crack early on, man. Probably early 2000s. I was like, damn, what the hell is that, man? Shit, that's horrible. But some pickups I've tried, like the Fishman Sonic Core was a great one. But LR Bags is very good. I put a few of those in guitars over the years. But there's some that are just like crap.
Yeah, I have one I installed myself underneath the saddle from inside, and it plugs into the I'm tired.
Quarter inch.
My strap button and the rear strap button clicks in really very strong and sturdy, but I got to go in there and fit up some of the wires or maybe some of the bracing inside.
Dude, I am an expert at that shit. Dude, I spent 20 years putting fucking guitar pickups in acoustic guitars.
I get it. It's good shit, man. Exactly. So I need to find out what's that guitar's been banged around for 45 years. So it needs to be the inside. It might be some braces that are buzzing in some places. I mean, I love the sound of it no matter what it's doing. Because the neck is still beautiful after all these years. It's got jumbo frets that the first, well, maybe not the first owner, the person I bought it from in 1986 or 87. Someone gave me this.
I like jumbo frets on a Les Paul. I mean, that's my favorite.
No, on this acoustic though, you wouldn't believe it. Oh, you heard it. You already heard it.
I heard it, man. Dude, whatever you're playing there, man. Yeah, fine. Don't stop. Whatever you're playing there, man. But I can set that. I can set that action a little lower for you if you think it's a little too high or anything. Let me know.
Yeah, the acoustic does have problems that I can't quite resolve. And it's partly because the face is being lifted up. And I know that it is starting to work the face a little bit. The edge is growing up.
Dude, I've had so many guitars that the face is lifting up, and I had to kind of resolve it the best I can. And sometimes that's all you can do, and the best you can. You can't nail it every time. You're not going to... If the face is lifting up, you're going to have a problem.
What about a bridge doctor? Yeah, you heard about those, right?
I don't know about the bridge doctor. Tell me more, man. I don't know.
It's a brace that goes inside the guitar underneath the bridge. And it actually is supposed to pull the bridge back down inside an acoustic.
So
that's one way to do it. Yeah, I guess you crank it down. Yeah.
That's so interesting, man. I don't know if you guys know how a bridge works on a piano or not, but there's two bridge pins. There's two bridge pins on a piano. And when the bridge pins are tightened, it actually pulls the soundboard upward. I don't know if you guys can follow the physics on this, but when you have a staggered bridge pin, it will pull the soundboard upward and make a crown. And I don't know if you guys know about, if you crown a soundboard, it makes a much more higher, more defined resonance because it's a curved surface. Unlike the earth that we're living on, the sound quality of a curved surface is much better than a flat surface. You follow me? Anybody following me? All right.
I follow you.
Buster. Maybe he's Buster. Sonny's just Sonny's noodling, man. It's almost midnight, man. Keep noodling, man. He's playing an electric guitar unplugged. I gotta say, Sonny's intonation has been solid, man. I don't know if you guys. There's no about intonation, right? Of course you do. Hey, Buster, man. Tell me more about your guitars, man. Tell me something about your...
The one on my avatar, the Breedlove, I just got it like about a month ago. The other ones in those were like somebody made me that
okay
thing, but I have like I've got a custom Warrior guitar. They're not real well known. They make like higher end custom guitars out of Chattanooga. Then I've got a Gibson. I actually got a Martin D28, but man, I never was crazy about how big it was. Big dreadnought guitar. Sounds great.
No. D28's like the standard of dreadnoughts. That's like the standard, bro. That's what set the standard. I mean, you don't. Hey, man, not every guitar is great, man. Trust me, man. I know. I mean, Martin will even admit that every guitar they sent out, it said D28 on it, but it just didn't have something. And if that's the case, man, find something different, man. Trade it.
Well, I liked it. I liked the sound of it, but like I used to play a lot of live stuff, and it was just I just didn't like how bulky it was. So I got the Breedlove to start, trying to gig more. I haven't done it in a while.
That's a big time cutaway. What you got there looking at? I don't know what model Breedlove that is. I'm not that hip.
It's a concert CE. It's like they've got 3 sizes. And I think that one is the mid range. There's one at
concert means E means electronic and
right.
C means concert. Got it. C.
Yeah. Well, if you look on their website, they've got like 3 sizes, and I think that's the medium size, if I'm not mistaken.
Did it come with the LR bags?
Yeah. That's why I got it, because it came that model comes standard with I forget the name of but it's got the piezo and something else, but it's like
it's like a dual system, right?
Yeah.
Same as Taylor. Taylor has a dual system in their pickup.
Yeah. I've played a bunch of Taylors, and I love them. I just never was crazy about their electronics. And when I had a buddy that had a Breedlove, and I played it a couple times, and I was like, yeah, when I have the money, that's what I'm getting. So super happy with it.
Cool, man. I play a company called Guild, man. Maybe you never heard of them.
Oh yeah, Guild. Yeah.
They've been washed around the industry a little bit, like Fender got washed.
Yeah.
But Guild got washed. Fender bought actually Guild for a while, for like, I don't know, 12, 14 years, something like that.
Huh.
And they sold to like some investment group out in Southern California.
Okay.
Now they're built in Southern California, and great. I appreciate them keeping the legend going, but the stuff that was built in Rhode Island is absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
I mean, they use real rosewood, real maple, real mahogany. There was like, it was tight. Stuff's amazing. If you can pick up a Guild guitar, man, please do it. If anybody, you'll be surprised, especially an older one, 90s, 80s, 60s.
You were talking about the Martin D28s. I had a buddy that his dad left him two different ones. One was like from the 1960s. And then there was one that was just like 8 years later, it was like a 70s model. And it was like a drastic difference between the two. We got to looking it up, and supposedly like there was like a point where they changed something they did with the bracing. Right. But that one that was the earlier 60s model was like, it was like gold, and like it just had this sound. We put some new strings on it. It was like, oh my God.
What the hell is this? What is this monster in my hand? Yeah.
Well, the one I bought, I spent a lot of money. It was like an HD 28, like vintage style or something.
You got an HD 28, dude? Oh, dude, I had one in my shop for like a week, and I thought it was pretty great guitar. This one was HD 28, man. It was incredible, man. I was like, damn.
Oh, it's a great guitar. It's just for me, like I played live mostly, and it was just I just didn't like the feel of, like how big it was.
Yeah,
the sounds amazing.
If you're playing live, you want to play something that feels more like an electric guitar, really.
Yeah, but that Breedlove I got's I've never played a guitar with myrtle wood sides and back.
What the hell's myrtle wood? Whoa. Myrtle. What the fuck did they discover? What the hell is myrtle wood?
I don't know. If you look it up, it's like it's got a spruce top, myrtle wood side and back. Right. And when I picked it up to play it, it's small, and you think it's going to have a small sound, but it's got a super, like, bassy, like, which you wouldn't think would come out of a smaller cutaway like that. It kind of blew me away.
When Bob Taylor, he made some great guitars all by hand. And then he got into laser cutting, and he figured out that if you can compress the fuck out of the soundboard and get the intonation right, you're going to have something that's pretty cool. No doubt about it, man. Taylor makes some great guitars, man. They're perfectly to play. If you want to play guitar and have it perfect, great. Okay. Grab a Taylor, man. No doubt about it. The intonation is so perfect that you're like, it's stupid. That's where he focused his success on. Just because anybody that knows anything about playing guitar, man, will hear it immediately. It's perfect. Every time.
I used to work for Taylor in El Cajon right here in 1993 in the neck department at Taylor. They didn't keep me, and eventually they let me go, but not before the secretary sat me down and told me about L. Ron Hubbard's program. She thought I might better attend, and that, sorry they were letting me go. I didn't fit into the Kabbalah, I guess.
Oh, shit. That's fucking wicked, dude. That's wicked. So anyway, Bob Taylor started out in Elk Grove, San Diego, right? Funny. Tell me if I'm wrong, man. I have an Elk Grove Taylor, man. I have one. I got
yeah,
one.
I think he started here. He started here in El Cajon, and I think he has I forget where they're at now. No, El Cajon.
He started out in Elk Grove, and he went to Santee. Okay.
Santee. Okay.
Santee,
yeah.
Bro. Yeah. That's where they're at now.
That's for a short while. He was out in El Cajon near the
Grove. Elk Grove, man. I'm like 99% sure, man. Elk Grove. I've never
been there. But anyway,
it's in San Diego County, whatever, man. It's oh my God, you live in San Diego County. Guess what? If you're 15 miles east of San Diego, you're still in San Diego County. Doesn't mean you live some lavish lifestyle on the beach, you know.
Exactly.
That's the misconception we get a lot here in Southern
You're
California.
living in weltering heat. If you go 10 miles in, it's so hot.
I'm in OC.
Like,
oh, you're in Newport Beach and Huntington Beach, and oh, you're no, dude. I'm in OC. Doesn't mean I'm like parking it on the beach every day.
Yeah, have a nice day in Santa Ana. Enjoy your stay.
Enjoy your stay at Disneyland. Enjoy your stay at Disneyland because it's only 102 degrees out. You know, have a nice day.
The place where I was on the train, literally for like an hour, going out of LA, out of Santa Fe Station.
That's it, Sonny. Oh, I lost him, man. All right, shout out to Buster, man. Thanks for chiming in on the guitar stuff, man.
Yeah, thanks.
I appreciate a good guy that can.
I got cut off. So the thing
it's gigging or playing on a guitar, man, because I don't think there's a bigger instrument that has been more influenced than 6 strings, man. I mean, I've worked on instruments that have 250 strings, man. Yeah, okay, that's cool. But 6 strings can just rock your world, man. Only 6 strings. What a genius, amazing instrument that was created through whatever means, man. I don't know.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible.
It's incredible.
I've spent a lifetime studying the 6-string guitar and all of its little nuances, patterns, abilities to transcend to all different
like it, man.
Of the world, like comes out of that instrument.
And that's why there's rock stars these days. And, you know, in the past, of course, going back a few decades. Anyway, there is a masterization of the guitar that we've all can go back and watch the history of this instrument being played to an ability that's even beyond all of us, usually. And we're fascinated with the precision and timing of great guitar players, man. It's mesmerizing. Correct me if I'm wrong here, Sonny, man. You're Buster. But there is a mesmerization of the guitar for some reason. I don't know why.
It is.
I'm not saying I know why, but it's definitely a thing. It's a thing.
I think an instrument like the guitar can be very personal because of its size, and its portability. But I mean, it's like this. Not really like a piece of furniture that you fall in love with, because it's like, I don't know, like you get this connection with this instrument that it becomes very personal to you.
I think I don't know. I've heard it along my journey. One great guitar player might have been I don't know. Might have been Paul Simon. I don't know who said it. Doesn't matter. I heard it. Stuck with me. Is if you got a guitar, you're never without a friend. Ever. And I was like, I think he fucking nailed it.
That's pretty much true.
And I think there's some truth to that. I could be wrong, but that's my experience. If I was in the most dire shit situation, I would love to have a guitar handy, man. That'd be cool. Right?
Yeah, on a desert island, you're stuck there.
Whatever, man. I could be on the street, homeless, whatever, man. If I had a guitar, man, I think I could mentally handle the stress of the situation. I don't know. I think Buster would agree with that. Man. I think.
Yeah. If I had to pick one thing, that's probably what I would pick. For sure.
You know what I mean? I mean, it's a weird, personal experience that I'm sharing. And I think a lot of the cats that play guitar would agree. And that's
like two things. It'd be like two things: an axe and a guitar. Like I could probably build a shelter with an axe because you could use the back of the axe for a hammer. So you got.
I love you. What a great. Damn! What a great comparison. Fucking A. That was so sunny, bro. That was sunny, man. Sunny brings the sun to the situation, okay? I don't know if you guys know that, man, but Sunny's busting out the light, and he's bringing the love, and he's bringing the truth, man. And if you guys don't dig it, man, you guys are fucked. If you guys don't dig it, man, fuck off, okay?
You don't love yourself today, you fucked.
You fuck, man. Fuck you all.
Love yourself today. You don't love yourself today. You fucked.
You fucked. That's the sun, man. Sun shines on 24/7 thanks to Sunny. Fucking A.
I appreciate it.
No pressure, dude. No pressure, man.
Yeah, thanks. No, it's fading. I'm starting to fade.
Just enjoy the fade, man. Fade out. You can fade out, man.
Yeah,
Sonny, you faded out 100 times. At least I've heard you fade out 100 times.
I don't know.
And said, "Hey, man, I gotta go, man. I'll see you guys later." It happens that quick, dude. We'll be talking.
Like I don't feel my right foot anymore, but not really, Joe. Just the way it is,
Anyway, just keep it simple, keep it real. If you've got a tone coming out of your amplifier, you're one of the lucky few, man.
Yeah, so it's like what I have left. Like sometimes
we're lucky.
Well, sometimes everything has to get dropped. You have to have everything stripped away from you to find out what the best parts are. Once again, to reveal those best parts,
Sonny, I've heard you say this many times, man, that if I didn't hit this certain point and came across flat Earth, I would have been lost, man.
I think so.
And I feel the same. Yeah. I feel the exact same way, dude. If I didn't come across this when I did, I would have been fucked, man. I know it.
Fucked, so it brought me out of being fucked.
And we're not fucked.
Like in some ways, some things led me to an awakening before it happened to avoid cataclysm or further damage, So
right.
I had already straightened up and started going in my own direction, and then learning how truth, still continuing to learn about different truths about, medicine and all those different kind of things way back then, 2015, 2016, and then 2017, then all of a sudden flat Earth. And I'm like, what? Like, why did I swipe all that stuff off?
Why did I swipe that shit away? What the fuck was I thinking, man? You got caught up in... Come on, Sonny. You got caught up in Star Wars and Star Trek, just like I did, man.
I was reading the Hawking. I was reading the Hawking Numpty book, a brief explanation of freaking time, holy or whatever.
time dilation of the
some weird shit about black holes, and they got you floating out with nebulae or 300 zillions and zillions
out of trillions and billions. It's quadrillions of miles away. Yeah, okay.
Listen,
that's
a
good one.
Nebulae. Listen, some of these nebulae are so freaking huge. That's what they're saying. They're saying these are so huge that they are literally 300 trillion light years across. And here's the funny joke, and I'll leave you with this with cosmologists. A few years ago, they were already having a cosmological catastrophe because they're going nuts because they're realizing that all these things are colliding right before flat Earth hit. They were already having problems, and people were suggesting different cosmologies. There were a whole bunch of books being written by Christians also, which amazingly enough were not flat earthers, which is astonishing. So who knows what that was out of left field. But what they were saying when like quantum physics started like really running, and they were making movies called What the Bleep Do We Know about quantum physics. So they already have a problem if you watch that. It has them admitting they don't know what the hell they're doing. They don't know what this stuff is, and they're in a cosmological freaking problem. They got a paradox.
I love it. Right? I love it, Sonny, man.
So check it out. Now listen, I'm almost done. So here's the deal. So with quantum physics, here's what they're saying. This is so great. They're saying that the reason they keep finding these things further and further and further out in the expanding universe is because the situation where if the tree falls and no one's there, does it make a sound? Well, that's the same thing. They're looking out to these nebulae, and because they're looking, they're actually creating these new galaxies and nebulae as they're looking. Boom.
Boom.
So put that in your pipe and smoke.
Smoke that shit, Mongos.
Yeah, I used to believe that stuff. Like, they're looking and they're actually creating it while they're looking at it because they're collapsing the wave function further and further out with their optics getting better. Like, what?
I gotta collapse the wave function. Hold on, man. I gotta collapse a wave function. That means I gotta take a shit. You guys understand? If I ever say I gotta collapse a wave function ever again, you know what I mean? It's gotta go somewhere in my toilets. I swear to God.
So it goes out of the black hole.
Black. You Mongos, man. You Mongos. Fucking roll out. For fuck's sake. Oh, come on. The black hole, man. The black hole. Really? That's what these Mongos had to come up with. I got a black hole. It'll explain everything because it's dark and it's deep and it totally explains gravity. Black hole. Gravity doesn't exist in a black hole. It's non-relevant. Oh, fuck off,
what's on the other side of the black hole? What's on the other side of the black hole?
The black hole, the double black hole.
Everything in your mouth is your mouth. The mouth of the universe is taking in all those calories. It has to get them out somewhere.
They gotta come. The black hole's gotta come out somewhere. You guys know this. I don't have to explain it to you guys. You guys are smart.
This is unsaid. Like there's some things about the universe that are left unsaid.
Hey, hey, Sonny, man, we're just going off. Sonny, we're just going off what they told us, man. We're not making shit up. We're not the fucking science fiction writers. We're just talking about what they came up with. This is how where you live works, okay? This is how where you live is reality. And
that's right.
And if you don't get the reality of where you live, that's on you, man. That's on you. That's not on anybody else, man. You can't put that on any Einstein-y fucking bendy fucking space-time fuck off. I got a fucking quantum eraser up your ass. It doesn't matter. You have to realize where you live by where you live. Okay?
So,
and if you can't go out and do that, you know, you're fucked. You're fucked.
Yeah. You want to go with it.
And that's why we're going sailing, Sonny. That's why we're going sailing, man, because we're just going to go out another day and say, hey, man, the flat horizon is the flat horizon. Is anybody got any evidence to the contrary, please? Right?
No.
That's it. That's the bottom line, man. If you got curvature, we're here 24/7, man. 365, we're here. Please, please come bring your curvature to the house. And we will shut down this server for good if you can measure some curvature. That's it, man. We're not complicating anything. We're not asking for astronomical evidence. If I can go out and prove to myself through measurement that we live on a globe, cool, man. I'm down. So far, man, you guys are batting 0. And the curvature is not apparent anywhere that I can find. Please enlighten me where I can see this curvature. Because I've been up to 42,000 feet. I've been up to 0 elevation, and it looks the same to me. Period. It looks the same. At sea level and at 42,000 feet, man. The horizon is flat as far as I can see, man. So I appreciate
one thing you don't ever have happen when you're rising up in an aircraft or anything, a hot air balloon, what have you, is you do not have the horizon dropping down, which is a prerequisite of the globe. If you're rising up from the globe, it has to drop down lower.
Prerequisite. We got a prerequisite in the house.
Prerequisite.
In the house.
Prerequisite to
Mr.
VC Prerequisite VC check-in 1. We have Buzz Aldrin in the green room. Thanks, Buzz, for showing up. Yeah, well, I'm here to tell you, if you didn't go somewhere, you might need to go back. And that's a question I have. If you want to know why you didn't do something. I think I know why. But that's not an 8-year-old question. That's my question.
That's my question.
And
that's my question.
We were just passengers going along for a ride.
Now you're going deep. Dude, only the fucking OG motherfuckers would know that one. We're just passengers. We're just passengers.
We're just passengers. You saw a cartoon on TV.
Was that Hubble? No, it was Hubble.
Buzz Aldrin.
Hubble.
Who? No,
Hubble. I think it was Hubble. Hubble. He was the one that said that. We're just passengers. We're just passengers.
No, I think it was Buzz Aldrin.
No, it wasn't Buzz. It was not Buzz, man. I know that. I think it was Hubble.
He was talking to Bart Sibrel. One of those.
Yeah, but it was Havel, but it was Bard, but it was Havel. And he said, without a doubt, Hubble was one of the, not Hubble Space Telescope, Hubble with a B. He was one of the, like, Apollo 15 or something like that, man. He wasn't Apollo 11 or anything like that. He was, like, in the middle somewhere. Anyway, he said, we're just passengers. We're just going on a ride. Yeah.
Yeah. Before he tried to punch Mr. Sabril in the face. No,
that was Buzz that punched him, man. It was Buzz that punched him.
Was it? No, it was
Sabril, man. Buzz punched Sabril, man.
It was Neil Armstrong or one of Conrad or one of those.
Hey, man, it doesn't matter. The fact that those astronauts, you guys have seen the videos of these guys running away, not swearing on the Bible. I mean, whatever that means. Whatever the fuck that means. Hey, man, swear on the Bible that you did not you landed on the moon. And I gotta say, man.
Yeah, go ahead.
That's pretty fucking... Anybody that wants to go out and do it to that level, it's courageous at the minimum. At the minimum, it's courageous. At the minimum. I mean, that's...
truly. They look like, after they got back in the interview...
Oh, my God. Oh, my God, dude.
They looked as disheveled as a back alley Las Vegas hooker.
Dude, they were so depressed that it seemed like they lost the game, man. They lost the football game, the baseball game, whatever it was. Mm-hmm. They were sitting there like they lost. And they're like,
didn't they?
Yeah. You know, and they were hanging their heads.
Didn't they all kind of look like their mom had just died? Oh, wait a minute.
Died.
One of them did.
Dude,
one of their moms did die.
I'll tell you what, Sonny, man, if it was me that came back, hey, motherfuckers, we just came back from the moon, man. Hey, Joey, man, I really appreciate those fucking telemetry datas, man. Without those telemetry datas, Joey, we wouldn't have made it, bro, man. That was an amazing performance beyond the human possibilities.
We never imagined how amazing it was going to be. It was
Joey, man. Joey nailed the fucking telemetry to the fucking tits. Thank you, Joey. No, they were sitting there like, the fuck, man. Why are you asking me these questions, bro?
So here's the question on the table is, from the time they went into that little quarantine freaking Airstream recreational vehicle, trailer?
Yeah.
Air, whatever it is.
Airstream. It's called an Airstream, man.
Yeah, but they were actually in a compression chamber.
Airstream, bro. An Airstream.
Like an Airstream trailer. Anyway, I digress.
Dude, how many Airstream?
Wait. Dude,
everybody should buy an Airstream because it's hermetically sealed. I'm telling you.
So don't get distracted by the Airstream trailer. So the point was, what kind of Kool-Aid were they feeding them while they were in the Airstream compression chamber?
Kool-Aid. That's a good question, man. The MK Ultra people might have spiked their geology.
We need to get down to the brass tacks, though, of what I mean. What did they tell them to say? What could they have possibly tell them to say with a look like that on their freaking faces right after the most amazing thing in all of human history that had just occurred? They look like they've been dragged down a gravel alley
Yeah.
By the Las Vegas hooker.
Yep. Dude, I lived in Las Vegas for 4 years, man. That's extremely funny to me because I lived there for 4 years. Hey, I got my.
It is fucking funny. It's hilarious.
Dude, that's hilarious. Oh, it's so funny. Sonny, bro. So funny, man. Come on.
Got dragged down the alley by Britney Spears. Pink Cadillac.
Well, I lived it. I've seen similar situations, no doubt, man. I've seen some crazy shit, man. And I know you have too, because we're similar in age, man.
Well, look, I only saw Las Vegas once in like 1973, like, and then I didn't see it again until 2000. When was that?
Oh shit! You got fucking mind fucked.
2009 or 2010. I didn't see it that long, like 40 years apart.
Yep, that's a fascinating observation, Sonny.
Never, yeah. Well, look, I saw the Sands when it was still standing, like the original. I saw some of those original, the Tropicana. I saw some of those original buildings that were still there before they went big, huge, high-rise ones.
Yep.
Which is pretty cool.
Hey,
this is where the Rat Pack used to go and all that.
They call it the City of Lights. It really is, man. And I've driven into that city, I don't know, at least 10 a dozen times.
Now it looks so spacey. When I saw it, man, like if you see it at night and if you were just like landed in there in a helicopter and never saw it before, you would think you were in one of those space movies. I mean, literally, it's so crazy.
Yeah, there's a lot of lights in Las Vegas. There's a shitload of lights. Oh my God. And they say that the power from the Hoover Dam creates the lights in Las Vegas. Well, no, it doesn't work like that, apparently. I checked it out years ago, back in the fucking 90s.
Yeah.
And without a doubt that all the Hoover Dam electricity is transported to California.
Yeah. Isn't there no more water though? Isn't there Hoover? Like, isn't that where all the water is?
The Hoover Dam is absolutely drained. And it's right down to the point where it's potentially extremely dangerous that the entire
Southwest.
The entire Southwest. I love perfect. Right on, Sonny. Nailed it. The entire Southwest is potentially in big trouble because of the lack of water. But here's the flip side of that, is that they've had record rains in Las Vegas for the last 3 weeks, man. Record rains.
Yeah, even in the mountains and the foothills here, I think they had some rain, but or maybe it was a threat of rain. But the rivers, all the west flowing rivers, they seem to all have water in them. Like our river has water in it.
Yeah, dude, we've had record rains this summer in what we call the high desert, or if you look at Palm Springs, that's the low desert, right? Palm Springs to Phoenix, right? That's all low.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
High desert is up there, like Las Vegas, Barstow. Right. You get Baker, Death Valley. That's all high desert shit, man.
Hesperia and going up the way,
That's all high desert going up into Utah. Anyway,
Joshua Tree. High desert.
But the high deserts have been getting tremendous amounts of rain this summer. Tremendous. And I can see it from where I live, man. I can see those big, giant, high clouds.
Yeah, they get gnarly.
They kind of build up against the mountains, and they shoot straight up like, dude, 20,000 feet minimum.
Yeah, this time of year. Yeah,
they're minimum, dude.
20,000. They look angry out there in the east, though.
Angry, fucking high clouds, dude. When you have
violent,
angry high clouds, man.
Electric storms.
You can see those beautiful clouds blasting up against the mountains and shooting straight up, man.
Yeah, that's always a weird thing.
It's been going on here for at least the last 2 weeks, Sonny. I've seen these super high clouds way above Big Bear, which is like 10,000, almost 11,000 feet, man. Big Bear is way up there, man. It's a big time high altitude mountain. And those clouds shoot at least, 5,000 feet above it. At least 5,000 feet above it. And, that's just my observation. I'm not saying I know what the fuck is going on. I don't know what the hell causes clouds to be, 5,000 feet above a 10,000 foot mountain. I don't know. But I can feel it. Yeah. The humidity this summer has been the worst we've experienced in decades, man.
And it's weird. It's it's humid, but it's like static in the air too. Don't you feel that too?
Totally feel it, bro. Yeah, and it's been a heavy, wet summer. And by the way, Las Vegas has had 2 downpours of 30 inches of rain. 30 fucking inches of rain in the last 2 weeks, bro. 30 inches of rain in Las Vegas. That is unheard of. No, I lived there for 4 years, man. I know Las Vegas, man. You got 30 inches of fucking rain in 2 weeks? Fuck off, man. Something is amiss, bro. Something. Do I know what it is? Fuck no, Sonny. I don't know what you don't know what that shit is going on, but there's definitely weather manipulation going on. If anybody disagrees with that, let me know. Please. I've known about weather manipulation since 2001 minimum. I already saw those chemtrails, man. I was on that shit day one. Like, something ain't right, people. Something ain't right, man. Please, something ain't. Oh my goodness, it was not right.
Mm-hmm.
You could see.
What do you think that psyop about all the coffins and all that stuff and all the military transports of vehicles? Like, remember all that stuff? The FEMA
I'm talking about the stacks of coffins where the guy's driving along the road and he's like, what the hell was the name of that operation? Shit, I remember. Fuck, it'll come to me, Sonny. Hold on.
Well, nonetheless, you wonder what all those little mini psyops were before Flat Earth. Or that might have been during. I don't know.
Jade. Operation Jade. That's the name of it. You remember that?
Jade Helm.
Jade Helm. That's it. Motherfucker, I love you, Dave. Fuck off. Yeah, you did. Jade Helm. That was it. Shit, you nailed it. I remember looking at that, man.
I was trying to think of it the other night. I couldn't get it myself. I was like, they were driving. Like, don't you get what I'm talking about? They had the whole thing going on. Everyone was worried about it, and I didn't get it until you said Jade, and I'm like, oh yeah, it's Jade Helm.
I was so like before Flat Earth, man.
The coffins and all that. Yeah, what's the deal with that? Was the FEMA camp just a scare, or are there still FEMA camps waiting for us? That's the question.
Dude, we gotta be prepared for the FEMA camps, man. We gotta be.
But the thing is there's no reason to house us and feed us in FEMA camps when they can lock us down, keep us in our house, and make us pay for rent.
Yeah, I get it, man. There is a balance.
Unless you can get
out.
out.
I love that balance.
You might have to go out to the wilderness. Like that's
no, Sonny. Sonny, we're locked down within the wilderness. Ain't that a bitch? Fuck. But you, Sonny, man, might have a better chance because you've been out exploring these beautiful fruits and natures that provide you nutrition, bro.
Well, yeah, not only that, if all the cars stopped, I could still get around on the side trails, and like as long as I could get there myself, I could pretty much get there and my bike wherever I need to go along.
Exactly. Yep. Yeah, that's it, man. Can you survive on the land that's around you, man? That's it, man. It's not complicated. And Sonny's done a great job. I've done an okay job. Yeah, I know where I can get water, and I know where I can get.
They're saying officially now that rainwater is unsafe to drink.
Oh, dude, yeah, you have to distill this shit, man.
Yeah.
If you get water from a fucking creek or something, you better distill the fuck out of that shit, man.
Yeah.
See, I don't think they're going to make a situation where we have to find clean water when they've got society buying water from them that's not clean anyway. Like, why would they give that away and make people suffer? You know, like they're already selling you unclean water. Why would they? Right?
Hey,
don't they want you to keep buying that unclean water?
No, because it's made by Nestle, bro.
Sure.
They're a chocolate company.
And the next thing is the air. They're going to sell you the air here pretty soon.
Dude, I've even taken it to the next level. They're going to sell you gravity, bitches.
They already did that.
I'm telling you, if you own a
told us gravity, we're rejecting the sale. We're returning a gravity for a refund.
Dude, if you own a piano...
Get your gravity here by Nestle. And next week, air by Nestle.
I love you guys, man. We should have a speculation free for all.
On the boat that you were going to get and go sailing on?
We're going sailing.
Did Sonny hear about that? He checked out the prices. He was telling me all about it yesterday or a couple days ago.
You need a cameraman. Why don't you come on?
We might need a cameraman. But back to the point of objective reality. Hey, if anybody has a problem with objective reality, you're going to have a talk with my friend. His name is Dell from the Imaginary Curve channel on YouTube. And we got
a problem in Flat Earth here right now. You know, there's a divide somewhat going on, and it kind of does have to do with objective reality. And is the ether part of this objective reality? Yes, it seems so. But
what do we call it, and how do we describe it without going into the conflation land of,
right,
non-objective reality?
We're not going to conflation land, man. Nobody.
It's in conflation land. It's already there.
Land.
It's the ether's all about conflation land. You can't get away from it because it's got baggage.
No. Objective reality is the point of observation from your own fucking cornea inside your head.
But does that mean that you have to have a physical? When you say objective, does it have to be physical? That's the problem. Is reality only physical? Is it material only? Or is there something beyond the material that we also have to say is hardly objective, but objectively there?
What are we living in? Like, what do you call that? Simulation theory? No.
Yeah, that I can't go with at all.
I'm not going simulation theory. Fuck off.
I mean, but then it depends on what you define it as. Like if it's a simulation, what's it a simulation of?
Exactly.
Right? So this, right?
Well,
but if you're talking about there is there's a code to everything. Yeah, you can say there's a code. We see that, right?
Hey, man.
Fibonacci sequence, right? There's a code of some sort.
Can we go complete simulation theory through video optics realization of our images? And, I mean, that's deep, man. You guys might take a couple weeks to figure that one out, but the fact is,
well, if that Harry Carey video you showed me is a real hologram, then we're getting there. But I don't think so. It's too solid.
Right. What video realization have you agreed to that's reality? Potentially, maybe.
Now, augmented reality, that's something that's very interesting. Augmented reality, where that's where you're in a real environment, but then part of it through your headset is making you see something that's not there. Like a door will look like a different door, but it'll still be a door.
But Dave, man, I'm gonna put this out to you. It's that I've actually had you at my house. I've actually
a couple days ago.
I fucking give you high fives. We've laughed. We had lunch, or dinner, whatever. We did sushi. The reality of that is that we
Yeah, we've met Sonny. When you put a physicality to something, it's beyond what the voice on.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's where I'm going. Exactly.
Even there, there's more of the physicality, even though it's a real person you're talking to.
Yes.
Yeah. There's something beyond.
Yeah. Thank God for changing physicalities, Dave. So you won't ever have to experience that last thing is not the norm. So yeah.
Hey, Sonny. None of us are the norm, bro. Did you check that one out? None of us.
Normal is boring.
We're not the norm, for fuck's sake, man.
That's the last thing I ever want to be called is normal.
Rarely has
anyone... just the way it sounds normal.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Just drab.
I was gonna say rarely has anyone thoroughly followed my path.
I did, bro. I did. You know it. You fucking know it.
Yeah. Pretty closely, though. That's
pretty
probably
close.
true.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
We're following a path.
I must have missed part of the conversation. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Sorry about that, Dave, man. But yeah.
All right.
Sonny and I we're on the fucking level that's.
We had a good there's a good long set of conversations over the other channel about the ether, and a lot of people joining in. It was good
man,
too.
Is the ether the new fucking sextant, or where are we going?
Well, no, but it's the division between. It's the new it could be the same thing, but it's the new what do you call it? Downward acceleration bias that divides the flat earthers.
Oh my
Is there
God!
bias or is there not? Right.
The downward acceleration bias is dividing in the flat Earth. Oh my God!
It did a while back. And that's where it started. It started with Anthony Riley and Bob doing their Bob saying there's a bias, there's a downward bias, and you can call it the incoherent dielectric acceleration.
Incoherent dialectic.
Anthony's pointing at him saying, "You're a shill. What the fuck are you doing? Are you trying to go with some kind of backwards way of getting back to the globe and that kind of thing?"
The globe of the.
That's the problem, is that we're so cautious about anything that sounds globe-like.
I gotta celebrate.
That's a good thing, but anytime you try to explain things in a way that sounds like double talk, because a lot of these things, the ether, you can't describe it without sounding like you're double talking.
Hey,
because it's not there, right?
You gotta double talk everything, Dave. I got the dilation of the acceleration divided by the correction. If you guys know what that is, help me.
And then there's these tools that they use, like the accelerometer or the gravitometer. These are all globe tools that do actually have applications that can be used and shown to prove that it's not a globe.
Right. Yes,
right?
Exactly.
So it's like you can't just be allergic to devices. Some of them seem like parlor tricks and are parlor tricks. Some of them may seem like parlor tricks that aren't parlor tricks. That's the thing. They got us all fucked up. They got everything associated with the globe. And if you take yourself completely out of it and say it's only observable reality and that's all it is, then you're also doing yourself a disservice. You're saying that the ether sounds convoluted, so we're just not going to talk about it. You're also doing yourself a disservice. Even if it's not exactly what someone, might seem to claim, we need to talk about it because it may be answering questions that the globe is just going to hang on to as their answers that they've hijacked in place of something that's not even what they're saying.
Hold on. I got gravity in my pocket. How can you disprove that I have gravity in my pocket?
Yeah, they got flat earthers. Most flat earthers it's still saying gravity doesn't exist. But that's not technically true because gravity is just gravitas. It's just weight, right? Things do have a downward acceleration. There's an acceleration of some sort that it can be measured or average can be taken somehow. So, man, we just can't be phobic about all the things that they're saying because they usually have mixed in 90% truth with 10% lie. And then they know that it's just foolproof because you're always going to get a downward acceleration reading, therefore gravity exists. And if you're going to just say gravity doesn't exist, then they're just denying that there's this acceleration, which isn't true. No, and nobody that looks into it would do that.
Yeah. Damn, ain't that a bitch, motherfucker?
Yeah.
Ain't that a bitch?
I understand going with the simple, hey, I don't need to worry about what the readings are or any of that. I just my reality is what it seems. I don't need to science it, but that's fine. But if you're going to do that and then start attacking other people for saying that there's a taboo subject that can't even be talked about, that's where it's wait a minute. I agree. We should be able to talk about it objectively.
You can't talk about that, Dave. Come on.
Right?
How dare you? How dare you?
We should have no taboos, except when when people are literally and directly conflating and
there should be no
postulating things that. Yeah, I like the speculation land though more than most people. I think
there is a certain enjoyment of looking into things that could be. And if any of you globers, flat earthers, man, want to look into things that could be or should be or whatever, this is the place to do it, man. This is it. I haven't ever found a better place to say, hey, man, I think you globers or you flat earthers are crazy. And you want to come on.
Even the any kind of fringe group, the people, if they don't understand that they're not on the ball, it's like the whole conversation lacks a certain red pillness or whatever you want to call it, right? Like I can't even hang here with these people that they don't realize the biggest lie. So, because then all the conversations are completely subpar, right? Doesn't it seem like that in general?
I mean, you get into a situation where, hey, man, we're just here to kind of try to red pill you. You know, honestly, man, we're trying to red pill some people, man, and say, hey, man, what you were taught in school, man, might not be right, man. And from all my evidence and observations is that fact that those motherfuckers lied to us about where we lived. For fuck's sake.
It's provably not what they're telling us, in fact.
It's not what they're telling us, man.
It's provably not. It might not be. It's probably not what they're telling. At least not what they're telling us. But that's. I mean, why is this? That's the other question. Why is it that flat earthers or people in general in this discussion still think that to call yourself a flat earther that means you're claiming that you know the whole thing, what the whole thing is? You know. Like, I'm not a flat earther because I don't claim what the whole thing is, but that shouldn't be the claim. As soon as you know it's not a ball, you're technically a flat earther. That just means that you think it's a level plane, like it seems. Because why would you think anything else if the ball isn't true, right? If the claim of the whole thing, which is the only claim of the whole thing, which is the ball that isn't really a ball, you know, then why have they been able to perpetuate us defending a claim about the whole thing still?
All right. I'm going to explain to you. Dude, I have the answer to this. The fact is that they manipulated the minds of the masses through television, through magazines, through radio. They manipulated the minds. And when the manipulation of the minds is passed on through a couple of generations, that's where we're at now, man. That's where we're at. And we are having to deal with mind manipulation motherfuckers that think they live on a spinning ball shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour. Millions.
The craziest claim ever. You could be going all these different directions. That we got people in here for hours still saying it doesn't make any sense that it's like it seems. It has to be the opposite of what it seems. Now that's the definition of crazy.
It has to be the opposite of what it seems in your reality.
Right. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. What?
What?
It can't be like it seems. It just can't be.
It can't.
Sonny, were you on? Is it you or somebody? We were talking about how back in the day, you would have been put in a fucking nut house for saying you're on a spinning ball going all these different directions. I mean, that would have been, you would have been laughed at, and it wouldn't have been something that you would have been laughed at first and then avoided because they really realized that you were right.
Right.
You know,
exactly.
like it is now with us. They realize that we're right. They don't want to talk about
it. No, man. That's what irony.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. The irony in this conversation is why I stick around. It's so funny.
Yep.
Like
me too. Yeah. Me too. It's absolutely fucking
hilarious.
Ridiculous, man. It's so funny.
It's tragic. It's serious and tragic at the same time. It's like funny, humorously tragic. That's a good way to put it.
Yeah, it really is. Not like the pandemic stuff. Like that is tragic. That's the definition of tragic. There was some funny things. We had a lot of fun with the videos and stuff, making fun of it. But now it's gotten into the tragic land. And I just saw my ex-girlfriend. She's fucking sterile from the thing. And she knows it for sure. She's like, yeah, I haven't had a period in 4 months. It's, since the vaccine, the stupidest thing I ever did. She has a son now. So like, that's, she did it because they're pushing everybody that has parents. Well, your kid can't come to school because you might give him something. You both have to get back. I can't believe that they locked that in. Made everybody in the military take it. I'm sorry, we're not supposed to talk about that. That's right.
No.
Anyway,
it's crazy.
I even said the V word, didn't I? Sorry about that.
Hey. No, I didn't.
And the fact that I have to correct myself, that's tragic. That's a tragic thing. The thing that we can't talk about, well, obviously that's the thing that is the most tragic. And most damning.
It's damning. How dare you talk about the V, Coco V. The Coco.
Speaking of PSYOPs, are they going to ever, with all this damage, that's what I wanted to say when you guys were saying about PSYOPs earlier. How much of that was true about the Jade Helm or the coffins? Are we going to go to fucking FEMA camps? How much of this, we know that this thing is, not just a PSYOP anymore. People are actually hurt, but if that is so prominent and consistent, how are they ever going to get to the point they require us to do this for this credit card? And people are still thinking that they're going to be able to get us to like have to have that to even sell and trade. How are they going to get it there with so much injury already? That doesn't make any sense.
I'll log in on my other my laptop. This one's going to die soon, so I'll be right back.
All right.
Well, the way that they are going to get people manipulated into the mainstream is because they own the fucking mainstream.
They own the biggest influencers.
If you guys haven't figured that out by now, I can't help you. I'm sorry.
But if people are if everybody knows somebody that had something fucked up happen with this shit, then how can they continue when it's direct injury? Anyway. It will baffle me if that is actually something that is required for you to have your real ID or whatever. If they get away with that after what we've seen with the fallout of this already, that would be amazing. That would be more flabbergasted than I was to see people buy into it to begin with.
Well, we all know without a doubt, man, they are without a doubt trying to make a digital ID
right, attached to that. Well, they're going to do even the digital currency might be attached to that, according to most. A lot of people that think this is where their plan goes and what they've said they're going to. The prophecy even says they're going to make it so that you can't even own money or have money without having some kind of check. But I don't think it can be what this shit is. Whatever this shit is, they can't put that on there because that would, at this point, I would imagine cause a complete civil war. That would be the only thing. If they require that for you to even spend money, then if people don't protest that beyond just the organized protest that they allow you to go on and push through Facebook, something that would be, I don't know. Maybe it wouldn't matter. Maybe they want that. Maybe they want to show you how fucked up it is and then require you to do it because they hope you try to cause a civil war and they have a reason to put you in jail and charge the taxpayers for whatever, That was basically what happened with this last Black Lives Matter thing, right? Then it seemed like it was total entrapment. Gave people bricks, let them break into a store and videotape them the whole time. Went out and arrested all the people that weren't hired provocateurs. Crazy how that just what happened, and anyone could even think that that everything's back to normal after they did that. And I saw people. We saw people hurt, really, literally hurt, trying to protect their shops. Gruesome. I couldn't even look at some of it.
Damon, have you ever seen the movie Wag the Dog?
Oh yeah,
Wag the Dog.
Yeah, how they can give us a truth movie like that basically tells you the exact truth and makes perfect sense of it. You know, it's not like even it's sensationalized. It's like, yeah, it's on TV, it's true. Right?
How could you do that?
How could you watch that and then still buy into everything without some skepticism? Or even like if you watch even just that one clip of all the different newscasters saying the exact same thing over about the, you know, birthday party or whatever it is that, you know, if you watch that and you're not skeptical after seeing the same exact fucking, I don't know what to say, but it is that brilliant. It is so brilliant that the evidence, because the evidence is so damning, it's so scary for anybody that realizes it. They have no choice but to embrace it and just accept it. And then, you know, try to make other people feel bad for not accepting the bullshit that they just swallowed. Because it's literally designed to scare the shit out of people because it's so obviously, you know, a lie or whatever, right? That is another level of manipulation. Like, you know, I like to talk about that level of controlled opposition and all that shit, because that is brilliance of a plan. When you tell them the truth and the lie at the same time, and you know that it's going to work in your favor.
Hey, Edward Bernays.
Yeah.
And that was the psychological key that made it all happen.
Yeah, right? And all the German scientists, the studies they did on the human psyche to create this plan is just deeper than we probably could even guess. So, like, you know, we're just like 5 levels down from where they're even starting to. They got a psyop within a psyop within a psyop, so much so that the people at the top are probably psyops, thinking they're controlling everything, but they're not. Right?
Hey, Dave. These motherfuckers know that they are in like the Hail Mary times, bro. They're fucking throwing Hail Marys every which way they can, right?
Right. And big move. Big move since 9/11. 9/11 was a big move.
9/11.
And ever since then, it's been like big moves, no problem. We did 9/11.
Yep. And
that's not only did it change the way you look at things because you realize it wasn't what they said, but just the confidence level. Like, I remember thinking, like, how is there any future that I used to think, if the confidence level of anybody that finds out what I found out is going to be like totally different than where we're at like yesterday, right?
Yep. But dude,
don't you think people have to believe the country is giving them, you know, and they can't be like, you know, faking all these things and expect the respect any longer, but maybe it never deserved the respect and it was all fictional. I guess it was. If the Revolutionary War was a lie and it wasn't really even what they're telling us on that front, then it's been fictional ever since. In fact, you could even argue part of the reason that they created the globe fiction is so that then they literally operate in a fictional world and don't have to take responsibility for anything they do. Because that's the rules of the game. It's like we're making the playing board fake. So then nothing we do could ever be really what we do.
Oh, fuck off, man. You fucking nailed it, bro.
Right? Doesn't it seem like that?
Yes. Exactly, man. 100%.
And same thing, it goes to like in the steps. Like America was a fictional, you know, idea, but because it's a fictional idea, there's no limits to it, which makes it kind of good at the same time. You know,
I'm on board with that. With this one, man. Yeah, right? Absolutely.
Fuck yes.
Yeah.
Like space. Think about just the space, but not to get directly back into that part of it, but yeah, just like the NASA or whatever that. Because space is what they say it is, there's no limits to the creations and imagination of what they can claim and not worry about how fallacious the claims seem. Because it's space, and there's just no way to prove it. It's the perfect business.
Yeah, so
it's the largest gaslighting operation.
Exactly.
Yeah, so almost every 70 years, like when the 70-year like bankruptcy thing is over,
They just roll it over at that time in the fictional world because they just create a bunch of fake laws that work in the fictional world that nobody's really been made aware of. So you're totally out
And they're
of
charging, and there's no way to actually charge you personally as your person, but they're only charging your straw man for anything anyway. So every charge is literally fake based on the fact that it's only your straw man that is being charged for anything.
Yeah.
And if you and you have to identify as that straw man in some cases, or at least be the priority interest holder.
Yeah. In fact, everything's already been paid for since 1933 by the mortgage of you and your kids' future.
Right.
It's already been paid for. Everything's been paid for.
Right. It's there, and you just don't access that. It's provided just in case, but that just in case is what's being traded on the stock market, because the value of that just in case is bigger than most other individuals in other countries still. So one world order, I don't think work in their favor. I don't think they're even going for like one world government. Even it's fake, and they already have it, right? They've had it for a long time. The idea that we have separate governments is also fiction to a certain degree, right? Oh, did I cut out?
No, you're fine. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yep, that idea is definitely fictional. And then everything else, just a house of cards built on the false premise in the first place. Yep.
Do you think they wore the wigs back in the day in Parliament, and what that they still do in Parliament? Is that part of it too? Like the fiction of like, this isn't even my real hair. You can't really take anything I say seriously.
I know, really. We're just actors.
We're actors.
Like the actors.
That's why we're putting the wigs on, so that what we're doing isn't really against the law. We're just acting. We're just acting like we're taking advantage of you, and you're acting like it's okay.
I'm acting. I'm George Washington, your acting president, even though I was a general underneath the crown.
Right? That's crazy. I didn't know that. That makes sense. Oh, yeah, I did know that actually. Yeah, but that's not even a question. We're such revolutionaries. I like that Mind Unveiled video. Did you see that Mind Unveiled video where they point out that it might have been that there was the whole thing was basically fake because the uniforms were made by the same exact people, the red and the blue.
Wow, yeah, no kidding.
Like they're just dressing up, in these fancy clothes. I'm going out to war with you, and we're gonna march at each other with our guns pointed in front. Like the style of fighting, I've always just been like, what the fuck kind of style of fighting is that?
When they first started printing books and stuff, it wasn't much before then. So most common folks didn't have access to print. So the people that controlled the print and the information, they could tell whatever the story they want. And then after one generation, the next generation just goes, that's what I learned too. Nobody had a freaking eyewitness anymore.
Yeah, I wonder how many of those battles were just them in a field shooting guns off, so at least the people nearby thought there was a war.
It could have been, totally.
Yeah, most people were illiterate as well, so they couldn't even read anything.
That's true. See, so you're going to rely on a horse.
All hearsay.
You're going to rely on a horse messenger that's hired by who? The governors and the sheriffs and these people that worked for the crown.
Yeah, and the message that comes on the horse could be something totally different than the guy reads out, and everyone just goes, yeah.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, then the what do they call it? The Chinese phone or Chinese whispers or something. Yeah.
yeah.
So that would be really easy to fraud. To perpetrate fraud about the whole entire scenario. Just roll it over to the next generation. Keep perpetuating the lie, and no one's going to know the difference 3, 4, 5, 6 generations down the road. No one even questions it anymore. Look where we're at now.
And then they taught everyone to read so that they could repeat all the bullshit that they've written.
Right, exactly. That's when they knew that we have to have the system set up so that when we teach them to read, we can also make sure they read exactly what we want them to think. And before we get that set up, we're not going to really push the reading thing. You know, we have to have the institution that's going to create the propaganda set up before we start wanting people to read. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, they had it all set up. It was all set up to be in the very beginning. They had it all set up.
It's almost like they realized we were going to that eventually they're going to digitize us. And if we're ever going to get to the computer era, we have to at least give them the basic skills of reading and writing and following orders and mathematics and whatever goes with the computer stuff that is going to keep the machine going.
Yeah.
And it makes sense, you know, not to give them any excuse, but it makes sense that if the computer systems are more efficient, that digitizing everything would be the most efficient way to run some, you know, a clean machine, right? Mm-hmm. Can't blame them for thinking that would make sense to do, even though we can interpret it, and it is so many ways evil, whatever that is.
Yeah. So it's almost like
like, well, you know how it, you know, they teach us the globe in school and all this. And you're saying like they may have taught us math to like make us good workers or whatever. And I'm not necessarily disagreeing with that, but I would say that it's more likely the strategy of simply having schools teach half truth and useful stuff and then half nonsense and propaganda. And as long as they just have enough nonsense and propaganda, you know, they get their way enough. And so I'm just saying, like, think that they teach good things in school, but not because they really feel obligated to, because they feel obligated to keep the taxpayers paying their nonsense.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, there was this talk the other day about the taxes going for the schools, right? And it was got some heads on there that really knew a lot of, like Issa Mahalski and couple other people, but it was just interesting. Like, and what's his name? Napalm, who does, you know, he works in taxes. So, but the whole idea that like, not only is our person being traded on the stock market, but when you give your taxes over, where that money goes would probably just blow your mind, because it's not like they're going, okay, here's $100 from Sue going straight into building roads. You know, it goes into a fund that is you know, quadrupling by the minute, probably. You know, it just all goes into this vat of investment that creates money that your little bit of money is just very like scrap compared to what it makes through their system. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, talk to Napalm, ask him about that. He said it'll blow your mind, and I think he's probably right. They've got more money than they know what to do with. But the weird thing is this manufactured food shortage thing they're doing. You know, like what's that about? Is that just about the trying to sell you the fake meat, and or is it really trying to starve people out at some point? Is it just making inflation, making it cost more because it's harder to get a hold of stuff, and that's part of it, the money part of it? Or are they really trying to do some weird depopulation stuff? You know?
Or is it the same thing that they've been doing the last 2 years, and they're just keeping people in fear because what they've been doing the last couple of years has run out and no one cares anymore. So they got a new thing to keep everyone scared.
Right. But there's a little bit more seriousness than this. Not just scare tactics. This last one was real. I know a lot of people. Like I was just saying, this was not just fear porn, but now it's gone beyond that. Now they've crossed that line of like, ooh, it does seem like they're trying to get rid of people, maybe slowly but surely.
Right? Yeah, because they started it with so like shipping crisis, where you couldn't get stuff around the world. So and then all the truck drivers were not keeping in the jobs, and then all the people were off sick that were unloading all the freight. So that all started with that.
And that's the other dilemma, or sometimes division I see even amongst flat earthers, because when you realize that that all the space agencies are in on it together, then how could you really have the separation of countries in the way we thought, or wars with each other if they're all agreeing to this bigger lie? Then that's the fiction that some people have a hard time differentiating still. Like, are the leaders of these other countries just acting as well? And we shouldn't be talking about it in any seriousness whatsoever, because it's all just an act that makes us, not only fear what's going on, but, have to like economically hurt from what's going on. So all these things are like, yeah.
Yeah, they have to be. They have to be all in on it together. They have to. There's no other way that it would work.
And how much of it of all in on it does it include? Are they still warring economically with each other, or is that all still just one big agreement? Are these what is it? Like you mentioned, the shortage of or the banning of imports or whatever, the shipping crisis. How much of that is literally manufactured, or is there some realness to that?
Yeah, well,
there is a realness to it. Yeah, the chain reaction's real. But the thing was probably set up originally as a hoax, right?
Yeah, my wife works for an international shipping company. She was saying that China were keeping all the containers. So they were receiving containers in China, and then China were holding on to them. And then so that, I know that they were doing that here to starve Australia out, because they've cut off all trade with Australia. So I don't know if that's real or not. They're just trying to. But so they were collecting containers.
Even if it is real, is it an agreement to do real things between both countries, agreeing to do it, not actually, making one chess move and then the other one makes a chess move? It's like, okay, here's how this whole game's going to be played out, and we're going to make this move, you're going to make that move, and they're shaking hands on the whole thing. There's no surprise that any president gets up and says, oh, I guess this is what they did yesterday. Now I have to react. It's more like, this script was written years and years ago for how I'm supposed to react on this day to this thing that they created intentionally.
Hey, new perspective. Just back off your mic just a little bit.
Oh, okay. Thanks. I'm actually at a noisy place, so I'm trying to talk louder. I'm at a place I'm about to eat, actually. Fat Sal's. You wouldn't believe the burger I'm about to order. It's got pastrami and chicken fingers and a quarter-pound burger and onion rings. It's like, you wouldn't believe. I'm going to put a picture of it in the chat, because this place is crazy the way they make their sandwiches.
Is that all in one? That's all in one burger.
Yeah, all in one burger. Chicken fingers and onion rings and a burger and a pastrami. And I'll put a picture of it. I just had to get it because I can't believe they would make it. I figure I could take the chicken fingers out and eat them for another meal or something. But yeah, back to the
other thing. What they do is they starve each other on imports, so the price of each country's imports and exports go up. And then they can do exchanges with each other and things like that. So when you get scarcity, you get to increase prices on everything. So it's got to be planned. It has to be planned.
It's funny that,
and on top of that,
it's almost better if it is planned, because then at least it's not something that they don't already have a somewhat reasonable solution for. If it was just chaotic and something that was actually happening, it'd be a lot more scary in a way. I don't know which is scarier.
Then there's no control, yeah.
But on top of that thought, if taxes are higher and goods and services are more expensive, all around, then it's much more difficult for someone to save up $1 million in their own bank account or on their own credit union account, and then, go and be the next Ron Paul. They're trying to make it impossible for anyone to do that. It's a good strategy, and it's a scary strategy.
Yeah, but most of them, I would say, would be government contracts. So if you're say the government's doing a road contract, and they hire a company to do a road contract, and then they need materials from another country. So that country says, "Oh, we're in high demand at the moment. You'll need to pay this much more So the government has to pay this company who's doing the road works more to compensate for the increase in price in materials. You know what I mean? Like, it's not the little guy that wins or makes any more money from it. It's all government contracts who they pay their mates. Ex-politicians go into these positions as well as CEOs of companies that they used to give contracts to. So it's pretty intertwined as well. Did you understand what I mean?
Yeah, they subsidize.
Well, kind of, but that has nothing to do with what I was trying to convey. The point I was trying to convey is they're trying to make it financially difficult for anyone who wants to become the next Ron Paul, someone who might actually become the next president of the United States, who's not controlled by the quote-unquote they, whoever the hell they are.
Oh, yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
That's why they give us the story, the fake backstory for an Elon Musk or some of these people like Steve Jobs, or they were created people, but they have to give us the idea that it could be you coming from rags to riches.
Yeah, but it never will be.
No, it doesn't really work that way. Even though people can make money.
Yeah,
that's the one thing. People can make a lot of money if they do it right. And that's it's the system already has all the money is the problem. It's the funny part about it. Like, they have more money than they would, whatever money is. They have more ability to compensate for things like you're saying with the contracts and stuff. Like, if you got an LLC at the right time, right before the pandemic, you would have gotten this huge check from the government that people figured out. Some people figured out the big check for just having an LLC or a company that could be applying for this form of pandemic relief.
Yeah.
Well, along the lines of what I was saying before, I wanted to point out, this is why I don't like it when anyone in here just likes to blindly say, oh, you should never vote. Voting is silly. I raise my children and I teach them not to vote. Because, you could at the very least just take the form that you have to vote and at least vote no on tax increases. At least that way, someone else in your community might have a greater chance of becoming the next Ron Paul while you don't pay attention to much of anything or too much of anything.
Locally, the vote, I think there's a certain amount of something you do actually have some control over if, you're voting for sure. Locally, not nationally, but yeah.
It's compulsory over here, so we get fined if we don't vote.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, I know. free country, yeah. Yeah, we don't need health insurance.
Wait, was that something that was put forth by a representative, or is that something you voted on?
No, we don't vote. We don't get a referendum for much, but it's fucking.
Wait, what country are you
in? Australia.
Oh, okay.
The land of the free. The jail, the island jail.
Right. Yeah, there's some really fake. Talk about fiction. There's a talk I should send you up by this Australian guy that talks about the country itself and its allegiance being more fictional than other places.
Yeah. What's his name?
I think it's the what's it called? I'll find it. It's you know what I'm talking about? Black.
Autodidactic or no?
No. I like him though. No, not him. It's another one. It's an older one. It's an older video that it's kind of.
Santos Bonacci?
No, not a guy that a lot of people know. I'll find it right now.
Yeah. There's a lot of weird stories about here. How the country's actually set up, things like that. It's really strange.
Yeah.
But I don't know enough about it to actually talk on it. But I know there is some weird shit. We don't have a constitution. We pretty much don't have any rights. So.
Have they backed off on the requirements for you to be at work or anything without the jab?
Yeah, that's all gone. That's just disappeared.
Okay. Do you think they'd ever be able to reinstate it?
Yeah, well, it's statewide. So I'm in Victoria, so they changed the laws during it so that they could call it at any time. So we've got an election in November. So hopefully that government who's been at the head of it's going to be voted out. So see what happens. But it's all state run here as well. It's not run by the federal government. So every state's got their own laws and stuff like that. So. Yeah.
Hey, Tim, I don't think I've heard your flat Earth story. How did you? How long ago did you realize that you're not on a spinning ball, or did you?
Yeah, it was a long time ago. So, I started hearing some stuff maybe 2012. So I started watching some videos on YouTube, and then I saw an Eric Dubay video. And I got stoned one night and I was watching it. And I just sat there and I watched. I think it was like 6 or 8 hours or something like that. And I just kept on watching and watching and watching. And I woke up the next morning and I went. I think the Captain Cook trip got me first. And I went, what's he talking about? He went 64,000 kilometers or miles around and never. Never circumnavigated Antarctica. And I thought, I got to look more into this. And then I started looking at, I think I had a look at a couple of debates. I think maybe Mark Sargent, stuff like that. And then I really started getting into it. Now, I took a bit of time off when my second son was born. And then I got back into it when David Weiss's app came out. And I thought, fuck, I got to revisit this. This is, it's really interesting, and I haven't been able to let it go for another since 4 years ago. And every day is so interesting, and every day gets better and better.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? Never a dull day on flat Earth. That's one of the most profound things ever said, but it's true. I mean, because it's true, it's so simple.
Yeah, and every day I can look at things and just laugh, and go,
right?
What a fucking idiot.
Right? That's like we were saying earlier. It's just so funny, the irony of it. People coming in here so convinced that the craziest thing ever is actually the most sane thing ever. And we have to reverse that psychology and say, look, but really, it's actually the most sane thing to think that things are like they seem. And you're saying it doesn't make sense that things are like they seem. Does that send a bell off at all?
It's living an opposite world.
Right.
Yeah, it's just
degree.
There's the common sense is just gone. It's disappeared. Right. And
they made sure to separate common sense from consensus.
Yeah. And then they've inflated consensus with truth as well. So
true.
It's just a weird, strange world.
The mix. It's like, they have a chemistry set of things.
What's that? Sorry?
Like a chemistry set. They know how much of a percentage of each, amount of truth they need to put into something to make it work effectively in the way that they plan for it to work. And even if they plan for it to be eventually found out, they use that as well. They use the truth to sell you the lie, right? So some of these things are probably set up to be exposed, but that destruction, I guess you would say, it's Built to Spill. Great band, by the way, Built to Spill. Like a perfect example of that again, 9/11. Maybe they did actually build the towers knowing that there was a certain time limit before they're going to take them down, and they were built to spill.
Yeah. Well, the two pillars, I suppose. Yeah.
Right.
So
and
that really opened my eyes. That
right.
I started getting into conspiracy theories after 9/11, and started just discovering a hell of a lot of stuff, like the Vietnam War and how they got involved in that, and just who was backing World War I and World War II, and I went down some really deep rabbit holes before I discovered flat Earth, and then when I discovered flat Earth, I went, it's all here.
That all makes sense, yeah. It's like that. Exactly. Yeah. It points out that they really did make the playing board fictional, so that everything on it is of their making to some degree of their fiction. Yeah.
And then that's the same as I don't believe much I hear anymore. I take everything with a grain of salt, because you can get into a place where you start believing everything that's against the narrative. So absolutely everything opposite of the narrative is true.
Right. And they use that too.
And that's a big mistake too. Yeah. Is that
they know how to use that
put in place? Yeah.
Yeah, they make straw man, or it's called subterfuge. Yeah, they put out somebody claiming something even crazier than what the truth is, so that all the halfway crazy claims are also untrue, because this one's so ridiculous and obvious and intentionally audacious for that effect alone. Yeah.
And then people go, oh, well, that can't be true because that's fucking stupid. So we just go back to believing what the government says.
There you go. Right. Because there's nothing. Yeah. Same thing with flat Earth, because we can't give them the definition of the whole thing, which in their mind is the requirement before you can continue with any kind of conversation about where you are. You don't know the whole thing. You don't have the whole thing figured out. Well, then I'm just going to go with the people that say they do, because it works for the system to be working the way it is. You don't have a whole new
never looked into it.
You don't have a whole new government. You don't have a whole new, cosmology that is actually true. Then why not just go with the ones claiming it? They knew that if they created what people think about space, and what, because before all the gods and everything were in space, created from the interpretation of the stars, right? Or at least we're told. And so then they decided to basically define God by defining the stars.
Well, and they turned the gods into planets too. So
yeah, right, literally, right. They named them that. Yeah. So, and it's all very esoteric, and on another level that's so interesting too. It's not like, okay, some people make the mistake of saying, "Oh, they're lying. Why would I listen to anything they say?" Well, that's also doing yourself a disservice, because there's deeper things to the esoteric knowledge that they do say in code and all that, and that rabbit hole is very well worth going down.
Yeah, correct. And thinking like that can also make you paranoid too. So
true.
It's not a good way to think, because if you think that they're lying, and then you get in your head that everything's a lie, then you're never going to believe people that you trust as well. So you start, you'd start going, oh, I don't believe anyone, and you become a fucking hermit.
Right, but then you can't really do that. Those are the people that don't have common sense in another way, So
that's right.
It's all about common sense,
Yeah, and I love it when they come in and go, so explain flat Earth to me. Then how does this work on a flat Earth? And you go,
right.
Well, how does it work on a globe Earth? You're the one that tells us that we're living on a globe Earth. We're not saying we live anywhere definite. We're saying we don't live on a ball.
Right. So we should just make up. We should make up like make a list of lies of our own that cover these questions, and say here's what it is in our imaginary land. If you want an answer, because you're living in an imaginary land, there aren't the real answers either. So here's a bunch of fake answers to all those questions if you want, because yours are fake anyway. So just take your pick. Actually, we made ours make way more sense. At least the ones that you believe in make way less sense than the ones we made up. We could definitely do that.
The easier explanation, I mean, especially on Earth, like we're on Earth, the easiest explanation is we see too far, and it's not a globe of your radius. Yeah?
Right.
So, okay, we don't live on a globe of your radius. So where do we live? We're not trying to answer, oh, it's flat and there's an ice wall and there's a firmament. Everyone's got their own opinion, yeah? So, but we know it's not a ball.
Yeah.
Oh, we know it's not a ball that size, because we can see way too.
But that's the thing, is that we can't even be that the way they've designed it as well is it has to be exactly what they say. They can't have a bigger ball. It doesn't work, because everything else is thrown off number wise. So This is because of the reverse engineering. It had to be exactly what they say because the reverse engineering makes it somewhat sellable as a predictive thing rather than a postdictive thing. And it can't be any other way. So they're locked into those parameters for it to be the case.
Well, they have to because everything works off the Earth's radius. The distance to their distance to the sun, the distance to the moon, their trajectory on the rockets, how it rotates. It's just
and
everything is based on that radius.
That's the other part of the brilliance of it. Then if you reverse engineer it, then it's seemingly as if each part solidifies or I used a better word earlier. Each part of it makes reinforces the belief in the next part because of it's all based on the radius, so it all has to fit that way. And it's seemingly like they all supporting each other, but why wouldn't they? Because it's reverse engineered to do so. It's amazing.
So you reckon they got this? It seems like they got this radius from vision, yeah. So I can only see this far before it starts obscuring at the bottom. So how far out are you? Okay, if you're out that far, it's curving. I can only see
what's the average
foot of your boat. So let's make the globe that size, and then
within an average
off that.
And they included refraction calculations that would convince somebody that within this certain range there must be a curve.
That's what you see. Yeah,
right, exactly.
With your own eye, and then they've
hijacking.
Yeah, that's it. That's the term. Yeah,
right. And that's the beauty of it. It did. And then from there, okay, so let's walk through. Then when they got that number, then the radius was determined how from that number. So at a certain distance, then that would be where the curve is. So we have to make it within this range of the size of the ball for this. Yeah. Okay. So then that would be 3959. Also, recently, that's the idea that 3959 could actually be a real number based on the height from the ground to your personal dome height.
Yeah. I've heard about that as well. So.
Yeah,
so
that's an interesting idea.
You see in circles, yeah?
Yeah,
so no matter what, so you could be up in the air, even though it's flat, but in every direction, you can only see the same amount of distance. So in that case, it would make things look slightly curved.
Right.
Correct?
Or actually, the other idea is not just your personal dome, but the dome, the literal dome, possibly, of the firmament from the ground. And that's why the celestial navigation works in the way they do with that number, because that number is taken from that said height of the, So basically, the number could be real and useful because it is that height of the of the firmament. But they made it seem as though we're living on top of the firmament, like the ground is on top of it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, that would make sense with the. How you see the star rotations as well at different latitudes and things like that. Because if it's going around a curved dome surface, then it would go around in circles.
Oh, and even you won't hear from many people except for me and a few others that know a guy named E1 that came on the other channel yesterday for the first time in years, a year at least, year and a half public. He just went off grid and took his channel down, but his model that he is convinced must be the case is we don't only have one circle of stars, we have two, and they actually do go counterclockwise and clockwise, just like thermodynamics, and just like the shavings of lead that you put on a piece of paper, and they make that pattern with the dipole. There could be southern star rotation. Another thing that the flat Earth might be overlooking or controlled not to look at if there is some kind of controlled outgone. Because if the southern star trails are actually there and we're calling them reflections as a patented scripted answer, and it's not true, then we have to be careful of those things. I don't think it is. I think we actually do have two counter-rotating spirals of stars that go parallel to each other through the celestial equator and then separate from each other, and they're adjacent over a stationary Earth. Just like
that's interesting. I think I heard, was it AI talking about that? I think he said, why can't there be two different rotations?
Oh, good. I'm glad he's on board with that. Good, because that's something that got discussed in here a while back with one of my friends there from Australia. In fact, Trouble About came in here and was talking about her stars can't be fake, and you're calling my stars fake. And she was a little bit.
Oh, she was a loony. Oh, I was listening.
Yeah, but she's not. She's a friend of mine, actually.
Is she?
Yeah, she's a great person when you really know her. She just was taking it personally about the stars and trying to, just cause some ruckus. I guess of why she calls herself Trouble, right?
Yeah, okay.
Nice
person. But it's a funny subject to take personally, though. Like
she's not literally.
This side of the Earth is my side.
She's a little less serious than she may have come off, I think.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah. Yeah.
She'll laugh about it. She'll laugh at herself.
Yeah, I'm not sure how she got circular star patterns from Brisbane, though. She's pretty high up north.
I don't think she was lying. She's got a website with, her YouTube channel has all her
yeah, no, I'm not saying she's lying, but there's many things that could come into it, like what lens is she using? Because most of those star trails are taken with wide angle lenses, so they create curves anyway. Because I find it.
You're not saying that they don't actually. Well, that's the other thing. She was also talking with E1 and I for some of those sections that I was talking about, and there are southern star trails that she's observing, and they do go in counterclockwise compared to the northern star trails. Doesn't mean that it's a ball. It just means that
exactly
we were just talking about. And she wasn't saying it was a ball, but I get on her case because she makes it seem like she's a globe proponent when she's not. She just wants explanation for these two star trails that flat earthers do tend to just give it could be just your perspective. It's a reflection. It works like
you're facing the other way.
A paperweight effect. And those are explanations that could be, but to say that that's what it is when we could be missing a great globe debunk with the southern stars actually showing that it can't be a globe if they separate and go their opposite directions and then join again through the celestial equator. If that could be shown, there would be no more globe. But it's like our land masses.
I've got to get out there. I've got to. I just got a new star. I just got a new star lens, but I haven't had a chance to get down. Down to there's a place about an hour and a half from me that's supposed to be the darkest place in Victoria, where because I'm in the south, where you can get perfect pictures of star trails. I just haven't had a chance to get out there, but I need to. Just to get some really good footage without a curved lens. So,
does it seem like that when you look at your stars that they're their own set of stars, or does it look like they're possibly just reflections?
To tell you the truth, I'd be lying if I said yes or no.
Right? Yeah, I'm asking what your take is. What's your guess?
Yeah, to me, it just looks like they go. To me, with the naked eye, it looks like they go straight across the sky from east to west. But
well, sure, of course, because you're only in a certain area of seeing them. But you've seen the star trail. It's not like the all star trail time elapse footage is obviously anybody can do that, right? They're going in perfect concentric circles.
Of course, yeah. It's I mean, it's. I don't know. I've got no idea. It's puzzled me, but it does make sense if we're looking south, from here, let's call it the southern hemisphere for argument's sake. Yeah. They go from east to west. The stars go from east to west.
Right, but actually, yeah, they do. They go, but then they curve around and go around a circle. So it's almost like, again, they've paralleled the idea of a flat, a globe Earth in the same kind of way that you might see the stars. You could say, well, it looks like they're going straight east to west, just like the horizon looks like it's going straight from left to right. Yeah. So we'll make it seem like that's what's going on with the ball. We could show that the stars are going around in circles, so therefore we could say that the Earth is actually a ball in the same way that it looks like straight lines of stars. We're saying it just seems like a straight line of horizon.
Yeah,
but it's actually curving.
Yeah. Yeah, let's make these fuckers think they're upside down.
Yeah. Every upside down and right side up every single day without realizing that they were just upside down.
It trips me out every time I think about it. Yeah, we're supposed to be on the bottom of the world, upside down. You go, what? Mate,
it sounds like a too simple an argument to say. Well, if gravity was what they're saying, it would feel like you're walking with suction cups on your feet, because the only way you can get upside down, literally from right side up, without suction cups, you would feel that force. There would be a very noticeable force that's pushing on you, not just the density you feel that your leg has, a real force pulling it down or pushing it down.
Imagine how heavy your arms and stuff would be as well.
Yeah, think about it.
If your legs are sticking to the ground and you're upside down, wouldn't your arms want to go to the ground as well?
Yeah, we would be like mush people.
You'd be flat on the ground.
If gravity was real, we'd all be like, just like these balls of mass on the ground, wider, much wider. We'd be much wider.
Yeah, we'd all look like Charlie Chaplin or something.
Right. That's the other thing to think of, to have fun with. Yeah, thinking of all the things that would have to be if it really was a globe. There's so many things that wouldn't be the way they are. Tightrope walkers would not be as confident as they may seem. Right? If they really believed they were spinning upside down relative to when they started their journey across the rope.
And another good one I've heard is like, so at let's call it 6 a.m. Let's think of the rotation around the sun and the spin of the Earth. So at 6 a.m. you're facing one direction against the way the ball is spinning. So you're getting pushed, and then at 6 p.m. you're getting pulled. Wouldn't you feel different? So one stage you're getting pushed against the ball, and then at the other stage you're getting pulled with the ball.
Oh, because of the centrifugal.
No fucking sense. Okay, because you're facing a different direction. Yeah,
that's true. That's a good point.
It's fucking weird.
Why that?
I can't get past it.
Like that you can't get past it because there is no way past it except for whatever.
Because it doesn't work.
Right, it doesn't work. And how many things are there on that list of things that just simply do not work? Like even just another thing people don't talk about, which is an argument we've heard before and we've seen the meme, but it literally should not work. And somehow there are people that are convinced the calculation takes care of it. And all it is that if we're looking at those star trails, like we talked about, and the camera is bumped, if the camera's bumped just a little bit, it throws the whole thing off. And you can see that in your developed picture, right?
Yeah.
So you can't have any. That camera has to be solid, stationary. It cannot move whatsoever. So how are people convinced that it's just a matter of choosing whether we're moving or the sky is moving? Because the stars are going in circles concentrically, perfectly, from one stationary camera's viewpoint. How can that stationary camera be also moving 67,000 miles per hour around the sun, being dragged along with the sun that's 93 million miles away, that's going 500,000 miles and displacing itself by 12 million miles every single day out of its original position? And within 8 hours of that time elapsed, now you've moved how many different miles at how many, what different directions, different speeds, and you still think that your picture that you're taking, that time elapse, is going to turn out with the stars just being completely perfect concentric circles because they're so far away it doesn't matter? Can you really make that excuse? Is there a calculation that even if they're billions of miles, it still wouldn't seem to work?
No, it wouldn't. And I always thought that if they're not far enough to go around in circles, like if they're far enough, but they're still going around in circles. But if we're moving away from it, wouldn't it make like an L shape instead of a circle?
Just the slightest bit of movement. Now, but they've got the numbers just so astronomically unbelievable that people just give up and go, okay, well, I guess it makes sense. But it doesn't at all on the surface. We're talking about separate vectors and different direction. If you have one vector in one direction, your time elapse is fucked if you have a second.
And it's elliptical
at all.
too.
You have to be completely stationary. You cannot be moving at all, not even one direction.
No.
For that time elapse to work. If you're turning away from
I'm not moving. I walk out every single morning. The clouds are still. The sun comes up in the same kind of spot every morning. And, birds are flying around, and there's no one's moving. It's so fucking weird to think about.
Right. And for them to be so, it's such a logical, obvious thing that ballers have to at least admit that. I think that's what keeps a lot of them in the conversation, is because that possible truth is in your face, obvious if we're right, so that's why they want to believe what they believe, but they know that our side of the story just makes a lot more common sense in the back of their mind, even though they're saying we're crazy. That's why they have to say we're crazy, in fact, because otherwise they're crazy.
Yeah, like those 3 questions that they've come up with as well. I think it was it Miggy, his questions about have you ever experienced and even that you go, do you experience living on a ball? Like, have you experienced living on a ball?
Yeah,
you can ask anyone, and they go, oh no, but it is.
That's when you're talking to somebody that's just trying to win the argument on their side, because they've got that answer now where, my observation's part of my experience. Right? It's just like your senses is just a sense. Your observations are a sense in their own, because you're observing it and you're interpreting it and you know what you're talking about. It's not an experience. You could say it's your observation is an experience, but your interpretation is definitely not something that happens to you. It's something that you do. But it is something given to us. So I guess that interpretation is not really our choice either. You're ridiculed if you have a different interpretation.
Maybe, like, we were all there once. I don't think many people grew up flat earthers. Like,
oh yeah, that's how successful this campaign was. It's unbelievable. It's the most ridiculous thing you would ever propose, being what people would believe, and they've made literally 99% of whatever it is think that's the most sensical way of looking at things.
Maybe a couple of
it is the one world religion for sure.
Yeah, maybe a couple of generations.
Yeah.
So I was thinking the other day. I was thinking, what did my grandparents believe? I'm sure they went. I'm sure they didn't believe that we lived on a fucking spinning ball. It's got to come in. Got to have come in. Like in my dad's generation in the 50s and 60s. Yeah, it can't be much older than that.
Yeah, that's basically what it is, isn't it? About 100, 200 years, they were slowly slipping it into the norm.
Yeah, and then they just wrote in the history books that Columbus proved it was by, and this guy, Eratosthenes, made up character.
Video I saw the other day that was taking a more careful look at what the whole Tartarian claims are. That it's kind of been up mainstream, but kind of pushed in a way that might make people suspicious that we've given another, conflated idea to get behind it. A lot of people are speculating about it now. And this video, I think it was What the Flock TV, was talking about how it could be the Tartars that were actually, when they were banished from Russia, and literally erased from the history books as if they didn't exist. The Tartars, for political reasons because of their treatment from the government.
Was that after the Tsar was thrown out?
I'm not sure. I'll post the video. I'm about to order a burger, so I'm going to have to mute. I put the picture of the burger as well in the chat. Check that out.
Yeah, sweet. No worries. Speak soon. Anyone else want to chat?
What were you guys chatting about?
Oh, a lot of things actually. we started off. I don't think I'd spoken much to New Perspective before, but he was just asking me about my story, about how I got into flat Earth. But then we started going on to southern star rotations and possibilities and things like that. So. Something to look into. He sent me a few videos. So.
The premise of the star rotation was?
Sorry, say again.
What was the purpose of the discussion about the star trails?
I don't know. It was just a funny kind of how they do.
No, it was about Solar. I sent you the video from my friend E1. That's what I was talking about, and he's the only one I've seen that actually. I think there's two sets of star trails, and that it works just like thermodynamics. I think he might be right about that, and I don't know why it's so poo-pooed as far as even consideration by a lot of people. If that's the case, it looks like that's what's going on.
That would have like a torus field.
Yeah, like a double toroid type thing, right? Solar, don't you think, or no?
Yeah, I'll have to watch the videos. Yeah,
I'll post what I sent you for anyone else here that's listening, or if Solar hasn't seen it. I think I sent this stuff to you before, Solar. Hey, I sent that. Solar, did you get that video I sent you from my friend who got his channel shut down for talking about Bitcoin?
About BSV. Yeah.
Yeah. What'd you think of that video?
It's another one in the trail of this cryptocurrency space. Like I've tried to sort of discuss it with a couple of people before. We think flat Earth is a conspiracy, or that the globe Earth is the conspiracy. But in terms of this whole Bitcoin agenda or cryptocurrencies, there is so much undercurrents, channels being shut down, a certain narrative being strung along that we need Lightning and Segwit. All of those, it's absolute bullshit, almost as bad as the globe Earth lies, about what the real power of Bitcoin could have been or should have been. And the BSV, which is the original protocol, it's version 1 of Bitcoin, that has been shunned by every single person. The mainstream media shuts it down. Any person that starts to talk about it, they get their channel shut down. So it's like the same sort of truth as the flat Earth. When you're really talking about truth, they don't want that message being portrayed. I've had some good chats with New Perspective. Him and I have a lot of similar interests. With the Star Trail aspect, there's still something that kind of bugs my mind. If we were in the southern hemisphere and the stars should be making one large circle loop around the exterior, say, of a clock, the southern stars should be going around the entire perimeter of the clock, then why is it that when we're in the south, we still see that star trail that seems to form around a central location, not necessarily a star, but that we still get that circular pattern? There has been demonstrations of using a glass lens, that when you place a dome over concentric circles, that those concentric circles start to form these ring-like patterns. But then I would expect that the star trails should have like moments of loss of clarity, or that you would kind of see the stars moving in a trail and then suddenly it would refract a little bit and the stars would move in position.
Like when it would go to an edge of a window, is that what you mean? Like instead of being a point of light, it would be like an elongated light? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I have always struggled with the southern star trails, but It's definitely flat and measures flat, but yeah, the sky is not the Earth, but it would be nice to work out, but we may never work it out. Hopefully we can.
Exactly.
Are you still in South Africa, or do you live somewhere else?
Yeah, I'm in South Africa in Johannesburg.
Johannesburg is like middle of
middle to north.
Yeah.
Now, personally, I've never seen Sigma Octantis. My stars seem to make like an oval. They rise in the east, set in the west, and they kind of move across the sky in a slightly oval-like pattern.
How far are you from the equator?
We're about 20, I think we're 27 degrees south. 27, 28 degrees south, which is actually, it's insignificant. Like South Africa, I think even Cape Town is only about 30 degrees south. So we're nowhere even near the 60th degree, whereas a lot of the northern hemisphere countries, you can be close to that 60 degree or the 50 degree. So it just further sort of exaggerates that we don't have the symmetry. What we'd expect to see in the north is what we should expect to see in the south. The fact that the northern hemisphere always has a daylight savings time, and here in South Africa, at least, we never have daylight savings time. Just shows me that there's definitely something amiss. It's another one of those peculiarities. If we're a ball faced towards the sun for 6 months and away from the sun for 6 months, we should have that same symmetry visible.
So I'm at 37, so almost 38 degrees south.
Yeah, and that's still like, it's the 30s, you know, it's
not that far south.
First third of whatever. It's not even close to heading south. But
yeah,
the Globers always argue that as soon as you're in the southern hemisphere, you must see Sigma Octantis, and you're supposed to see all the stars neatly moving in a circle around it. And it's like, but we don't.
Yeah, where are you supposed to see that from? Maybe what's the bottom of Argentina? What? Let me just look that up. What's that?
50. I think it's about 50 degrees. Ushuaia.
Yeah, Ushuaia. Yeah. It doesn't. 54. So 55, closer to 55. So that's only, what's the second third? Yeah. 2/3 of the way down on a ball. B-Mac.
Hello.
How are you, mate?
Good day, Timbo.
What's going on?
Bloody sun shining over here, mate. I can't fucking believe it.
That's maybe the worst Australian accent I've ever heard.
No way. It's bloody excellent. I sound like a Brit when I try to do Australian. I turn on the Cockney.
You sound like a Cockney.
Can you ever believe it, mate? Bloody hell, wait. Yeah, with that big yellow thing in the sky, we haven't seen that for years. It's out there.
You know, that's another funny thing when you say, what makes you think that the Earth's a globe? Oh, well, the sun travels across the sky. And you go, yeah, you just fucking said it. Travels across the sky.
Yeah, it's traveling. Yeah. The moon's been doing my nutting recently. Man, it's
always up during the day. I can't get over it.
And it's like I work nights, so I watch it a lot. And then it's kind of like at a certain degree one night. And the next night, it's like it's over there for many, many nights. And then the next night, suddenly it's a fucking whole other fucking degree is up there, and it's a different shape. And I don't know. And it was very red, very, very orange the last few nights as well. It's just weird. And I'm looking at it and thinking, yeah, standing on my own outside, talking to myself. It's like a madman.
I'm just stopping at a meeting quickly. I'll chat to you guys just now. Cheers, man.
Hey, man.
And it's weird. I'm just looking at it and thinking, it's we're not moving. There's no motion. We can't detect it. Can't measure it. Nobody. But it's doing funny things, man. It's all over the fucking sky.
It's moving. It's moving.
Yeah. That's the theme for today. It's moving.
Down here, it seems to be going directly over top at the moment. We're midwinter, so
that's right.
But we had a super full moon the other night. I think if we're going to see it, it's cloudy. It's going directly overhead. But a month ago, it was going around in like a loop, like a lot further down. So I don't know. Does it change in their version? Does it change heights on the Earth? Like, how does it rotate around the Earth?
Yeah, that's what I thought. When they say that, is it because they say that the Earth's moving, rotating, and the sun's moving, rotating, and we're moving through space? Is that why for days and days and days it's like 20 degrees above the horizon all night, and then the next night you come to work, it's fucking 80. It's up there suddenly. Like it was there last night, and now suddenly it's up there at the same time. I mean, you're going to remember this is like 4 o'clock in the mornings, 4 or 5 in the mornings. It's just above the horizon, sort of low. And the very next night, it's fucking way up there, and it's way behind.
Yeah, how does that work?
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't.
Unless overnight the ball tilted.
A massive, massive amount. Yeah. Unless it was
6.6 degrees.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, even if I wasn't a flat earther, I mean, that's the kind of thing I mentioned it before, I think, here not too long ago. That used to bug me all the time. I used to look at the sky before, this is, like 20 years ago, 30 years ago, and you're like, something, I don't know, what I'm seeing here, there's something not fucking right, You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course. I know it sounds weird, but I always thought the sun was a different colour when I was younger. I always thought it was more yellow. Down in Australia, like the sun's really white.
I was going to say, I was in South Africa growing up, it was more white. Yeah, it was far more whitish, and here it's very yellow.
Yeah, well, that's right. I grew up in Scotland, and then we moved to New Zealand, and then came to Australia. And ever since we moved to, in quotations, the Southern Hemisphere, the sun's white instead of yellow.
Yeah.
Which is weird, but...
yeah, that's another thing, because you're not that far away if on their model, 10,000 mile difference or whatever. The sun's always this, what is it?
96 million
miles. Yeah, I was going to say 80. Yeah, so it shouldn't change that much at all, if at all.
No, it shouldn't. And whether their rays are coming in directly or indirectly, why does that change the heat of summer and winter in their model?
Either.
Like, and in the northern hemisphere, in the winter, the sun is closer. How does that work?
Yeah.
What the fuck's going on there? That's ludicrous.
That's right. Even they say it's closer, but it's colder. Yeah, right on, buddy.
Yeah.
Check your facts, Jack.
Yeah. So you grew up in South Africa?
I did, yeah. My dad took us there when I was like 6, and I stayed there till I was like 25.
For work?
Yeah, they all came back. They all came back when I was 18. I came back. I seen the snow. I went, fuck this. I went back.
And you went back to Ireland?
I went back to South Africa for another 7 years. They stayed back in Ireland. They had to migrate back because my dad had a really bad car accident.
Oh, sorry.
No, he came out. He then went to work in Saudi Arabia and Holland and all kinds of places. He done very well for himself. He bought himself a little bungalow cash and a BMW cash. And yeah, he done very well after eventually.
Is he in computers?
No. Are you?
No, my dad's a computer programmer. We travelled all over the world and ended up here and upside down in Australia. So
anti-powder. Yeah, he is an instrumental engineer. So he worked in the docks where they pour the oil into the ships. His job was to be in charge of the big red button. If something fucked up and you hit that big red button, it better fucking work. You know, all the oil has to stop flowing, all that shit. So he was. And for that, they gave him a flat free of charge, a car free of charge, fuel, a houseboy to do his laundry, and I don't know, $10,000 a month, fucking something.
Is he back in Ireland now, or is he still in Saudi Arabia?
Oh yeah, no, he retired quite a few years ago. He's 73 now. I look after him. He's on medications and shit.
Oh. And where are you in Dublin? Sorry, I'm asking a few questions here.
You're all right. You're going to dox me later, I know.
Nah. Well, how many people live in Dublin?
Yeah, I know. Derry, buddy. Derry.
Oh, Derry. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I grew up in... so I was born in Canada, but I grew up in Prestwick on the Scottish west coast. So...
Okay,
Denny.
That's all right to me.
Yeah, but we're the only family that left. So all my family's back in Scotland. And Dad... so Mum's English. She's from Manchester. And she's got, like, dark skin. But she's not black. Like, no, now I'm starting to sound... But she's got olive. Yeah, she's got olive skin, and so she felt like they were being a bit racist in Prestwick. So she wanted to get the fuck out of there. So travelled around and and then ended up in New Zealand, and then ended up in Australia.
Yeah, it doesn't matter where you go. You can never escape the pricks.
Yeah. Well, Prestwick's a small town, so it's only 16,000 people. It was when we were there, and it was, it's what those little Scottish towns are like. So,
well, I work at a hotel, and we just had for the Derry March, the Derry Apprentice Boys, they're Protestants. We just had the Ulster Scots over, and they are hardcore, a little bit sectarian. Holy fuck! They tipped well though.
Yeah.
Yeah, the hotel was full of them, sir, for 2 nights, man. They just...
What were they there for?
There's a march they do. It's called the Apprentice Boys March in Derry. The Protestants do it on the 12th of August. Yeah, so the Ulster Scots came over, and they're all like Rangers supporters and big tattoos.
Of course.
Yeah. They're asking me where I was from. I just said them everywhere.
Yeah. I don't want to be involved, mate.
They want to see if you're going to say you're from Derry or Londonderry, you know? I just went everywhere. Do you want this pizza or not?
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, just
I'm from South Africa.
Give me that flavor. Oh, I actually did that one night. Yeah, some other boy asked me the same thing, but he was on the other side of the tracks. He was a Republican.
Yeah.
He's like, where are you
Celtic
from?
Supporter.
Yeah, where are you from? Hey, where are you from? I say, I'm from South Africa. Honest to God, that's what I said.
Isn't it funny that it matters so much where you're from and whether you're a Catholic or a Protestant?
Aye, to some people here, like a small group of the population, yes. I don't get it, man. I just don't get it.
It's like from 200 years ago. It's, you know.
Yeah, they're stuck in the past, and they need to have this football team and this religion and this never surrender and this attitude, and to sort of have some kind of identification to make money out of their life, something like that. I don't know.
Isn't that funny? That it goes from church to football.
Football is.
You know, they can't leave sport alone. It's got to be, if you go to this church, you got to support this team. Or, you know, I always found that weird.
Well, the same thing's happening with everyday life, right? Because I'm getting really tired and sick and tired of every time I listen to a radio, a TV station, something. I listen to a lot of radio, watch a lot of TV, but it's just every fucking thing's about women's rights, transgender rights, the color of your skin, black rights, black people, white people, critical race theory, blah, 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 blah.
But is that in Ireland, or is that just the channels that you watch that relate to America? Or
it's everywhere. Happening
there too, is it?
All over the fucking world. When you wake up and the news is on, or you have a chat show on or a talk show, every fucking topic. There's like 10 topics, and that's all they've fucking been talking about for 2-3 years. You're like, fuck up, man. I don't care. Holy shit. Got to hear again about how unfair it is for women and how white men listen. Oh my God, just give it a fucking break, would you?
But you know, most of the women you talk to don't give a shit about what they're talking about. They just go, no, I think they're fucking stupid. My wife, she just goes, what are these women talking about? Like, what have they've had a bad boyfriend and now they've got a bad vendetta. Yeah. Like every man, if you're man, you're bad.
Yeah.
White man, even worse.
Yeah. I know.
So we're going to get banned in a minute or what?
You just turn it off or whatever. Shouldn't bore you because it's all it is obviously it's fucking programming is what it is.
Yeah.
And they haven't shut up here about who's going to be the next leader after Boris and this. That's all they fucking talk about. And it just reinforces the bullshit that this somehow is real and a necessity in society.
Yeah, it's bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just so obvious.
You get a guy running the country that looks like every day he just got out of bed.
Yeah. I just bought a shirt. There's a guy on YouTube called Carl Vernon. He does Clown World or Clown Planet. He does these little things. They're absolutely brilliant. And I just bought one of his shirts off his t-shirt spring thingy, long sleeve one, because the winter is coming, as they say in Game of Thrones. And it says, the little fella who did the Bruce Willis one, I See Dead People.
Yeah, the little kid who ended up being in. Oh, he's been in a few people. Yeah, I remember. That was AI. No, it was the other one. Sixth Sense.
He wasn't. Yes, Sixth Sense, but he was an AI as well. You're correct.
Yeah, he was. Yeah,
he
was in another one. Have you seen the Kaminsky method?
Nope.
Remember, is it Michael Douglas?
Yeah.
He was in this new series where he was an acting teacher. Actually, he was in that as well. He's like this little fat kid who's a mummy's boy, but he's grown up. He's like 25 years old. It was the same kid.
Yeah, there was a thing about him the other day too in the news. He got into some botheration there somewhere about something or other a couple of years ago, and now he's married some kind of B celebrity or maybe even A celebrity. I think he's a big ugly man now.
Yeah, he's yeah.
So I bought a shirt of Carl Vernon. It's Carl CarlVernon. Just in case you want to check him out on YouTube. And he's brilliant, man. It's Clown Planet or Clown World. I can't remember now, but he does these little one minute videos. They're absolutely fantastic. But he's got that little guy on there where he's, I see dead people, but instead it says, I see stupid people.
Everywhere.
That would have been a good touch. You could put everywhere underneath, yeah. Fucking 30 quid it cost me, but it's going to be worth it.
Oh, well. And it's a good donation as well, then.
Yeah, and it helps him out as well. Yeah, I really like his stuff, so. He gets maybe $5 off that. He sells a lot of those.
Yeah, it's pretty bad that YouTube have, let's not talk about YouTube, actually. I'll stop what I was saying there.
Let's watch our P's and Q's. I'll stick his latest one up just for entertainment purposes.
In the voice stream? Live? What is it?
Yeah. Oh, they're putting cricket. Hang on a second.
Are you doing that?
Sorry. That one there. Clown Planet. They're putting cricket, something cricket in that one there, into stuff now. Organic cricket, I don't know, powder, something. Crickets.
Someone was in earlier talking about eating insects as well. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, that's another crazy thing they're talking about, and everybody's panicking, and
about the food shortage.
Yeah, England has
talking about fried bugs.
Couple of weeks of sunshine, and suddenly there's a fucking drought, and it's all coming out now that in 30 years they've made £30 billion profit. And the last time they built a reservoir, any water company built a reservoir after privatization, was 30 years ago. So they're not putting.
They're just pocketing money.
They're just pocketing money. They're doing fuck all for the infrastructure, or to, prepare for a rainy day or a not so rainy day. Yeah. Pardon the pun.
So we've had problems here for the last 2 years. Like, every summer they go, yeah, we're in a drought, and then we get into winter, and they start. We get so much water that they start letting the dams go, and they flood all the suburbs down from the dams. And they go, right. So you've got too much water in winter and not enough water in summer. What are you talking about? So where's the drought?
Yeah.
So it's seasonal. Yeah. and that's what seasons are, aren't they? Fuck.
and they found out that they're wasting. It's not. I know this sounds ridiculous, but it's millions of tons per day because of seepage and wasting. The water companies are actually losing. Yeah, it's mental.
It's silly. So what we did, we had these droughts here and all these. So in Victoria, they built desalination plants so that we'd never run out of water. They hired all these electricians and this and that. They spent $200 million on a desal plant. You know, it's never run one day. This was 8 years ago. The desalination plant has not run for one day.
Wow.
Because we'd never needed it.
and they've built 0 desalination plants here in the last 20 years. So suddenly everybody's panicking. One of the regions in the world where we get so much fucking rainfall, it's unbelievable. And when they get a couple of weeks of sunshine, suddenly it's a drought.
Yeah, exactly. I know you guys have had a hot summer though, haven't you?
Yeah, it was pretty intense. It was intense. Yeah.
Yeah, but did you have a cold winter? Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why it's winter and summer.
You know, that's one of the other topics they talk about. Is they're constantly on about this fucking global warming and green energy and electric cars. And I think somebody said it in here one night. I think I might have seen it on YouTube. It's almost as if the world is in a what do you call it? MK Ultra since 2020.
Wait, what? Say again?
Well, since 2020, since oh my god, big pandemic, global pandemic, blah 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 blah, and you know, there wasn't millions of bodies piling up, and everybody's getting
no, there wasn't.
There's all these mortality, these people just dropping dead and stuff. And then war in Russia, war in Ukraine, war, and Putin's price hike and monkeypox and. You know, it's just, fucking inflation and everything's going up and energy bills and people can't afford it and people are fucking living in fuel poverty in the UK and there's millions of us. And it's just constant since 2020. It's just constant fucking fear, problem. And I think this is going to continue for another year or two until some fucking savior comes, you know, I don't know.
I don't know. People eat it up though. Some people love it.
Yeah, they make it feel like or something.
I went to a job today, we turned up at this job at this lady's house. All we'd have to do was change over a spa pump because the other one didn't work. And it's 9 o'clock. We had to be there at 9 o'clock. She's there standing on the porch with a mask on and hand sanitizer in her hands. And she made us put on a mask and the hand sanitizer. I've never hand sanitized in my life. And she made us do it before we walked in her house. I went, what the fuck are you doing? These crazy people love it. They absolutely love it.
Yeah, even when you didn't need masks anymore to go in the supermarket there were still people walking about with them.
Yeah, there's still people walking around now.
They love them. And honest to God, I wish I had had my phone with me or taken a video of this guy. I swear to God, at the start of it, a couple of months in, I was in the supermarket at the self-service checkout, and I'm not kidding you, guy. There was this dude. He was in full. It was. I don't know if he got it from World War II, but it was this full-on frickin' mask, gas mask. I swear to God. And he almost like some kind of a jumpsuit on. Dude, he looked like a fucking serial killer. Man, I wish I had taken a video of that. That was unbelievable. You're like standing there thinking, dude, am I actually seeing this? Is this for real?
Yeah, it's weird what people put themselves through in it, or what they listen to.
Yeah, and the lengths they go to then to think, to protect themselves. They don't care looking like they look
Keeping
like
myself safe. No, but it's not just I'm keeping myself safe. They've made them think that they're keeping everyone else safe as well.
Oh, you're saving grandma.
Yeah, yeah. It's and they lap it up and go.
You didn't get a shot.
I'm doing well for the community. I'm saving people, saving people's lives.
Yeah, we're all in this together.
Yeah, yeah. Did you have that saying there as well? Did you?
Fuck, we had people in the supermarkets working in the supermarkets with special T-shirts with "We're all in this together" written on the back of them.
We had these stupid ads on TV going. They made a song like "We're all in this together." I'm sure it's not. They didn't make the song up, but we're all in this together. We're not in this together.
It's ridiculous. Right at the start too, the thing that set my alarm bells ringing was the nurses dancing, doctors dancing, and I'm like, okay.
Oh, doing TikTok videos. Weren't they supposed to be busy?
Wasn't there supposed to be like bodies piling up out the back of the fucking hospital, and then fucking there's no beds left, and there's all these people on ventilators, but here they have time to fucking do a choreographed, all 20 of them.
And then you got to think, how long did it take for them to learn that dance and record it and get it right? What?
Sorry,
4 hours?
Sorry, we should probably change something. I don't think we're supposed to talk about this.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's my bad.
Yeah. I forget we're on a live stream.
Yeah. Roger will probably show up here and I go, dudes, Cam.
Yeah. So there was a guy that jumped in. So my time today at 10. So for you, what are you 9 hours behind at the moment?
It's nearly 10:30 here now in the AM.
Okay, it's 7:30 here, PM. So it's at 10. Yeah. Is that 10? Yeah. So he jumped in and they were in like a voice text 2 or live stream 2. And he was going nuts. He was a Glober. He was going nuts. He's going, oh, so you're saying that the sky's not blue? And they're going, what the fuck are you talking about? And then so they started asking him a few questions like, oh, okay, show some proof. Give us some evidence of the globe Earth, and we'll unmute you. So he kept on going in the live stream text. And he had no proof, and then he started apologising for being an asshole. Yeah, mate.
It reminds me of that GIF there. You guys must have been like, Gene Wilder, you must be new here, dude.
Are you looking in the live stream?
Yeah, I think I'm on the right one.
Have you seen that burger?
I'm on the wrong one. Dear me. Yeah, I was on the wrong one.
Look at that burger.
So there's the Carl Vernon video.
Oh, you put it in? Oh, yeah, there it is. Oh, mermaid. I always laugh when I see mermaids about what's that Ben Stiller movie where he's a model and then he comes out as a merman? Is it Zoolander?
Zoolander.
Petrol fight.
I never really watched that whole thing.
No, it's a funny movie.
Okay, it takes the piss out of the fashion industry and all that, doesn't it?
Oh yeah. But there was also mind control in that movie. So they sent him to this place where they controlled his mind, and his trigger word was Micronesia. So they had the president of Micronesia. Oh no, it was the song. Relax, don't do it. You know that one? Everybody get to it. And when that song came on, he was supposed to kill the Prime Minister of Micronesia. Like there was a country called Micronesia, but
oh, okay.
Look, I know it's a silly movie, but I think it's definitely worth watching.
I probably will.
It's a good laugh. Anyway. So, any proof of the globe?
Yeah, I got it right here in my pocket. Hang on. Fuck, I've lost it.
Let me guess, GPS? I'll be back in a minute.
Roger.
Still there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, mate. Just had to go to the bottle shop.
You having a Swifty?
Yeah, I think. What do you guys still call it? The off license, or?
I've heard a few Australians call it bottle shops.
Yeah, we call it the bottle-o, but yeah.
Off license over here, still.
Do you have like drive-through ones like we do? You just drive the car through, and they load up your car and pay them and keep driving.
No, but I might just. I might open one, make a fortune.
Hey, I tell you, it's a good business deal. So we have all these. They're called drive-through. Not like drive-through takeaway, but drive-through bottle-os. You drive in, a guy comes up like he's, asking you what you want. He goes and gets what you want, loads it into your car, brings over the FBOS machine, pay it, and then you drive off.
Bing, bang, bosh.
What a great idea.
It is.
I can't believe that many other countries don't have them.
Well, during the COVID, when the COVID started, we have taxi men that had their boot full of drink.
Yeah.
It would show up at your house, and you order a box of Coors, a box of bottle of whatever beer or whatever. Yeah, they just there you go, bottle of vodka, bang, delivered to your door. They made a fortune. Some of them are still doing it.
I think that's where Uber took over in this country. They started doing Uber alcohol deliveries as well, and they kind of cornered the market. But what's your flat Earth story? Like, when did you start?
Oh, it's very simple. Where are we now? 2022. I don't know. It was when. It's very simple. I was on Lunatic Outpost. I seen these few things about flat Earth and shit, and I thought, how fucking stupid is this? I'll go and have a laugh, take a piss.
What year?
Oh, about 4 or 5, maybe 6 years ago.
Yeah.
And then bang! After a month or two, I was
connected the dots.
I connected the dots. And said to them, I fucking knew it. I knew there was something wrong.
What was the trigger point?
It's always, for me, it's been water, and I suppose it was there's another one. Water and vacuum. Mostly water.
I think that my kind of started with the moon landings, and then went, this is interesting. Never went there. So everything we know about space is a lie. And it kept on going from there. Well.
Yeah, so how long ago?
I'd say 2012.
Wow.
Yeah.
Back in the day. 2012.
That was when information was pretty easy to come by as well. So.
Yeah, things really started taking off after that. They were all talking about
those movies, like those movies. I think it was Bart Sabrell.
Yep. Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon.
Yep. Astronauts Gone Wild. Yeah.
Yep. Buzz landed a smacker on his jaw.
Yeah. And none of them wanted to swear on the Bible.
Yep.
That's an interesting concept, isn't it?
Michael Collins, Buzz Aldrin, and Neil Armstrong's interview looked like they just lost their fucking
Michael. What about Michael Collins when he said, "Yeah, I don't remember seeing any stars from the moon. You weren't there, you dickhead."
Yeah, and then Neil was kind of he kind of shifted.
Yeah. Shut up, man.
It's like he whispers, "Shut up."
That's the weirdest interview I've ever seen.
Yeah, they all look like they just lost their puppy.
Yeah, I think one of their mums committed suicide as well.
That was that Buzz's? Was that Buzz's mum?
I think it was Neil Armstrong, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, Neil became a recluse. Bud became an alcoholic. I'm not quite sure what happened with Michael.
Yeah,
you didn't hear much.
If you're living that much of a lie, you're not gonna go in the public light, are you? The only one that kept on going was Buzz because he was pissed all the time.
Yeah, he kind of disappeared into a bottle for a couple of years and then came out different.
Yeah, but he looked like he was drunk when he was talking to that little girl as well. I mean, when he says, "Yeah, that's not the question of an 8-year-old girl. That's my question. I want to know because we didn't because we didn't go there."
Just brought some petrified wood.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Who'd they give it to? Holland or something, wasn't it?
Yep. The Dutch.
Yeah. And they tested it. Petrified wood. Oh, so there were trees on the moon.
There was also some dinosaur stuff, bones and shit they gave to a lab, and
dinosaurs.
The lab came back and says, "Yeah, these are whatever you gave us." Yeah, they didn't tell them what it was, and it was like, it's about 4,000 or 5,000 year old. Like, hey, they're supposed to be like fucking Neolithic or Paleolithic, or they're supposed to be millions of years old, dude. And then they ban them or something.
Longer than Neolithic. It's yeah. It's all bullshit anyway. But paleo. Oh well, they're paleontologists. But what was the age?
Yeah, it was crazy.
And there's Cretaceous, and where they had different dinosaurs as well. No.
Yeah,
and then they turned into birds.
Oh yeah, dinosaurs are probably birds. Today's birds. Yeah. Yeah, you can see the Magellans.
You can see the Magellan Cloud.
That's what we're talking about.
I was going to say Magellanic, but yeah.
Yeah, you know more than me.
They're fucking idiots. How do they get these people? The guy's a moron.
Yeah, that was another thing. It was the whole thing about seeing the stars, and then they contradict themselves constantly.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because that really weird press conference they had, and they're going, "Oh yeah, we saw the black of space."
Oh, black of the black. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't remember seeing any stars. No. And then these two idiots are up in space going, yeah, we can see the Magellan clouds. Yeah, Magellanic. Yeah. It's like the sun. Like the sun's out all the time.
I can see your fucking ma's house from here. I can see your fucking asshole. Everything. I can see everything from over here, dude. You name it, we can fucking see it. Black holes. Yeah. That was another trigger for me, was when I realized that it was everything ended in theory.
What do you mean by theory? Like the theory of gravity? Well, everything was based on the circumference of the radius of the Earth. So,
yeah, the theory of evolution, the Big Bang theory,
evolution.
Everything was just theory. There's three of them: Big Bang, evolution, and what's the other one?
Gravity.
Theory of gravity. That's the one. Thank you. And I heard those three, and I went, "Holy fuck, that's true."
Was gravity before evolution?
Gravity, theory of evolution, Big Bang theory.
And Big Bang theory, we know, came from a priest.
Yeah, George Lemaitre.
Yeah, exactly. And then the history of the world is Joseph Scaliger as well. So one guy got all these writings and books and everything together from different cultures, came up with a timeline that he made up, and that's the timeline that we run with. When these people existed, when this culture existed, it's written by one guy.
We are living in fiction.
Got a lot to answer for, don't they?
Yeah, they used to take babies away from mothers and sell them on the fucking highest bidder. They made tons of money. It's all money.
Have you ever looked into the orphan trains?
Yeah, kinda. Okay, no, not really.
Find it plausible or not?
Just gives a synopsis.
Yeah.
It's just the Catholic Church done horrible fucking things, man. Horrible things. They used to take the mothers on with, that had babies and make them do laundry. And they made tons of money off that. And then they also take their babies and sell them to rich people who adopt them. And it's just been fucking an indulgence.
Yeah. And what's all those the world fairs and stuff like that with incubator babies and.
Well, you remember the little Indian girl who was giving testimony about how the Iraqi soldiers came in and they threw babies out of incubators.
Oh yeah, and it wasn't true.
Balls, absolute balls. We're living in fucking. Is this not even a clown world anymore? It's make believe. Everything's fucking make believe.
The Iraqi soldiers came and threw the babies out of the incubators.
Yeah, and everybody swallowed it up. Those bastards.
Oh, they're evil Iraqis.
So everybody's seen the footage of the Highway of Death and thought, good, they fucking deserved it because they threw babies out of incubators.
Ooh.
One of the bullshit. It's all programming, isn't it?
Yeah, of course. Anything you see on the TV is programming. I can't even watch it anymore and take it seriously. It's fucking ridiculous.
No, absolutely not.
We had these, the whole time during the past 2 years on the news, there's been that, I don't even know how I can say it without saying it, but they had a picture of the V in the background of the news every night for 2 years. Do you know what I mean?
No, sorry. Say that again. I missed that.
They had a picture of the V.
The V? What's the V?
Yeah, what's been happening the last 2 years.
Oh, the V. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, they had a picture of that in the background of the news while these people are telling the news every night. That was the background picture.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. What? This is fucking weird. Like they have to sell it to make you think it's real.
Yeah, I think once you stop taking this world seriously, you're on the path to freedom. It sounds, but
when you take what do you mean when you start taking the world seriously? You're on the path to freedom.
When you stop taking this world,
stop. Yeah.
Seriously, when you see it for the joke,
as a joke,
then you are. It kind of frees you enables you to free your mind and just kind of like just enjoy life more, even though you know it's temporary, even though you know it's a joke. You just don't take it seriously.
Well, you don't care as much, you know. You just go, all this stuff's bullshit. So I don't really care.
More.
Yeah, you do. It's like a comedy show.
Yeah. Can you believe this bullshit? And they're buying it.
Like I used to watch the news for comedy purposes, and then my wife would get home and she'd go, and then I'd start.
She would stop like.
Can you believe this shit? And she'd go, okay, we're not watching this anymore.
Sit down with me and have some dinner. I'm sick and tired of you sitting there laughing your head off.
I would just go, look at these idiots.
Hey, you need a Carl Vernon shirt, dude. I see. People.
We had these. We had a good shirt being made here in Australia. It was, it's not a pandemic. Whatever. It was a pandemic of the stupid. They were selling these T-shirts.
Just
the only. Oh, that was it. The only pandemic is the pandemic of the stupid.
Yeah, I've seen something similar recently. Yep.
Yeah. I said, I'm going to buy one. And she goes, yeah, you just want to create an argument every time you go out of the house.
Why not?
Yeah. If it's against stupid people, yeah, no worries.
Yeah, they're talking about a new... Oh, shit, no, we're not supposed to talk about that, right? Okay, I have to...
No.
We can talk about stupid people, but we can't talk about why they're stupid. Unless it's to do with the shape of the fucking Earth.
Yeah, so we're allowed to talk about flat Earth, but we're not allowed to talk about other things.
Yep.
And that's so YouTube goes. So they were in Congress saying, okay, we're going to, anyone who looks up flat Earth, we're going to have a little disclaimer there saying it's an archaic theory that these people believe in. But we're allowed to talk about that, but we're not allowed to talk about anything else. Is it because they've got a disclaimer next to it? Whereas all the other stuff, they can't have a disclaimer next to it. Maybe that's it. It doesn't seem to be that many Globers coming these days.
No, it's been a steady decline since fucking about 3 years ago, bro.
And they've given up.
Yeah, we can't. Yeah, we're done. I'm just going to go back to my blinking and my globe.
Yeah. I'm going to go back to unreality.
Fear porn. I love my fear porn. And they brought out videos there about what happens in a nuclear war.
A nuclear war. Who's making a nuclear war?
There was actually were videos released there. I don't know if it was the state of New York or fucking one of them states anyway, and they were about what to do in the nuclear war. This is just after Ukraine and everything. It's just fear porn.
Wait, that guy's an actor anyway.
Yeah, it was some good
Sorry.
looking, good
Probably
looking.
have to stop. We'll probably have to stop talking about that as well.
Nuclear war?
Nah, Ukraine or whatever.
Here's a wee story.
Yep.
I was doing my work at work. You know how you do your work at work? And I was listening to talk radio, and the guy came on and he says, did you hear this? One of the Russian soldier has been done for chopping off the dicks, the penises, castrating Ukrainian soldier prisoners that he captured.
What?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, no, it's a real thing. There's a guy in Russia has been done. One of the Russians, they're investigating, and he was castrating Ukrainians that he captured or something.
What was this on CNN? Oh,
no, this is normal talk radio.
Okay.
Here in the UK, and the guy said there must be a joke in there somewhere, and I thought to myself, yeah, his name's Ivor Dickoff. I told my mates that they thought that was fucking hilarious.
Have you got any mates that are flat earthers? Oh,
you know, it's crazy because my persuasive powers are quite persuasive, but no.
Yeah,
no, they're all fucking globe heads.
Like I spoke to my dad about it, and he's always been into space and stuff, and he knew the distances to the closest star and this and that. I told him about he never knew the story about how they got the distance to the sun. You know that story, yeah? They presumed that I think it was Venus is the same size as the Earth, so when it passed the sun, they could track how fast it went past the sun, and then they got the distance. Yeah, crazy shit. Yeah. And he goes, yeah, but now they got satellites. I went, oh, fucking hell. Come on, mate. First, you've got to know the radius of the Earth. And he goes, yeah, we know that. I said, yeah, how do we know that? I said, the last thing I want to do is argue with my dad, yeah. So I started calming it down. I go, okay. So let's do a little. Let's have a look. Let's sit down, go on the internet, see how they got the radius of the Earth, and then we'll talk about the next subject. So we jumped on, and it came up Eratosthenes. I go, okay. So 2,000 years ago, we got the radius of the Earth from sticks and shadows. And he goes, yeah, okay, yeah. I said, so in that instance, you have to prove that sun rays come through straight, parallel. Have you ever seen them do that? And he goes, no, but I'm sure they do. They've scienced it. They've scienced it. And I just went, okay, so let's look at this. And we went through Eratosthenes' experiment, and, his mate travelled 500 miles to Syene, or, how did they measure 500 miles 2,000 years ago? Straight miles. He goes, I don't know. Well, I said, well, you're the one telling me that this story is correct. So let's work it out. Let's look at a map from here to here. Does he have to go over mountains? Does he have to go over rivers? Does he take a straight path? And he goes, oh, you can't take a straight path from here to here. I was like, okay. So how did they measure 500 miles? And he goes, well, you can't. So, okay, well, that's one thing. Okay. And then the other thing is you have to presume that the sun is like an infinite distance away where the light rays travel parallel. How did they get the distance to the sun? So we went through that, and he goes, fuck. He goes, I don't believe you. I don't believe the Earth is flat, but I would say, don't worry about the Earth being flat. I said, just let's talk about the globe. That's what we're talking about. Yeah? And he goes, yeah, okay, all right. Well, let's talk about the globe. So, all of these things that prove the globe are from 2,000 years ago, and we've just proved that you cannot do these measurements 2,000 years ago, and they still rely on these measurements with sticks and shadows. Proves that the Earth's a sphere, a sphere. And they need to know the numbers of the sphere to put satellites into orbit that you're claiming that we get photos of the Earth from these satellites.
The sphere.
So you need it. You need the radius to send a satellite. He goes, all right, okay, let me look into it. I haven't heard back from him.
Oh dear, I was going to ask how to go.
Yeah. It was
no reply.
Yeah, it was 2 weeks ago, but we've spoken, but we haven't spoken about that.
Cricket powder.
Yeah, I think he's ignoring it, but he's always been one of those like he's
how old is your dad now?
So he's 75, and he's but he went to school in he went to boarding school in London. Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah, God bless him. Yeah, and
not easy.
Yeah, so they learn about Copernicus and Galileo and all of these people, and that's it. That's their religion. Space is their religion.
What did he do for a living?
What did he do?
Yeah.
Oh, he's a computer programmer.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you're a plumber. You're a plumber.
Yeah, I'm a plumber. I'm a plumber and a builder. So yeah, I've got a
nice.
So I'm a builder, a licensed builder, and a licensed plumber. So.
Nice. You got to admire people that can build shit with their hands, dude.
Well, I know that bubbles are level.
What's that the name of Michael Jackson's monkey?
Bubbles. I watched. I listened to a podcast the other day. What's that?
Sorry, go ahead. It's just Logos says something. I say it speaks.
Yeah, he can go.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Finish it.
I was listening to a podcast. Do you know what's his name?
Yeah, I know him. Yeah.
Sam Tripoli. Have you heard? Do you know Sam Tripoli?
No.
Yeah, he was. He had. Oh, actually, it was Hibbler. You know Hibbler, who makes all those flat Earth movies. Hibbler. He's done Leveled and The Next Level and.
Oh, Hibbler Productions.
Yeah, so Sam Tripoli had Hibbler on the other day, and it wasn't about flat Earth, but they mentioned it a few times. It was about Michael Jackson. Now that we talk about it,
isn't that funny?
About him faking his own death. But anyway.
Yeah, that guy that showed up with the burns and man.
Yeah, it was so Hibbler reckons that this guy is actually a real guy. His dad burnt him, but after Michael Jackson died, this guy was on like Ellen DeGeneres or something like that, and it was Michael Jackson. It was his voice. He was.
Didn't they do that one with David Bowie as well?
Yes, I was about to mention that. The guy that came on as David Bowie's manager for 20 years, but wasn't for the past 20 years, but the guy, he looks exactly like fucking David Bowie.
What about Prince's sister as well? You know, Prince?
Or you mean the artist formerly known as...
Yeah, and Symbol. Yeah. They interviewed his sister after, and it was Prince. It had to be.
Wow, I have to watch that, actually.
What were you saying, Logris?
The David Bowie one. There's a guy came on, like, it was about a week after Bowie's passing, apparent passing. It was uncanny. He was his manager for 20 years.
And looked like David Bowie.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
What? And not even in disguise, just...
No.
No?
No.
It was just like David Bowie rocking up on a TV show.
No, but you know, I suppose you could see there was some differences, maybe age-wise, I don't know, but it was just so uncanny. He was so much like David Bowie; it was unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, you can do that stuff.
Could have been his dad,
younger. Yeah,
he wasn't related to Bowie, but it could have been his dad. It was like if you had put Bowie next to me, but like you two are related. And if they said no, you'd be like, "Shut up! You're fucking joking me."
And it was just his manager.
Yeah, his manager, but it was his manager about 10 years ago, before his death, for about 20 years or something. Yeah. So sorry, what was the one you were talking about? Oh, the Prince's sister thingy. Have you got a link to that? I've never seen that one.
Yeah, so Prince's sister came on and did an interview. I don't know who it was with, but it was pretty much Prince in like a fat costume, like a fat suit. Spoke the same mannerisms, everything.
He was a Jehovah's Witness, wasn't he? He started talking about chemtrails and shit.
I'm not sure about that, but he was pretty switched on. Made some really good music.
Was she wearing a raspberry beret?
Yeah, standing in the purple rain.
Did she go in through the outdoor? Fuck me.
You're a Prince fan.
I like that shit, man. I like my tunes. I can't deny. I like Bowie too, man. Fucking China Girls.
Like Labyrinth. It was a weird fucking movie, but it was good.
Yeah, he actually acted quite well in that.
Sorry. That was a tram going past.
Heroes is another good one of Bowie's. That's brilliant.
What about Ground Control to Major Tom?
Holy fuck, there's something wrong.
Did you know he was going to release that before the moon missions in '69, but he was asked not to.
Really?
Yeah, I picked it up from something I was staring at.
I picked that up from something I was staring at.
Elaborate.
No.
Don't you find it weird the three guys we're talking about are like really feminine kind of guys?
Michael, David, and
Prince.
Yeah. Yeah.
What did Michael name his son? Prince?
Oh, he did, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, it's yeah. Yes, and yes.
Who was David Bowie's wife? Oh, many of them, but who was his major wife?
Yeah, she wanted to stay out at Major Wife.
Major Tom.
She tended to stay out of the spotlight quite a bit. She's a blonde girl, I remember.
Was she German?
Don't know, bro.
Oh, he was with that African girl as well, wasn't he? Shaka, not Shaka Khan or something like that.
Shaka Zulu.
Shaka Zulu. Is that it? Or no?
I don't know.
Wasn't Shaka Zulu because that was he was a South African guy, wasn't he? Shaka Zulu.
Yeah, he was their king or something.
Yeah. P-Mac, you'd know that. You're South African.
Yeah, Dingaan was a big guy. Dingaan. I can't remember who the guy was that did the Zulu thing. But he fucked them up, huh? Poor British were royally fucked that day.
You're talking about Ihsan Luana.
Yeah. Works Drift, there was 200 British against like 5,000 Impi. I think they called them Impis.
That was the revenge, essentially, for Ihsan Luana,
Yeah. Yeah, they actually couldn't get the ammunition cartridges open, and just ran over them.
Yeah, they were handing them out. Oh, you can only have 5 chaps. So there's 5,000 of the buggers. What am I going to do with 5 shots?
Yeah, that was a good movie. I watched that again not too long ago. Zulu, and then Zulu Dawn.
They're going to have to start CGIing all these movies. They're all offensive nowadays.
Oh Jesus, everything's offensive. Just fucking breathing air is offensive. Apparently, you shouldn't fart too much either. Your global footprint. No, oh my god.
That video you posted, you can't even call him the fat controller anymore.
Ridiculous.
It's objective reality. He's fat. That's just truth, like. This is what they always do. They always try to get people to use different words. And it's not about the word is offensive. It's just, can we get these idiots to use these other words,
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. we thought political correctness went mental in 2012. Well, look at us now. So you're too afraid to fucking say anything in case you offend somebody. It's cancel culture. And, oh my God. And the thing that they do is they're so clever. They actually accuse you of doing the very thing that they're doing. And at the same time, what they're doing is they're bringing in this warped version of reality, pretending like it's all sweetness and light, when in actual fact it's insidious. That's how they do it. I mean, if you believe in devils and gods and shits, goods and bads and all that, they're going to bring in whatever they're looking to bring in the name of love and joy and living together and harmony. Like, the devil's not going to come in with a pitchfork and say, "Right, motherfuckers, you're going to do what I say." You know, they're going to do it in exactly the way they're doing it now.
Yeah, but if you learn anything about whoever's running this realm, they provide the heroes and the villains, the Jesus and the Satan.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think whoever is running it is way above us, bro. They're way advanced. But that's deep shit. This world is definitely not what we think it is. Definitely not. It should come with a warning, not to be taken seriously.
The world?
Yeah.
Yeah. Seems like it.
It's not a very nice place, and in saying that, I don't mean that we should all be like, "Oh, bugger hole, it's fucking doom and gloom and it's shitty and things each other to fucking survive." But it's not a very, very nice place.
Yeah, but they promote the doom and gloom. They want us to be miserable, fear, miserable, with the boot on our throat type thing. And I think we need to do the opposite. You need to cut all that shit out that's making you unhappy and be positive. Enjoy your life, because that's certainly the opposite of what they want.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. And let me tell you something. When the machine sees, or whatever it is, that you're doing that, it will throw everything at you possible in order to fuck that up, or to make it miserable. And yeah, and no matter how much they try.
Well, what they do with all this social media, they make everything about self kind of gratification.
Yep.
So all these people who, how the fuck do these people have influencers? How these people have jobs? They're influencers. How the hell do they do that? That's because they've made it into a place where likes are like money.
It's about getting people on message. So they're essentially gobbling up any kind of media so that they can make everybody fall in line with the message. It's propaganda. Operation Mockingbird told us that.
Yeah.
Yep. There's a guy on YouTube called Johnny B. Tunes. He's brilliant. He'd be like, look at this. This is the girl. And he's so dry. He's an American. And he's just like, this is the girl that has the most followers on, I don't know, it's a TikTok. 26 million views. And all she does is take photos of herself. And she does these little things. And she switched it up in the car. And he was like, I nearly lost my shit. I had to message everybody. This is amazing. It's like, it's so pointless. It's so useless what these people are doing. And these guys walking around in circles singing songs to the camera. And they're like, who are these people? You know, this is what society's become.
They're your future leaders, P-Mac.
Yeah, but what's even worse is that you get these guys that actually subscribe to people on, what's that where the women make all that money? What's that called? Where they get all these subscribers and they show their... What is it?
OnlyFans.
Yeah, OnlyFans, yeah. And, like, the only people keeping them alive is the guys that pay for their subscriptions to see these girls that don't even give a fuck about them.
Yeah, but you know that's because of the destruction of masculinity. So
yeah, it's fucked up.
They're not allowed to be men. They don't know what a man is. They don't have fathers, probably. You're not allowed to see positive male role models on television or media. They're always doofuses or stupid or fat and lazy. And so again, it's
they're cucks. That's what they are.
We are moving into idiocracy, aren't we?
Yeah, we are. Yeah.
Moving into or already there?
We're already there.
We are.